Chapter 856. Female Literature. His speed rose to an extreme as he circulated his spiritual chi without any regard for his own life. Just then, the entire Heavenly Lion City was awoken by a series of furious bellows. The ordinary people in the Heavenly Lion City felt uneasy. The Heavenly Lion King's prestige was deeply rooted in their hearts. When he was enraged, he would disregard everything. Simultaneously, they were also secretly guessing who on earth was so bold to dare to infuriate the Heavenly Lion King. At this moment, two figures started to shuttle through the sky. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. Under the effects of the revered sword flight and the demonic dragon's wings, he was like a bolt of lightning. However, the Heavenly Lion King's speed was even faster. He was a martial saint. His powers were sufficient for him to circulate the path of space. His flight was like a dream. In the blink of an eye, his position kept on changing. It was as if a terrifying and majestic lion was running wildly in the sky. You little rat. If I let you escape today, then I'll write my name backwards from today onward. The Heavenly Lion King's speed kept on increasing. The Heavenly Lion King's strength was truly terrifying. The strength of a four essences martial saint was enough to make one feel despair. However, Su Yan was not at the end of his rope yet. Regardless of what the Heavenly Lion King said, Feng Xingjian did not say a word. He continued to circulate his powers without any regard for his life and continued to advance. Haha, what a pitiful little puppy. But don't worry, I'll send you to the afterlife. Within this short period of time, the distance between the Heavenly Lion King and Su Yan got closer. At this moment, Su Yan could already sense the Heavenly Lion King's scorching aura pressing down on him from behind. The arrival of the aura made the pressure on Su Yan even heavier. Right now, his body was on the verge of collapsing. High up in the sky, a brilliant light shone. At this moment, Su Yan's countenance changed once again. It was because he suddenly realized that there was an additional powerful aura in front of him. Martial Saint. It was another martial saint. The Heavenly Lion King had already made him feel suffocated, but now another martial saint had appeared. Lord Lion King, your subordinate has come to lend you a hand. When this voice appeared, a powerful spiritual chi attack that was like a rainbow piercing through the sun charged out toward Su Yan. Swish! This attack came quickly and anxiously. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Lin Wen, how dare you? Get out of my way. Seeing that the attack was about to arrive in front of him, Lion King roared in anger and suddenly punched out. His fist force arrived first, and it directly dispersed the attack. This scene was so sudden that even Su Yan, the person involved, was stunned for a moment. However, he soon regained his senses. That guy was the Heavenly Lion King's enemy. He stopped in his tracks. This was because the person called Lin Wen had already blocked his path. A short moment later, the Heavenly Lion King appeared behind him as well. Heavenly Lion King, your subordinate is here to help you. This person called Lin Wen had a slender figure, and was also an extremely handsome person. More importantly, his chi was abundant, indicating that he had an extraordinary cultivation level. To be able to become a venerable one at such a young age, he was also a genius. Since he addressed himself as such, he was naturally the Heavenly Lion King's subordinate. However, the Heavenly Lion King's countenance was extremely grim as he said, Lin Wen, I really didn't expect that you would dare to betray me. The Heavenly Lion King was extremely domineering, and liked to control everything. However, he had not expected that there would be someone else's chess piece among his subordinates. Lord Lion King, your subordinate only wants to help you capture this audacious thief. How can you say that I betrayed you? Faced with the Heavenly Lion King's questioning, Lin Wen did not panic at all. Instead, he smiled calmly. At this moment, the Heavenly Lion King was so infuriated that he laughed and said, Humph, Lin Wen, are you still going to play the fool at a time like this? Forget it, let's not talk nonsense. I think the one who is most interested in this guy is that old bastard Xing Tianruo. It seems that you are one of his people. However, you have been with me for so long. You should understand my character. All right. Since you've chosen to betray me, then don't blame me for being heartless. The Heavenly Lion King's aura seethed. At this moment he clearly had the intention to kill. Right now Lin Wen was also frowning slightly. This time around he had only wanted to create trouble for the Heavenly Lion King. It was because he had already sent out the news. This time around, the Lord Envoy who had come to investigate this matter would probably arrive soon. He understood the Heavenly Lion King very well, and knew that this person had an extremely strong desire for control. The Heavenly Lion King wished to control everything in his own hands. He would definitely not tolerate the spies of others. Lin Wen had hidden himself for many years, but today he had no choice but to expose himself. However, he had not expected that this guy would dare to harbor murderous intentions toward him despite knowing that he was the third deputy sect master's subordinate. The Heavenly Lion King wanted to kill him. A person like this was truly extremely terrifying. However, Lin Wen was not someone who could be killed just because he wanted to. Even if it was the Heavenly Lion King, it would still depend on his capabilities if he wanted to make a move. Heavenly Lion King, are you trying to kill your fellow sect members? The deputy sect masters won't let you off. Also, I'm not afraid to tell you that the patrol envoy is already on his way, if you dare to make a move. In the end, he did not manage to finish his threat. It was because the Heavenly Lion King had already made his move. How dare you defy my will? Then you can die. The Heavenly Lion King's domineering nature was on full display at this moment. Regardless of who it was, if they dared to defy his will, they would only die. Even Su Yan had not expected that the Heavenly Lion King would make a move just like that. However, Lin Wen was already prepared for this. Even though he was unwilling to believe that the Heavenly Lion King would be so rash and impulsive, this matter concerned his life after all. Therefore, he would definitely not be careless. Seeing that the Heavenly Lion King's punch was charging toward him, he took out an imprint. Su Yan found this imprint somewhat familiar. However, he soon recalled what it was. The appearance of this imprint was exactly the same as the Wuji 9 Demon's imprint that had appeared in the Taihang Sword faction back then. However, the prowess of the imprint was far too different. It was as if the difference was heaven and earth. Humph, to think that it's a replica of the Wuji 9 Demon's imprint. You foolish thing. Do you think that something like this will be able to stop me? The Heavenly Lion King was extremely domineering. At this moment his aura had risen to an extreme. He would never show any mercy to traitors. So what if he, Lin Wen, was the third deputy sect master's subordinate? He, the Heavenly Lion King, had killed someone. Could it be that the old man would personally come and reprimand him? The Heavenly Lion King was completely unrestrained. Faced with this replica of the Wuji 9 Demon's imprint, he did not even pay it any heed and sent a punch smashing out. The two powers clashed directly. Immediately, an extremely terrifying glow erupted. Su Yan put his arm before him to block, using it to negate this terrifying impact. It was not that he had not thought of turning around and leaving, distancing himself from these two guys. However, he could not do so right now. He could clearly sense that although these two guys were engaged in a great battle, their wills were still locked onto him. The moment he made any abnormal movements, the two of them would take action against him simultaneously. Su Yan let out a cold laugh. To think that these two guys were treating him as their spoils of war. Whoever won would be able to fight over him. They were really courting death. However, he was in no hurry. This feeling of watching the fire burn across the river was not bad. He started to circulate the regal sword mantra and then recuperate his body. After the first attack, the Heavenly Lion King's body merely trembled a little. However, Lin Wen's countenance kept on changing. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage in this exchange. Humph, you damned guy. You should have been mentally prepared when you betrayed me. The Heavenly Lion King once again charged forward. At this moment his heart was burning with anxiety. The intensity of the Heavenly Lion King's actions had exceeded his imagination. However, at this moment, the Heavenly Lion King could not bring himself to say anything. Just then, the Heavenly Lion King's figure appeared before him once again. I'd like to see how many times this lousy thing can withstand my attacks. As he spoke, his power seethed once again, and he sent out another punch without any reservations. Lin Wen's countenance turned even paler. He could sense that this attack from the Heavenly Lion King was even more intense than before. Heavenly Lion King, are you really going to destroy everything indiscriminately? The Heavenly Lion King did not waver in the face of Lin Wen's threat. He merely said, Destroy everything indiscriminately? I'll need to be qualified first. Within a short instant, Lin Wen had already taken 3 punches from the Heavenly Lion King. That imitation of the Wuji 9 demon seal was already filled with cracks, as if it was going to shatter at any moment. After taking 3 punches, Lin Wen suddenly said to Su Yan, "You demon-faced kid, what are you still doing here? Run quickly. I'll cover you." Su Yan looked at him with a smile. Of course, he knew what Lin Wen was thinking. He wanted to rely on himself to divert the Heavenly Lion King's attention. If he could rely on that imitation of the 9 demon seal to fight the Heavenly Lion King to a draw, then the Heavenly Lion King would definitely not allow him to leave. Therefore, from the very beginning, the Heavenly Lion King had locked a stream of his consciousness onto Lin Wen. However, at this moment, if things were to continue like this, he might even be killed by the Heavenly Lion King, let alone catching Su Yan. Therefore, the Heavenly Lion King immediately told Lin Wen to escape. Once Su Yan made a move to escape, the Heavenly Lion King would definitely be distracted. When that happened, Lin Wen would have a lot more chances. Moreover, what Lin Wen wanted was for Su Yan to not be captured by the Heavenly Lion King before the patrolling envoy arrived. This was a smart plan. However, Su Yan smiled softly and did not move at all. Chapter 857. Female Literature. Right now, Lin Wen was extremely infuriated. Was this ghost face crazy? To think that he was still unmoved at such a time. Was he really courting death? He clearly knew that if he were to land in the Heavenly Lion King's hands, he would definitely die. However, this guy refused to leave. The Heavenly Lion King revealed a cold smile. You've got a pretty good plan. It's a pity." He did not finish his sentence as he was also very surprised. No matter how he looked at it, Su Yan's decision to leave now was the wisest choice. However, Feng Xingjian did not do so. The Heavenly Lion King had no idea what Su Yan was up to. However, since Feng Xingjian refused to leave, then he would not leave later. At this moment, killing intent surged in the Heavenly Lion King's heart. Of course, at this moment, his first target to kill was Lin Wen. The difference between Lin Wen being dead and not being dead was too great. If Lin Wen was still alive, then when that patrolling envoy arrived, he would definitely be restricted in all aspects. Since that patrolling envoy dared to come to his territory, then he was clearly not weaker than the Heavenly Lion King. He might even be stronger than the Heavenly Lion King. With the Heavenly Lion King around, Lin Wen would probably be jumping up and down. If the Heavenly Lion King were to kill Lin Wen now, then he could push Lin Wen's death onto Ghostface. Ghostface had already killed 3 martial supremacies, so why couldn't he kill Lin Wen? By then, Lin Wen would already be dead, and there would be no evidence. What could Ghostface do to the Heavenly Lion King? Therefore, Lin Wen had to die. If Su Yan were to choose to escape at this moment, it would really be troublesome for the Heavenly Lion King. However, Su Yan's actions made the Heavenly Lion King calm down. Of course, the Heavenly Lion King also knew that he needed to end the battle quickly. The distance between the Heavenly Wolf City and the Heavenly Lion City was not very far. If a true expert wanted to come, it wouldn't take long for him to do so. That terrifying blazing dragon lion appeared once again, pressing down on Lin Wen. Right now, Lin Wen was feeling extremely unwell from this aura. There was no way he could escape. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to rely on the Wuji 9 demon seal's power to defend. Although it was just an imitation, it still possessed great power. However, the Heavenly Lion King's power was a lot stronger than he had imagined. The fabric of the limitless 9 Devils seal could not last much longer. Under the bombardment of the Heavenly Lion King's fist, the light screen released by the Wuji 9 demon seal replica started to shatter. "Ghastly, you idiot, are you really not going to run away? Once I die, you will definitely die too." He still did not intend to give up. Right now, his only hope was Su Yan. Only if Su Yan escaped would he have a chance to escape this calamity. But at this time, Su Yan was still as calm as ever. Even at this time, he was still smiling as he watched the two of them fight. This feeling was like watching a monkey show. "Damn it, you stupid thing, you'll regret this," he roared angrily. However, Su Yan simply did not take his words to heart. The Heavenly Lion King also saw Su Yan's expression. Naturally, he was furious as well. However, he did not let his emotions affect him. In any case, in his eyes, Su Yan was just a dead man. Since that was the case, what was there for him to be angry over a dead man? There was no need for him to do so. Raging Inferno, Heavenly Lion Fist. You stupid thing. Go to hell. The Heavenly Lion King bellowed furiously. This punch was even more terrifying than the previous few punches. That invincible glow had reached a stage where it could destroy everything. Kacha kacha. Bang. Finally, that light screen could no longer hold on and shattered. Right now his heart felt extremely heavy. It had shattered. In the end it had still shattered. Lin Wen felt a little regretful. He had been too rash. He had thought that with his cultivation as a Three Essences supremacy and this imitation of the Wuji 9 Demons seal, he would be able to hold back the Heavenly Lion King for a period of time. However, the Heavenly Lion King's domineering attitude did not give him the chance to do so. Right now he was extremely regretful. However, it was clearly too late. At this moment, the Heavenly Lion King's teasing voice rang out. Why? Are you regretting it now? Do you feel that you shouldn't have jumped out and stood before me? Humph, to think that a stupid thing like you would dare to act so impudently before me. You're courting death. After shattering the defense of the Wuji 9 Demons seal, the Heavenly Lion King no longer had any reservations. Without the Wuji 9 Demons seal, I'd like to see what you can do. Right now he unleashed his power, and that terrifying power suppressed Lin Wen. At this moment Lin Wen had no way out. He could only rely on his own power to resist. He immediately activated his own aura and blocked this power. The strength of a Three Essences supremacy was naturally not ordinary. However, when faced with the power of a Four Essences supremacy, he was unable to do anything. His aura continued to rise at this moment. However, when faced with this Heavenly Lion Fist, he could only keep on trembling. He knew very well that once this stream of aura shattered his defensive power, his life would come to an end. At this moment Su Yan suddenly said, "The two of you can slowly fight it out. The weather is so hot, so I won't be keeping you company. Farewell." It was nighttime and the night was cool. How could the weather be considered hot? Of course there was no need to pay a price for saying such nonsense. A hint of anger flashed across the Heavenly Lion King's face. To think that Su Yan would choose to leave at this moment. His timing was too good. Right now the Heavenly Lion King was about to kill Lin Wen. Therefore there was no way he would give up on Lin Wen to kill Feng Xingjian. If Feng Xingjian had left earlier, then he would be helping Lin Wen. If Feng Xingjian were to leave now, Lin Wen would still die, and he would be able to escape. Feng Xingjian was not only thinking of leaving, but he was also scheming against Lin Wen. This Ghostface is really a powerful character. Thankfully he isn't that strong yet. If he were to be given more time, then given his intelligence and aptitude, the Heavenly Lion King probably wouldn't be able to restrain him. Even if he were to face Feng Xingjian, the Heavenly Lion King would only die. Damn it! Right now, Lin Wen was even more infuriated. Initially, he had come with the intention of capturing Su Yan. However, at this moment, he had become the bait that Su Yan had tossed to the Heavenly Lion King. How could he not be infuriated? However, at this moment he was in a lot of trouble. Right now he did not have the time to care about this. The only thing he could do was to hold on bitterly. Lin Wen, this is what you get for betraying me. Heavenly Lion imprint. Right now, the Heavenly Lion King no longer wished to continue wasting time with Lin Wen. Otherwise, if he were to drag this out, Su Yan would be able to escape. After all, after exchanging blows with Su Yan, he was still rather wary of Su Yan. Su Yan's speed and battle prowess were extremely terrifying. Therefore, at this moment the Heavenly Lion King took out the Heavenly Lion imprint in one go. The moment the Heavenly Lion imprint appeared, endless pressure immediately appeared. The powerful pressure kept on spinning, and at this moment, Lin Wen felt as if the world before his eyes had started to distort. Under the tremendous pressure he started to break down bit by bit. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. He started to cry out in his heart. He had been hiding in the Heavenly Lion City for so many years, and this time around the opportunity had arrived. As long as he performed a great service for the third deputy sect master, he would immediately be recognized and taken in as a disciple. In this lifetime he might even have hopes of becoming a Tao Lord. However, at this moment he was going to be killed by the Heavenly Lion King. You can't accept this? TSK, so what if you can't accept this? Today, even if you can't accept this, you can only die. At this moment, the heavenly lion imprint turned into a terrifying lion. The lion opened its mouth, wanting to swallow Lin Wen whole. That bunch of fools. They don't know that they have such a treasure and only treat it as a keepsake. Lin Wen, oh Lin Wen, you're lucky today. I'll let you know the true prowess of the heavenly lion imprint. The other 8 city lords all thought that this great imprint was just a keepsake with a special cultivation technique. They did not know that it was an extremely rare treasure. Just then, a wild howl suddenly rang out in the sky. It was a terrifying howl. This roar actually managed to suppress the roar of the heavenly lion seal. The heavenly lion king's and Lin Wen's countenance changed at the same time. Even the heavenly lion king found this sudden change unbelievable. However, at this moment Lin Wen was wild with joy. To the current him, if nothing were to happen, it would be the worst thing that could happen. Now that there was a change, it would be the best thing that could happen. Only then would he have a chance to break free from the suppression of the heavenly lion imprint. The two of them raised their heads at the same time and saw a huge shadow above them. It was a huge ferocious tiger with a pair of wings. It looked extremely mighty. Its aura was extremely powerful. Although that terrifying might was not comparable to that of a Tao Lord, it was still at the peak. Even when the heavenly lion king was at his peak, he could not compare to this terrifying demonic beast. Double-winged heavenly tiger. How could people who had reached their level be lacking in knowledge? The two of them recognized the double-winged heavenly tiger in an instant. However, they had never expected that the double-winged heavenly tiger would appear at this moment. This was the limitless demon sect's territory. If such a double-winged heavenly tiger existed, it would have long been discovered by the limitless demon sect and captured. Heavenly Lion King and you Lin Wen, the show that the two of you put up is really interesting. But now it's my turn to perform. Chapter 858. Girls Literature. The Heavenly Lion King and Lin Wen were both shocked, because at this moment, they discovered that Su Yan was actually standing on the head of the two-winged heavenly tiger. Such a scene was truly too impactful. The double-winged heavenly tiger was a powerful existence that could reach the level of a saint beast. What about this devil-masked man? He was only a dragon realm fighter. No matter how heaven-defying his battle prowess was, it was impossible for him to tame such a powerful demonic beast. However, the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Su Yan looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Are you surprised? However, being shocked is useless. Today all of you will die here. Double-winged sky tiger, kill." At this moment Su Yan would not show any mercy. He needed the heavenly lion seal, so this was the best opportunity. If he could not kill the heavenly lion king this time around, then there would not be a better opportunity in the future. He already knew that he had a demon pet like the two-winged heavenly tiger, so how could he give him another chance in the future? What's more, this was the best opportunity. At this moment, a lot of the heavenly lion king's powers had been depleted. First, it was the battle with him. Then, in order to kill Lin Wen, he had exhausted a huge amount of energy. Furthermore, he had even used the heavenly lion seal. Although he was powerful, he couldn't compare to the double-winged sky tiger. Therefore, the probability of the double-winged sky tiger killing the two of them was as high as 90%. The double-winged celestial tiger did not give them any chance. The dual-winged heavenly tiger let out an enraged bellow. Then, a terrifying sound wave charged out toward the heavenly lion king. The heavenly lion king had performed the lion's roar earlier. Even Su Yan was unable to withstand that powerful sound wave attack. However, at this moment the double-winged heavenly tiger bellowed. His power was even stronger than that of the heavenly lion king. Even the heavenly lion king was trembling all over. At this moment he had no choice but to gather his powers to fend off this attack. Once his power was diverted, he would no longer be able to suppress Lin Wen. Under the roar of this sound wave, Lin Wen's body almost directly split apart. However, he knew that this was his best chance to escape. No matter how heavy his injuries were, it was better than losing his life. He left immediately. Now he was truly afraid. In such a state, even Su Yan might be able to kill him, let alone the heavenly lion king. But at this time Su Yan actually didn't even pay attention to him. Great, I can finally escape from death this time. He was overjoyed. This time he let him escape. Next time he would definitely let these two know how powerful he was. As long as the patrolling envoy arrived. So what if it was a double-winged heavenly tiger? The heavenly Lion King fended off the winged heavenly tiger's bellows. However, the winged heavenly tiger had already pounced up to him and slapped down with its huge claws. The powerful heavenly Lion King appeared so weak before the double-winged heavenly tiger. He did not put up much of a struggle and was sent flying just like that. Damn it! At this moment his heart had already sunk to the bottom. Earlier on, he was still the strongest. But now, he had actually become the prey. In fact, he was being swatted around like a fly. His body had just settled down when the winged heavenly tiger arrived. This time he was even more powerful. Countless cracks had already appeared on the body of the winged heavenly tiger. With just these few attacks, his body was already unable to withstand it. Faced with the power of the winged heavenly tiger, he took out the heavenly lion seal. The heavenly lion seal was not only a powerful offensive treasure, but also a powerful defensive treasure. Initially, he had wanted to finish off Su Yan before the patrolling envoy arrived. But now, he was already anticipating the arrival of the patrolling envoy. However, just as he took out the heavenly lion seal, Su Yan's gaze surged. Then Su Yan leaped down and grabbed at the heavenly lion seal. When the heavenly Lion King saw Su Yan's actions, he was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. Su Yan was the master of the winged heavenly tiger. If he could control Su Yan, then what did he have to fear about the winged heavenly tiger? If Su Yan continued to stay on the back of the winged heavenly tiger, then the heavenly Lion King would be helpless. If this were to go on, he would only die. However, Su Yan's actions were akin to courting death. Ha ha ha, demon-faced brat, you're too complacent. Now is the time for you to die. He bellowed, and the heavenly lion seal suppressed Su Yan. He wanted to trap Su Yan in the heavenly lion seal. However, at this moment Su Yan was also sneering. Of course, he knew what the heavenly Lion King was planning. In fact, he had already thought of this when he made his move. However, it was not as if he did not have a backup plan. If he were to unleash the heavenly lion seal and then put up a defense, then even the winged heavenly tiger would need some time to kill him. He already knew that a powerful patrolling envoy was rushing over. He did not have much time. At this moment, the heavenly lion seal had already come into contact with Su Yan. A terrifying will was transmitted, as if wanting to devour Su Yan. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful sword chi whizzed out from Su Yan's body. Godslayer sword. That was the Godslayer sword chi. Feng Yueshan had said before that Su Yan was a gambler. At this moment, Su Yan once again displayed the nature of a gambler. He wanted to let the heavenly lion seal impact his body directly. He wanted to face death. He was betting on the Godslayer sword's reaction. He believed that the Godslayer sword would definitely not let him, the scabbard, die like this. As expected, he had made the right bet. At this moment, the Godslayer sword burst out with a stream of sword chi. For the Godslayer sword, this sword chi was very weak. However, this was already powerful enough. Although the heavenly lion seal was powerful, how could it be compared to the Godslayer sword? Even if the real limitless 9 demon seal was here, it would not be a match for the Godslayer sword. The Godslayer sword was a top-notch existence amongst the divine swords. The words God were definitely not just empty words. The evil sword Cold Jade was an existence that had killed sacred venerables before. However, it was still at a disadvantage when fighting against the Godslayer sword. This showed how powerful the Godslayer sword was. Right now, even a small stream of sword chi from the Godslayer sword was definitely not something that the heavenly lion seal could fend off. The moment they came into contact, the heavenly lion seal was defeated. This stream of sword chi disappeared with a flash, but it had already caused Su Yan great damage. By doing this, he was trading injuries for injuries. However, at this moment he could no longer care too much. The heavenly lion seal shattered. Su Yan endured the intense pain and grabbed the heavenly lion seal in his hand. At this moment he bellowed, "Kill him!" In fact, there was no need for Su Yan to give the order. The dual-winged heavenly tiger had already made its move. It opened its huge mouth and immediately shot out a death ray. The heavenly Lion King had not expected that Su Yan would be able to fend off this terrifying attack, and even take away the heavenly lion seal. Now that his plan had failed, he was left with almost no defensive power. Under the death ray, the Heavenly Lion King's body was pierced through and even destroyed. At this moment, Lin Wen was escaping at the fastest speed she could muster. At this moment, that terrifying aura appeared in the horizon. Looking at that terrifying aura, her heart thumped incessantly. What a terrifying power this was. She did not know if the Heavenly Lion King would be able to survive under this power. However, she knew very well that she would definitely die. Now that she thought about it, it was fortunate that Ghostface had targeted the Heavenly Lion King. Otherwise, she would have died as well. Ghostface was holding a crimson sacred sword. If she wanted to investigate this identity, she would definitely be able to discover it. After the patrolling envoy arrived, she wanted to inform him of this news at the first instant. After all, she no longer had the guts to face Ghostface. However, she was fortunate to have managed to escape. Perhaps she had been too excited. At this moment, she almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. Regardless, she had managed to keep her life. This was something worth celebrating. Just then, a gemstone on her chest suddenly flashed. Lin Wen, what's the situation now? Has the Heavenly Lion King captured that person? It was the patrolling envoy's voice. Lin Wen had never felt that a person's voice could be so pleasant to the ears. Lord Patrolling Envoy. She was just about to pick up the pendant and use her unique means to communicate with him when she suddenly froze. A shadow shrouded him. He raised his head, only to find a pair of eyes staring straight at him. The moment she saw this sharp gaze, she was really frightened. However, what a terrifying light. Those scarlet eyes seemed to be even bigger than his body. Oriole. The image of this demonic beast finally overlapped with a certain memory in her mind. Oriole. This was a demonic beast with a powerful bloodline talent. The Oriole. The Oriole's bloodline was not any weaker than the double-winged heavenly tigers. At this moment, Lin Wen suddenly recalled something. During a naval battle before the sect attacked the Taihang Sword faction, there seemed to be an Oriole appearing. Could it be? Lin Wen, what are you waiting for? Give me a reply. At this moment, the patrolling envoy's voice rang out. However, Lin Wen was unable to move at this moment. Under the terrifying might of the Oriole, she could not even move. After all, she was already severely injured. Under such a terrifying aura, he couldn't even speak. At this moment, a scorching storm appeared and an extremely miserable voice rang out in the sky. The number one general of the Heavenly Lion City, Lin Wen, had fallen just like that. At this moment, Su Yan was extremely weak. In this battle, if he did not have the double-winged heavenly tiger as a backup, he would probably have died here. He lay on the back of the double-winged heavenly tiger, holding the heavenly lion seal in his hand. He had finally obtained the 9th seal. As far as Su Yan was concerned, the first 8 imprints were actually nothing much. The last one was the most important. The Heavenly Lion King was a 4-origin expert. Chapter 859. Female Literature. He had already experienced how powerful the Heavenly Lion King was. This time around he could be considered lucky. The Heavenly Lion King wanted to obtain the secret, so he did not kill him directly. Moreover, in between this, Lin Wen had also arrived. If Lin Wen had not suddenly appeared and wanted to wreak havoc, it would not have been easy for him to hold on until the double-winged sky tiger arrived. Su Yan was also reminding himself that he had to be more prudent the next time he did something. Feng Yueshan was right about one thing. It was impossible for luck to be on his side forever. There was no need for too many failures like this. Just one would be enough to take his life. Right now, Su Yan's aura had become increasingly dense. This battle had stimulated the Godslayer sword's power. The Godslayer sword's aura had entered his body, causing his powers to become even denser and deeper. This was actually very important. Su Yan's eyes glowed. With the 9 seals in his possession, he really wanted to immediately take them out and start cultivating. However, he restrained this impulse in the end because he had to worry about something else at this moment, and that was the patrol envoy. The patrolling envoy must be very powerful. Otherwise, the Heavenly Lion King would not be in such a hurry to kill him. The double-winged sky tiger was very powerful, but he did not dare to take any risks. It was at this moment that an anxious thought suddenly appeared in his mind. This was the Oriole's thought. Su Yan was alarmed. The Oriole's battle prowess was extremely powerful. More importantly, it was extremely fast. However, he had encountered danger at this moment. Su Yan's first instinct was that the mysterious patrolling envoy had arrived. "Quick, let's go over and take a look," Su Yan said to the double-winged sky tiger. The double-winged sky tiger let out a low growl and flapped its wings, heading toward the oriole. High up in the sky, the oriole's huge figure was trembling incessantly. Its wings kept on flapping, but it could only struggle on the spot. The oriole was the emissary of the sky. Its speed was extremely fast and terrifying, but at this time it was actually unable to move. Around him were 8 huge pillars of light. Each pillar of light was extremely dazzling, releasing an endless amount of golden light. These pillars of light stood in different directions, locking down everything in their surroundings. It was as if the entire world had been sealed off. And the one who used this technique was an old man. This old man was dressed in coarse hemp clothes, which were not eye-catching. However, he gave off an extremely domineering aura. The astral winds in the sky were fierce, but not even a single strand of his hair was ruffled. He was clearly in his twilight years, but there was not a single wrinkle on his face. Instead, he was glowing with health. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the oriole, and his eyes were shining brightly. He was none other than the patrol envoy, Zueleitao. He was an expert from the Dark Azura Hall of the 3 Great Halls, the Limitless Demon Sect's Dark Azura Hall, Ghost Killing Hall, and Whitebone Hall were respectively controlled by the top 3 Vice Sect Masters. This time, the news of the Limitless 9 Devil Seal technique began to spread overnight. After Xing Tianruo received this news, he placed great importance on it. In order to obtain this seal technique, he sent out this person directly. Zueleitao's cultivation was extremely terrifying, and he had recently attained a breakthrough to become a 5 Essences supremacy. In the Dark Azura Hall, his title was the Dark Azura Executioner. Countless people had died in his hands. When Lin Wen told this person about the Heavenly Lion King's ambitions, he was immediately enraged. Therefore, he rushed over from the Heavenly Wolf City. However, when he arrived nearby, Lin Wen's life aura had already disappeared. This made him even more furious. He had thought that this was the Heavenly Lion King's doing. Based on his understanding of the Heavenly Lion King, the Heavenly Lion King was definitely capable of doing this. Therefore, he did not hesitate to exhaust his energy and break through the restrictions of space. In that instant, he appeared at the place where Lin Wen had died. He had thought that he would be able to catch the Heavenly Lion King red-handed. However, he had not expected that the person he saw was not the Heavenly Lion King, but an oriole. After seeing the oriole, all of his fury turned into surprise. Orioles were natural mutated beasts. As long as they could live on peacefully, they would be able to become sacred beasts. How powerful were sacred beasts? Even martial supremacies would not be able to escape from sacred beasts. In this world, powerful demonic beasts were favored by the heavens, and their powers were extremely terrifying. If it was not because they were too powerful, resulting in difficulties in reproduction, then how could the main characters of this world be humans? In the case of the oriole, even the powerful evil demon clan could not be compared to it in any aspect, let alone humans. Lin Wen was nothing to him. If he could subdue the oriole, then this trip would not have been made in vain. When the time came, he would only need to bring the oriole back and slowly nurture it. As long as the oriole's powers were raised to an extremely high level, it would immediately become a powerful Dao sovereign. Therefore, at this moment, his thoughts of seeking revenge for Lin Wen had long dissipated. His only thought was to subdue this oriole. Those few light pillars were also famous. They were the greater Dark Azura cage that had been passed down from the Limitless Demon Sect's Dark Azura Hall. It was an extremely powerful means to confine space. The oriole was almost the messenger of the heavens. Although Zueleitao was stronger than the oriole, without the greater Dark Azura cage, it was almost impossible to catch the oriole. This was an opportunity given to him by the heavens. When he appeared, the oriole still hadn't realized what was going on. However, when he finally reacted, the omniscient cage had already been unleashed. At this moment, it was too late for the oriole to escape. Oriole, I know that you are a spiritual creature of heaven and earth, so you must be able to understand my words. You killed my Dark Azura Hall's Lin Wen, so you should be killed by me. However, I am merciful and can't bear to see you fall like this. Therefore, I will give you a choice now, and that is to offer your heart's essence and blood and become my pet. Zueletao directly forced his consciousness towards the Oriole. At this moment, the Oriole was constantly fluttering and rampaging. At this moment, no matter what was said to it, the Oriole would not listen. Therefore, he directly crashed his consciousness into the Oriole's mind. Of course, he also wanted to rely on this consciousness to directly subdue the Oriole. As long as the Oriole knew how powerful he was not afraid that the Oriole would not submit under such a powerful mental suppression. But then his brows immediately furrowed. When his consciousness entered, the Oriole did not move at all, as if it was not affected at all. Evil creature, I will give you one more chance. If you don't, then I will directly kill you. He had never been a kind person. Facing the Oriole, it was even more impossible for him to treat it gently. Therefore, in anger, he directly stretched out his hand and pointed. A bolt of lightning immediately fell from the sky. The lightning continued to baptize the Oriole, and a powerful force fell on the Oriole's body. At this time, even the powerful Oriole could only let out a cry. However, at this time, Zueletao was still unwilling to give up. The radiance of lightning continued to be released. Oriole, if you still don't agree, then it will be endless torture. Don't be stubborn, this old man's patience is limited. He growled again. Of course, he could not directly kill the Oriole so easily. After all, at this time he had already thought about the Oriole. He deeply understood that if he could subdue the Oriole, it would be a great help to him and even to Dark Azura Hall. These words were only threats. However, the Oriole was also vexing. Under the impact of the lightning, the Oriole did not react at all. It was as if it was determined to die. Just as he was about to make another move, an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly appeared. A person like him would definitely not feel something for no reason. At this time, since this feeling had appeared, he did not hesitate and directly flashed to the side. At this time, a terrifying light suddenly appeared. The scarlet light, accompanied by an extremely terrifying destructive power, directly passed through the place where he was just a moment ago. Wherever the light passed, all the clouds were instantly evaporated. The power of this beam of light of destruction was evident. Zueletao was furious. At this time he was subduing the Oriole, but someone actually dared to disturb him. He was a murderous person, and at this time his killing intent immediately exploded. He turned his head and saw that there was an additional giant beast in the sky. It was a huge and terrifying tiger with a pair of wings on its back. It was extraordinarily mighty. Zueletao's eyes suddenly flashed. Double-winged sky tiger. Another powerful monster. The double-winged sky tiger was also a super monster with a terrifying bloodline. Its bloodline grade was not low, enough to be on par with the Oriole. At this time, it seemed that the double-winged skytiger's strength was above the Oriole's. It was already very rare to encounter one monster, but at this time, two appeared at the same time. This caused him to be bewildered and uncertain. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? However, at this time, his divine telekinesis moved and suddenly found that there was an aura between the double-winged skytiger's fur. His divine telekinesis was so sharp that he immediately found Su Yan. What? This kid is actually on the back of the double-winged sky tiger. Could he be the double-winged skytiger's master? His thoughts turned very quickly and he quickly agreed with his own idea. Moreover, he believed that this young devil-masked man was not only the double-winged skytiger's master, but also the Oriole's master. Thinking of the word devil-masked, a cruel smile appeared. Devil-masked? Ha ha ha, it's really effortless. I thought it would take some time to find you, but I didn't expect you to come by yourself. Good, this is really good. Zueletao laughed. Chapter 860. Female Literature. One must know that the reason he came here this time was for the sake of this masked man. This masked man was really powerful. Not only did he kill Wang Jingcheng and take away the 8 seals, but he also killed the Celestial Wolf King, the Celestial Dog King, and the Celestial Eagle King. From the looks of it, Lin Wen was also killed by him. Even the Celestial Lion King had fallen. Originally, he was still wondering what kind of methods this kid had used to achieve this. However, there was no need to think about it now. Demonic beasts. With 2 powerful demonic beasts around, How difficult would it be to kill these people? However, he was very curious about the identity of this masked man. What kind of identity did he have to be able to control two powerful demonic beasts? Even for someone like him, it was not easy to have a powerful demonic pet. However, Su Yan alone had two powerful demonic pets. At this moment, the double-winged sky tiger started to move again. Its huge body charged toward the omniscient cage. Zueletao immediately understood what it meant. It wanted to save the Oriole. The omniscient cage was indeed powerful, but it was definitely not to the point of being lawless. It could trap a powerful Oriole, but if the double-winged sky tiger continued to attack from outside, the omniscient cage would become extremely weak. You want to save the Oriole? Dream on. At this moment, Zueletao had already become greedy. He clearly knew that this masked man was the master of these two demonic beasts. Then he could also become the master of these two demonic beasts. What he needed to do was to kill this masked man and extract the demonic beast's blood essence from his body. This world had always belonged to the strong. As the saying went, a man's wealth would arouse the envy of others. This masked man's strength was weak, and he was not even a venerable. However, he was able to possess two powerful demonic beasts. This in itself was a crime. Moreover, this time, he had directly provoked the limitless demon sect and killed their disciple. Moreover, he had even taken away the important 9 seals. All of these were courting death. At this moment, his figure flashed again and blocked in front of the double-winged sky tiger. At this moment, the two-winged tiger had no qualms about charging towards him. Su Yan could already sense that this old man who had grown in reverse was extremely powerful, far surpassing even the heavenly Lion King. However, the double-winged heavenly tiger was not to be trifled with. It was not too far away from becoming a holy beast. Even if his battle prowess wasn't as good as this guy's, he was still powerful and terrifying. At this time, such an all-out attack was enough to erupt with an extremely terrifying power. The physical body of a double-winged celestial tiger was a top-notch existence. His strength was even more powerful to the extreme. At this moment, when the power exploded, the terrifying lethality was something that even this old man would not feel good about. As a matter of fact, he wasn't wrong. At that moment, the expression of the old man, who had resisted the winged sky tiger's attack, changed repeatedly. His eyes flickered. It was obvious that he had suffered a loss from this attack. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the double-winged heavenly tiger's attack would be so deep and fierce. This kind of terrifying power was truly too shocking. In the end, he was still a little careless. When he saw the double-winged sky tiger move, he wanted to stop it. Roar! At that moment, the double-winged sky tiger's terrifying light of destruction appeared again. He raised his eyebrows. After the previous attack, he knew that he absolutely could not take this attack head-on. Otherwise, he would be courting death. So at this time, he didn't even think about it. His body flashed, and he immediately disappeared from his original spot. Just from this dodge, one could see how powerful his strength was. His control over space had reached an extremely profound level. But in the next moment, his expression changed. Damn it! It turned out that after he dodged the attack, he directly bombarded the omniscient cage. The violent power fell on the omniscient cage, and the light pillars began to tremble. Then one by one they disappeared. When the light pillars disappeared, the Oriole immediately broke free from its shackles. It let out an angry cry and then shook its wings. Immediately, a terrifying hurricane erupted and swept towards him. The Oriole's anger. The Oriole was trapped by Zueletao and suffered the impact of his power. Its whole body was in intense pain. For a monster beast like it, this was a great humiliation. The reason why monster beasts were monsters was because once their anger was ignited, they couldn't control it. They even dared to fight against a peerless expert. The moment it broke free, it didn't run away. Instead, it directly bombarded Zueletao with a huge whirlwind. Zueletao frowned again. Originally, he was able to trap the Oriole because he had the initiative. But now, the Oriole had broken free from the omniscient cage. At this moment, it would be extremely difficult to trap him again. Moreover, there was an even more powerful double-winged sky tiger watching from the side. Even if he was a 5 essences supremacy, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in a short period of time against these two powerful monsters. Of course he wasn't afraid. His gaze directly locked onto Ghostface on the double-winged sky tiger, which was Su Yan. As long as he killed Ghostface, these two monsters would be free from their shackles. Then, he would be able to defeat them one by one. Therefore, when he dodged the whirlwind attack, he directly charged towards the double-winged sky tiger. "Let's go, this old thing has his eyes on me." Su Yan had been watching coldly from the sidelines. At this moment, he immediately discovered the old thing's goal. Of course, this old thing's eyes were indeed shrewd and ruthless. He was able to discover the root of the matter in a short period of time. This kind of enemy was really a headache. Moreover, he was so powerful. At this moment, Su Yan was hiding in the double-winged sky tiger's fur. His aura was slowly recovering. However, so what if he recovered all his strength? How could Su Yan be a match for this old thing? Moreover, he had already gotten what he wanted. There was no point in fighting this old thing to death. "Let's go." At this moment, he directly transmitted his will to the double-winged sky tiger and the Oriole. This old thing's strength was simply too strong. If he continued to fight with him, who knew what other tricks he had up his sleeves? The double-winged sky tiger immediately left, and the Oriole was right behind it. The Oriole wanted to cover the double-winged sky tiger's escape. The reason why the Oriole was captured by him was actually because the other party caught him off guard. And now he was already prepared. Thus he wouldn't be trapped so easily. It wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. The double-winged sky tiger's wings flapped again and again as it flew into the distance. At this moment, this old thing was chasing closely behind. Zueletao's purpose of coming here was to find Su Yan. How could he let Su Yan leave? He immediately chased closely behind. But at this moment, the Oriole directly launched a fierce attack at him. Evil creature. He originally wanted to subdue the Oriole. But now he already knew that the Oriole was Su Yan's demon pet. He knew that if he wanted to subdue this demon pet, he would have to kill Su Yan as the director. So he didn't care about the Oriole at all. However, although he didn't want to pay attention to the Oriole, such a powerful demon beast kept attacking him. This was really troublesome. At this moment he sneered, "Humph, kid, do you think you can escape?" At this moment a black light appeared in his hand. This light suddenly rushed towards Su Yan. The speed of this light was simply terrifying to the extreme. Even the lightning of the heavenly tribulation couldn't compare to it. At this moment Su Yan was hibernating. But at this moment Su Yan suddenly raised his head. That bolt of lightning directly rushed towards him. Su Yan was shocked. At this moment it was already impossible for him to escape. He watched helplessly as the power entered his body. Damn it, what is this? Being hit by this black light, Su Yan originally thought that he would be in incomparable pain. But at this moment he realized that he didn't even feel the slightest bit of pain. Unfortunately, the more it was like this, the more he felt strange. This old thing didn't seem like a bored person. He naturally had his calculations and considerations for doing so. But at this time he couldn't think too much. Under the double-winged sky tiger's full speed, this old thing's figure finally became smaller and smaller. Su Yan heaved a sigh of relief. In the end he still managed to escape. But now he didn't feel any joy in his heart. It was because of that black light. At this moment the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Finally, he directly took a few deep breaths and directly waved away the annoyance in his heart. At this moment Zueletao also suddenly stopped. His gaze was gloomy as he looked in the direction Su Yan went and said directly, "Kid, after being hit by my one-thought demon fall, I want to see how you escape. Don't tell me that you eat, drink, and live together with this demonic beast?" Naturally, this black light wasn't emitted because he was bored. In fact, this was a secret technique. This secret technique could also be considered a type of curse. He would leave a mark on Su Yan's body. As long as this mark existed, then he would be able to sense Su Yan's location. Of course, this wasn't the magical use of this black light. Since it was a curse, then naturally there would be the existence of the curse technique. In the first few days, perhaps it wasn't obvious. But with the passage of time, the power of the curse would gradually become apparent. At that time, Su Yan's entire body would be tormented by this curse technique, as if thousands of ants were tearing at his heart. This kind of pain was definitely not something that ordinary people could endure. Now that he already knew about Su Yan and left a mark on him, he was no longer in a hurry. He wanted to see what kind of background this kid had to actually be so bold. Chapter 861. Female Literature. At this moment, seeing that Sueletao had stopped, the Oriole also stopped its attacks and left. After all, there was no doubt that Sueletao was powerful and terrifying. Even the Oriole was extremely wary of this existence. It was also afraid that Sueletao would suddenly kill it at this moment. Putting aside this streak of black light, Suyan's harvest this time around was naturally great. He had killed the Heavenly Lion King and obtained the Heavenly Lion Seal. With this, he had gathered all 9 seals. According to Wang Jingqing's memories, now that he had gathered all 9 seals, he could start cultivating the Limitless 9 Demons seal. This was a supreme mystic technique with boundless power. Most importantly, it could resonate with the supreme treasure of the Limitless Demon sect, the Limitless 9 Demons seal. It could even summon the Limitless 9 Demons seal directly. This was the most precious part of this set of seals. Su Yan landed on a barren mountain. This barren mountain was not very eye-catching. Moreover, it was surrounded by lush foliage. It would not be easy to discover it. After Su Yan landed on the ground, the first thing he did was to throw out a punch, digging a big hole in the ground. "You guys be careful. Don't let that old thing find you." Su Yan transmitted his thoughts to the double-winged sky tiger and the Oriole. As his strength increased, the fusion between the demonic blood in his body and his body became deeper and deeper. At this moment, when the 2 demonic beasts were together, the backlash from the demonic blood was no longer as strong. He knew very well that as time passed and his strength increased, it would not be a problem for him to summon all the demonic beasts together. The sea-splitting demonic snake was originally the weakest demonic beast with a dead head. However, it had appeared on the Divine Demon Island with Su Yan previously. During the battle in the void beyond, it had devoured the void beast directly. This caused a mutation to appear in its body. The speed at which its strength increased was probably astonishingly fast. As for the blood-winged dragon, its bloodline talent was the highest, and it was originally the most powerful demonic beast. At that time, he was the first to submit to Su Yan, so he was baptized by the Godslayer Sword Chi. At this time, even Su Yan couldn't estimate what level he was at. But thinking about it, he must be very powerful. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan had not dared to summon him. Otherwise, Su Yan's strength was too great. Even if the blood-winged wyvern didn't have any intention of betraying him, its essence blood would definitely become active after sensing his approach. If Su Yan couldn't suppress it, then he would be heavily injured instead, which was not worth it. Su Yan jumped into the pit. This crater was at least 10 meters deep. After he jumped into the pit, he had the 2-winged heavenly tiger bury the pit before letting it leave. After Su Yan buried himself alive, he felt the aura of the surrounding soil. Only then did he calm down a little. Su Yan's physical body was incomparably strong. He had already cultivated the invincible golden body. Coupled with the existence of dragon chi, how could those tiny creatures in the soil dare to approach him? Therefore, he wasn't afraid of being bitten by insects. Su Yan didn't bury himself for fun. It was because when he was flying earlier, the square seal's artifact spirit, Aya, sent him a message. If Su Yan didn't have the square seal in his body, then Su Yan probably wouldn't know that he had been cursed unknowingly. At this moment, he buried himself deep in the ground to isolate his aura, so that he could directly remove the curse. After Su Yan calmed his mind, his consciousness flowed throughout his body. Finally, he discovered that in the depths of his sea of consciousness, there was a tiny black mark. And this was the source of the curse. After discovering the mark, Su Yan's first reaction was to use the power of the bright moon to suppress it. Unfortunately, even the bright moon green lotus anomaly was completely useless against this curse. That thin black line seemed to have taken root. No matter what Su Yan did, he couldn't dispel it. What should I do? At this moment, the thin black line quietly changed and directly turned into a small snake. Master, this is the method of the ancient devil sect. Devil fall with a thought. This curse is extremely vicious. In the beginning, it won't erupt. It only allows the caster to sense the location of the person under the curse. However, after a few days, this black line can turn into a devil snake and then devour the sea of consciousness. In the end, it can't resist and directly become a devil that only knows how to kill and drink blood. Of course, during this process of transformation, the curse will cause incomparable pain, as if millions of ants are biting at the heart. After knowing this information, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, he directly chose this place and buried himself deep in the ground. The thick earth chi of the earth was enough to disturb heaven's secrets. This was the record of the Stupa sect. If Su Yan hadn't known about this and left the protection of the winged divine tiger and the Oriole, Zueletao would have caught up to him in an instant. At that time he would have been better off dead. At this moment his aura was constantly flowing. The soul-suppressing seal and the square seal suppressed him at the same time. Su Yan couldn't dispel this curse for the time being. Although he had thought of a few ways to dispel this curse in his mind, they were all dangerous. Unfortunately, these methods were so dangerous that Su Yan didn't dare to use them at all. For example, one of them was to borrow the terrifying sword chi of the Godslayer sword. The sword chi of the Godslayer sword could destroy gods and spirits. What could this small curse do? However, at this moment this curse had taken root in his sea of consciousness. The deployment of this power was a huge problem. If he didn't grasp the key to this, it would be very tragic for him. If his power was too weak, Su Yan would suffer in vain. However, he wouldn't be able to dispel this curse. If his power was too strong, he might die before the curse was dispelled. Therefore, he had to be cautious. He definitely couldn't afford to be careless. The best way to deal with this curse was definitely not to attack it fiercely. Instead, he had to plan it slowly. Only by doing so could he safely dispel this threat. At the moment Su Yan's power was operating. Unknowingly, the power of the zenith had already started to revolve around the black thread. The black thread seemed to have sensed something and started to vibrate. It had to be said that the power of this curse was indeed very strong. Under the influence of this power, it actually started to counterattack. If Su Yan hadn't been aware of this and had been hit by this black thread, he would have suffered a lot. However, now that he was prepared, he had nothing to fear. The four-sided seal suddenly pressed down. The four-sided seal was a divine weapon of the Stupa sect. Its power was unparalleled, and it definitely wasn't inferior to the boundless nine-demon seal. At the moment, although it was already broken, it could still suppress the black thread. At the very least, it could suppress him for a short period of time. This was enough. After being suppressed by this power, the black thread started to struggle continuously. It was like a poisonous snake that had been pinned down. At the moment, Su Yan once again mobilized the Scarlet Spirit Fire. This powerful divine fire from the Raging Flame Great Realm was ignited directly, causing the black thread to be in great pain. As for Su Yan, he quietly immersed his mind into it. He had never expected that this deep slumber would last for a full 3 days. During these 3 days, Su Yan had entered a meditative state. Not only did he refine the black thread, but he also constantly circulated the power of the zenith within his body. This allowed his power to improve further. Compared to Su Yan, the inspector envoy Zueletao had an extremely bad temper. He had planted the falling demon with one thought. He had originally thought that Ghostface had nowhere to run. However, he hadn't expected that he wouldn't even be able to sense the aura of the falling demon with one thought. At the same time, the city lords of the few cities whose seals had been stolen, the Sky Tiger City Lords, the Sky Snake City Lords, the Sky Bear City Lords, the Sky Fox City Lords, and the Golden Horse City Lords finally arrived. Out of the 9 city lords, only 5 city lords were left. When they arrived and saw Zueletao's extremely gloomy expression, they all groaned inwardly. No matter what, this was their own mistake. With their imprints stolen, the city lords who did not guard their imprints had already become criminals. The city lords of the Sky Bear City and the Golden Horse City were better off, as they thought that they were the subordinates of the 3rd Deputy Sect Master, Xing Tianru. However, Zueletao loathed the other 3 city lords. The city lord of the Sky Tiger City had even been hit by Zueletao for some inexplicable reason. Even though he was powerful under such a palm attack, he was still dizzy and almost lost half his life. On this day, Zueletao was swaying in the main hall. At the same time, the city lords arrived together. He asked impatiently, "How is it? Is there any news about Ghostface?" He asked directly, but the city lords looked at each other in dismay. Clearly, they hadn't discovered Su Yan, who was sleeping underground. "Humph, a bunch of good-for-nothings!" Zueletao shouted angrily. The city lords were also very angry. Their cultivation and status couldn't be compared to the person in front of them. However, in their respective cities they were also people who were in charge of a region and had their own pride. If it hadn't been for their own mistake this time, they wouldn't have been able to tolerate it. However, they didn't dare do that now, as the city lord of the Sky Tiger City had ended up in front of them. Although he had still come over, everyone could see that his aura was weak at this time. It was obvious that his injuries hadn't recovered. This person had been too ruthless and hadn't left any leeway at all. As time passed, this person's anger grew. If they still dared to stand up at this time, they would be courting death. I'll give you 3 more days. If you still can't find the whereabouts of that guy in these 3 days, then I'll banish all of you to the Sky Demon territory. Chapter 862. Female Literature. Upon hearing the words Heavenly Demon Domain, everyone on the battlefield trembled in fear. The Heavenly Demon Domain was not a good place. It was the place closest to the void outside of the 9 provinces. Demons would often descend there. Most of them were great demons and demon lords. If one was unlucky, even demon gods might descend. Moreover, apart from the demon clan, this place would sometimes attract the attention of void beasts. Even if they were venerable ones, no one dared to say that they could survive in such a place. Therefore, after hearing the words Heavenly Demon Domain, every one of them was as silent as cicadas in winter. Don't worry, Inspector. We will do our best. At this moment they did not dare to refute him. They only wanted to quickly get away from this terrifying existence that could explode at any time. Right at this moment, a beam of green light appeared and shot towards the Inspector Envoy. The inspector's eyes narrowed. Then he waved his hand and caught the green light. The green light flashed and turned into a piece of paper as thin as a cicada's wing. This was the Limitless Demon Sect's unique method of communication green sky message. The speed of this jade light was extremely fast, almost to the point where it could directly break through space. Very few people could discover such a method of communication. Of course, it was definitely not an easy task to use the Jadefall messenger. If one's cultivation was insufficient, they would not be able to use green skylight at all. Instead, they would suffer a backlash. Because of this, unless there was an emergency, this method of communication would not be used at all. Now that the green sky message was in his hands, something big must have happened. Just when he was feeling vexed, the arrival of the green sky message would only worsen his mood. He carefully read the contents of the green sky message and finally sneered. "Humph, you're courting death. How dare you attack my limitless demon sect?" As he spoke, a murderous aura surged. The city lords looked at each other and immediately knew that something big had happened. At this time Zualetao said, "That Devilmask brat has 2 powerful demon beasts. Even if you guys meet him, I'm afraid you'll all die. In a day or 2, the sex Cerberus will be here. It's an existence that's infinitely close to a holy beast. You guys take care of it with all your might. I'm going to the outer domain of Pan Province. The Taihang Sword Faction, Raging Flame Sect, and Divine Wind Sect actually dared to make a move against my Limitless Demon Sect." These words shocked the city lords. The 3 great sects had made a move against the Limitless Demon Sect. Many people were against the Limitless Demon Sect's surprise attack on the Taihang Sword Faction. These people naturally had their own concerns. Once the Limitless Demon Sect launched a surprise attack, it would signify the beginning of the war. However, after so many days, the Taihang Sword Faction had not made any moves. Many people thought that the Taihang Sword Faction had suffered a great loss in this battle, and did not dare to make any moves. Who would have thought that a war would break out just a few days later? Of course, the 3 great sects did not form an alliance just to vent their anger by attacking the city lords. It was obvious that they wanted to teach the Limitless Demon Sect a lesson. After all, even if this was not counted, the Limitless Demon Sect had become more and more domineering in recent years. They did things without any scruples. Even when facing the disciples of the 10 great sects, they still had a high and mighty attitude. The alliance of the 3 great sects was not a coincidence. When such a great war broke out, experts like Zualetao naturally had to go to the front lines. Otherwise, the Limitless Demon Sect would suffer great losses if there was no one to deal with the enemy's experts. However, he had already made arrangements for this side. The Cerberus was one of the most powerful demonic beasts of the Limitless Demon Sect. His senses were extremely sharp and could even be said to be heaven-defying. As long as he sensed Ghostface's aura, he would definitely be able to detect it. However, the Cerberus's status in the Limitless Demon Sect was extremely high. He was like an elder. This time, if he had not told the Cerberus about the Oriole and the winged heavenly tiger, which had piqued the Cerberus's interest, he would not have bothered with them. For demonic beasts, if they wanted to become stronger, the fastest shortcut was to devour. Devour powerful existences and powerful bloodlines. Whether it was the Oriole or the winged heavenly tiger, their bloodlines were extremely high. They were definitely not inferior to him. It was extremely rare for such prey to appear. This time they appeared at the same time, which made him interested in hunting them down. The Cerberus's arrival naturally required people to serve him. Thus, the 5 city lords became the Cerberus's servants. With their status as city lords, they absolutely did not need to do such a thing. Unfortunately for them, they were only criminals at the moment. At this time, how could they dare to say a word? In fact, no matter how high one's cultivation level was, if one could not become the strongest, it would always be a kind of sorrow when facing someone stronger than oneself. At this time, the city lords had a deeper understanding of this point. However, the truth was the truth. No matter what, they could no longer change it. The only thing they could do was to bow down and obey orders. Of course, they could also choose to resist. However, the price of resistance was death. It was impossible for them to be so brave. For the current them, as long as they were alive, they would have status and power. Moreover, they would have the unrealistic fantasy of becoming stronger. However, if they died, there would be nothing left. Therefore, at this time they still hoped to continue living. At this moment, Zueletao left the city lord's mansion directly. He angrily flew towards the horizon. After leaving the city lord's mansion, everyone couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Zueletao was like a dark cloud floating in the sky. If he didn't leave, their hearts would be suppressed. Old Fox, what do you think we should do now? At this moment, the Sky Tiger Monarch asked the Sky Fox Monarch. No one knew if it was because of the Sang Fox assuming the majesty of the tiger. The relationship between the Sky Tiger Monarch and the Sky Fox Monarch had always been good. If one were to ask who was the most depressed among the 5, it would naturally be the Sky Tiger Monarch. After all, he had endured the power of a palm strike. To him, this was an endless humiliation. But even so what? He couldn't beat Zueletao. He was only a one-origin venerable. If Zueletao really killed him, there might not even be a reprimand from the higher-ups. After all, he had failed this time. He was well aware of the cruelty of the world, and even more so of the boundless demon sect. The Sky Fox Monarch sighed and said, "What else can we do? We can only do our part and wait for the Cerberus to arrive. As long as the Cerberus finds that damned ghost face, we can work together to capture or kill him. Then there will still be a chance to atone for our mistakes." The Sky Fox Monarch's words were the most helpless way out. Atone for their mistakes? You have to commit a crime before you have to do something. Since he had committed a crime, what was the use of a great contribution? In the eyes of the higher-ups, they had already become trash. Unless they had heaven-defying abilities, otherwise, the Sky Bear Monarch and the Sky Horse Monarch didn't say much. In fact, compared to the other 3, their situation was slightly better. After all, they were the 3rd Deputy Sect Master's men. If it had been any other situation, they would have mocked and ridiculed him to make themselves feel happier. But now, they didn't even feel like mocking and ridiculing. Because they didn't have any thoughts, their situation was slightly better. But that was it? It was slightly better than terrible. What kind of situation was that? It wasn't terrible. Su Yan didn't know that a new crisis was about to befall him. At this moment he opened his eyes. This short period of seclusion wasn't smooth, but it was also very smooth. There was a reason for this. The black curse wasn't dispelled in the end. In other words, Su Yan was still in danger at all times. But it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. That thing had been completely suppressed. At least it wouldn't erupt in a short period of time. Even his aura wouldn't leak out. As long as he wasn't within 100 meters of Zueletao, Zueletao wouldn't be able to sense his aura. This was a good thing. But that wasn't all. The 4-corner seal was slowly refining the black line. Although it was very slow, the four-corner seal was indeed able to refine it and even absorb its power. Although this thing was very inconspicuous, Su Yan knew that it contained extremely powerful power. As long as it could be completely refined, it would be a great supplement for the four-corner seal. Moreover, in just 3 days of seclusion, Su Yan found that his power of the Grand Supreme had become even stronger. Originally, there were many auras on his body. Every one of these auras was extremely powerful. No matter who it was, as long as they could obtain one of these auras, they would definitely become a powerhouse. However, when so many auras existed in one's body at the same time, it wasn't a good thing. This was because these auras would conflict with each other. Usually this wouldn't be seen, but when faced with a true life and death crisis, it would become very obvious. To Su Yan himself, this was a ticking time bomb. If he wasn't careful, he would be doomed eternally. However, the Grand Supreme Sword Chi was the hope of fusing these auras. The essence of the Grand Supreme's power was very noble. Even if there were many auras, they would be suppressed by it. That was why Su Yan treated the Grand Supreme Sword Scripture as his foundation. After he woke up, he circulated the aura throughout his body. Unknowingly, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7 dragons. Even he felt a little shocked at such a cultivation speed. Although he didn't know what this would mean in the future, it was a good thing for now. He even felt that his cultivation speed wasn't fast enough. Chapter 863. Female Literature. It would be best if he could directly become a venerable one when the demon ritual was activated. Although he was biting off more than he could chew, he also knew that even if he became a venerable one, it would only increase his chances of winning by a little. However, it was impossible for him to have absolute confidence. Of course, to directly reach the venerable one realm in such a short period of time was tantamount to reaching the sky in a single bound. It was too difficult. Su Yan immediately dispelled this unrealistic idea. After being buried underground for so many days, it was indeed uncomfortable. At this moment, since the aura on his body had been suppressed, it was time to leave. Su Yan's body flashed, and in the next moment, he immediately appeared outside the ground. He did not blast the soil away, but directly passed through the ground. This small action actually contained the mysteries of space. If he did not have a slight grasp of the mysteries of space, he would definitely not be able to do this. In fact, it was already very heaven-defying for him to be able to do this. After all, mastering the power of space was a sign that only a venerable one would have. However, at this moment he could already do it. Of course, the mysteries of space were endless and boundless. Ordinary venerable ones only had a basic understanding of it. They could make some small use of it and then integrate it into a battle. Just like Zuo Tao directly crossing space and appearing, this was actually an extremely difficult thing. If one was a little more profound, one could directly shatter space and be so close yet so far away from 2 places. That was even more powerful. At the level of a Tao Venerable, one could directly turn the power of space into a weapon in one's hand and use it to kill the enemy. This kind of strength was close to godlike. The great path of divine power was unparalleled. The path that Su Yao had to walk was still very long. Su Yan left the ground. He was still a little proud that he could use this little trick. However, he then frowned. This was because a feeling of depression appeared in his heart. As the saying went, fortune did not come in pairs, and misfortune did not come alone. Moreover, he also knew that he had cultivated the Regal Sword Codex and had a mysterious power. He would always have a premonition of fortune and misfortune. Although he could not explain it clearly, he could roughly grasp the direction. This feeling was definitely not him scaring himself. He knew that after his cultivation reached the level of a venerable one, he would be inexplicably cared for by the path. Although it was impossible for him to be like a Tao sovereign and use his Tao marks to do many things, this feeling would still appear. Since he was feeling so depressed at this time, then something bad must have happened in this room. At this moment, the only thing that could be considered bad was the pursuit of the experts of the Limitless Demon Sect. The Limitless Demon Sect's foundation was unfathomably deep. Just Zuo Tao alone was enough to force him into a dead end. He could only bury himself alive. But what if an even more powerful existence appeared? When that powerful existence arrived, it was hard to say whether he would still be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Su Yan originally wanted to go to Skywolf City. That was because, in his opinion, the most dangerous place was the safest place. That demon wolf seemed to be from a different faction than Zueletao. In that case, even if Zueletao wanted to reach his hand in, it would be impossible. However, Suyin gave up on the idea in the end. If it wasn't for the stifling feeling in his heart, he would definitely do so. However, he still gave up now. After all, that demon wolf was his foreshadowing. If possible, he still wanted to make the best use of this chess piece. If he went to Skywolf City at this time, Suyin was afraid that his arrangement in Skywolf City would be discovered. The more powerful a person was, the more incredible the power they had. He didn't know what this power was. Some things couldn't be known at all without experiencing it. Suyin finally sighed and gave up on the idea of going to Skywolf City. He chose to go to Golden Horse City. He had thought carefully about the reason for going to Golden Horse City. It was because Golden Horse City was close to the sea. This was Suyin's way of thinking for himself. Golden Horse City's geographical location was very special. The most special thing was that there was a space passage in Golden Horse City. Moreover, it was close to the sea. The sea-splitting demonic snake was in the sea. If there was no other way, he could use the sea-splitting demonic snake to leave. Back then, they had been hunted down by the deputy sect master of the limitless demon sect, Suyin. However, the sea-splitting demonic snake still managed to escape with Suyin. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake was even more powerful than before. Moreover, the person who came to hunt him down this time was probably not the deputy sect master. Therefore, his chances of escaping were even greater. The existence of that space passage could allow Suyin to go directly to the hinterland of the limitless demon sect. Of course, it was very difficult to pass through this space teleportation formation. However, there were always more ways than difficulties. As long as there was a way, he had to try it no matter what. After making this decision, Suyin headed directly to Golden Horse City. When he was in Skywolf City, he had already obtained the geographical distribution map of Panzhou. Therefore, there were no problems with these locations. Just as Suyin was about to leave, a special existence had arrived in Skylion City. This time, the lineup was extremely grand. There were 8 sedan bearers, and each bearer was a Dragon Realm expert. Such a lineup was simply luxurious to the point where it could not be any more luxurious. Although Dragon Realm experts couldn't be compared to venerables, they were still extremely precious combat resources. However, at this moment, these extremely precious resources were only used as sedan bearers. At this moment, the 5 city lords came out to welcome them. Facing this majestic sedan, the few of them looked at each other. Even at this moment, they couldn't guess if there were other important figures besides the Hellhound. At this moment, the curtain was slowly pulled open. Almost at the same time, a powerful will whizzed towards them. "How dare you not kneel when you see me?" In an instant, a dark scene appeared in front of the 5 city lords. The boundless hellfire began to surge, and the extremely powerful and violent energy trembled continuously at this moment. In a daze, countless tragic cries rang in their ears. At this moment, they were extremely shocked. After all, they were venerables, so they immediately knew that someone was launching a mental attack at them. At any rate, they were all venerables. At this moment, they calmed their minds and calmed their intents. After that, the cries of ghosts and howls gradually dissipated. However, although this terrifying feeling was dispelled, they still didn't feel good at this moment. The power just now was too terrifying. It was almost as if it wanted to kill them directly. When they regained their vision, they found a pair of eyes staring straight at them. At this moment, they realized that the owner of the gaze that was staring at them was actually a dog. There was actually a small dog sitting in the 8-carrier sedan. It was a small black dog with glossy black fur all over its body. This dog looked very docile. If an ordinary person saw it, they would definitely think that it was an ordinary dog. Who would have thought that it was actually a hellhound? It was just that his eyes were too terrifying. That gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. The reason why they fell into the illusion just now was because this dog was staring at them. Although they had broken free at this time, they knew very well that it was because this dog had let them go. That was why they were still alive. If this dog had wanted to kill them earlier, they would probably all be dead by now. The Hellhound's reputation was extremely strong in the limitless demon sect. However, none of the people here had ever seen him before. Today, the Hellhound finally appeared in front of everyone. However, no one expected that the hellhound would actually look like this. However, in the next moment, the contempt they had for the hellhound immediately disappeared. Because at this moment they suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. They immediately realized that this powerful existence in front of them might be angry. This existence's strength was too terrifying. They definitely weren't a match for it. Although they were just thinking about it previously, perhaps this powerful and mysterious existence could see through it. The stronger one was, the more they understood the mysterious and terrifying power of this powerful creature. According to legends, the hellhound wasn't a creature of this world. They came from the mysterious hell. The word hell was passed down by countless people. However, no one could say for sure what hell was like. In fact, no one even knew if hell really existed. Perhaps those powerful saints would know the answer. Unfortunately, in today's world, the saints were hidden. When the saints were hidden, no one would know whether it was true or not. However, from a certain point of view, the hellhound was the only evidence. Just as they were trembling in fear, a thought suddenly spread out. Then it turned into an extremely dignified old man's voice and blasted into their minds. "What's wrong? You seem to have a lot of opinions about this lord's appearance." The moment this voice appeared, even their breathing became heavy. They immediately understood that this was the anger of this person in front of them. This person in front of them was definitely an invincible expert. Previously, they had dared to have any blasphemous thoughts. One must know that they were originally sinners. If the hellhound tracked them down, they would probably die without a burial ground. Just as they were unable to resist this terrifying aura, this extremely powerful and terrifying power suddenly dissipated. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to bother with you. How boring. Then tell me directly. Where did that brat go? If you can provide me with any information about him, I'll forgive you." The hellhound grew out his hind legs and gently scratched his head. Chapter 864. Female Literature. This action was no different from that of an ordinary puppy. However, at this moment, how could these city lords dare to have any thoughts of disrespect? They had all witnessed how powerful this person was and understood that even if they were to just have a single thought, it would be known by this hellhound. This hellhound might be able to forgive them once, but it might not be able to forgive them a second time. However, it was really difficult for them to provide information on Su Yan. After all, even Zueletao had not been able to discover Su Yan's whereabouts. How could they possibly know? The hellhound sent out a thought once again. "You're really useless. I really don't know why the limitless demon sect keeps you guys around. Are you guys just waiting to die? Putting aside the fact that you've lost something, you don't even know where the thief went. Trash, a bunch of trash." The hellhound's voice was not serious. In fact, it sounded like a bored complaint. However, it made these city lords fall silent out of fear. They were really afraid of death. After all, Zueletao was a member of the limitless demon sect. Although he was domineering, he would still have some reservations. However, the person before them was not a human but a dog. A hellhound. If he wanted to kill someone, who would be able to stop him? Lord Hellhound, we're useless and unable to grasp that guy's aura. Therefore, we still need you to step in. At this moment, the master of the fairy fox walked up and spoke to the hellhound respectfully. The hellhound yawned and sent out a thought once again. "Alright, let's cut the crap. Zueletao has already given you guys some instructions. Bring it out." What he needed was something related to Su Yan, even if it was something that Su Yan had come into contact with before. The hellhound's sense of smell was extremely sensitive. It was no longer just identifying scents but also identifying a person's fate. At this moment, the Tianma king walked up and said, "Lord, this is the skin, flesh, and hair left behind by that guy when the Heavenly Lion King fought with him. These people from the Limitless Demon Sect were really amazing. To think that they would be able to find such small things." The hellhound raised his head lazily and said, "What a strange guy. Only people like him are interesting." None of the city lords knew what the hellhound meant. How could they have known that the hellhound had discerned Su Yan's aura upon coming into contact with him, and it had captured traces of the trajectory of his destiny? Su Yan's strangeness had piqued his interest. But when he wanted to understand it more deeply, the trajectory of fate was cut off. This was an extremely rare situation. Su Yan's fate had actually been concealed by someone else. Of course, it was also possible that his fate was too extraordinary and involved too many things, so the hellhound had no way of knowing. If I become a holy beast, I might be able to see through this guy's fate. But now I'm still a little lacking. Forget it. So be it. The hellhound sighed. If his cultivation was stronger and he became a holy beast, then his innate skill would become even more abnormal. In that case, he might be able to observe the trajectory of Su Yan's fate. But now he was still far from that. If he forcibly tried to pry into Su Yan's fate, then it was very likely that he would be directly devoured by fate and die completely. He was an old dog with a long lifespan, a beautiful appearance, and a shocking amount of wealth. How could he die for such a small matter? Of course, he was very interested in Su Yan. So at this time he had made up his mind to go and take a look. Originally, I came here for the Oriole and the double-winged sky tiger, but I didn't expect this guy to be the one I'm really looking forward to. Ha ha ha, I hope this guy won't disappoint me no matter what. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of my efforts? Woof, okay, I've already grasped the direction of that person. This guy is now heading towards Golden Horse City. Just a while ago, Su Yan suddenly shuddered. It was a very bad feeling, as if his fate was being spied on. Such a feeling was really terrible, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. But now Su Yan was very careful. This feeling made him do things even more secretly. I always feel that this time doesn't seem to be simple. It's hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Forget it, I'll just treat it as an extra insurance. Su Yan stopped and then transmitted a thought. At this time he finally arrived at Golden Horse City. This city was actually different from the other cities of the Limitless Demon Sect. Firstly, it was because of the city's special geographical location. Although it was not by the sea, it was at the location of the estuary. This long river in Pan Province ran through everything and then rushed into the sea. Secondly, it was because of the city's historical heritage. In the distant ancient times, an extremely powerful expert once appeared in this city, the Heavenly Horse Walker. At that time, Golden Horse City was not yet a city of the Limitless Demon Sect. The Heavenly Horse Walker's combat strength was extremely powerful. Rumor had it that he had almost reached the level of a saint. With the appearance of such a figure, this city was naturally incomparably glorious. But later, the Heavenly Horse Walker disappeared, and this city was controlled by the Limitless Demon Sect. Legend had it that the spatial teleportation array in Golden Horse City was left behind from the era of the Heavenly Horse Walker. Compared to other cities, the position of the City Lord of Golden Horse City was actually very awkward. Although he was the City Lord, he could not control everything. This was because the teleportation array in Golden Horse City was the most important thing. Therefore, the person in charge of taking care of the teleportation array here was the direct disciple of the sect. Although the City Lord's identity was noble, in front of the direct disciples of the sect, he did not have much advantage. Sometimes, if a more powerful direct disciple of the sect came, he, the City Lord of Golden Horse City, would have to serve him well. It made him feel like a servant. However, he did not have any good ideas. So many years had passed, but in fact the Limitless Demon Sect was actually very concerned about this city. The City Lord of this city would be directly transferred away after his cultivation had reached a certain level. Although the Heavenly Horse Walker had become a legend, as long as this legend existed, they would be incomparably fearful. Compared to the Heavenly Lion City, this city was much simpler. When one looked at this city, one would be greeted by an extremely simple aura. This was an aura that was very pleasing to the eye. If this city did not belong to the Limitless Demon Sect, Su Yan felt that he would very likely fall in love with this city. After the City Lord seal of Golden Horse City was lost, the search had not been eased. If it was in the past, Su Yan would have relied on his abilities to enter the city. However, this time he did not do so. He still had the feeling that he was being watched. Moreover, this feeling was getting stronger. When facing a powerful venerable one, the more low-key he was, the better. He even directly turned himself into an ordinary person. Relying on his identity as a cover, he smoothly entered the city. After entering Golden Horse City, he did not immediately approach the teleportation array. Instead, he directly found the most densely populated place and then found a restaurant to rest. This time he did not cultivate. Instead he directly slept. The day passed quietly as Su Yan slept. Soon night fell. No matter which world it was, the night always gave people a kind of quiet beauty. This was a special time. The night in Golden Horse City was even quieter. However, not everyone would be quiet on such a night. At the very least, Su Yan was not. A day of sleep had allowed him to get rid of all his emotions during this period of time. That heavy feeling was still pressing down on his heart. It was the feeling of being coveted by a thief. However, at this time Su Yan no longer cared. For many things, what would come eventually. It was impossible for him to tremble in fear or even fear the slightest thing for something that had yet to come. He had never been such a person. Therefore, at this moment what he had to do was to head toward his destination. Su Yan's speed was very fast. The night was his best coat. Quietly, with a few ups and downs, he had already crossed more than half of the city. At this time he directly restrained his aura even more thoroughly. This was because he knew that there was an extremely crucial place ahead. The security there was extremely tight, which was several times more than that of Golden Horse City. Moreover, Su Yan also felt the aura of a venerable one. Such a place was actually guarded by a venerable one. From this, it could be seen how tight the security inside was. At this time, Su Yan was leaning against a corner of a wall. He seemed to have become one with the wall. At this time, a pair of patrolling soldiers walked past him, but they did not notice him at all. Su Yan did not seem to exist at all. Su Yan directly spread out his spiritual sense. After a few patrols, he finally found the location of the teleportation formation. If it were not for his powerful spiritual sense, he might not have been able to discover this teleportation formation. This was because this teleportation formation was actually hidden by a formation. If one only looked at it with the naked eye, they would not be able to discover its existence at all. Fortunately, Su Yan's spiritual sense was so powerful that it could even be described as different from that of ordinary people. At this time his gaze was cast into the distance. It was in that place that he found a person. This person was sitting cross-legged quietly. His aura was very quiet. If a word had to be used to describe it, he was like an old monk. It had been a long time since Su Yan had seen such a quiet person. What was even rarer was that this person was a woman. Her face was very simple, which was not related to the word coquettish at all. It was at this time that the beautiful woman, who had her eyes closed, slightly moved her eyebrows. Su Yan was immediately shocked and immediately withdrew his gaze. Chapter 865. Female Literature. She actually found out about me. Su Yan could not believe it. His divine sense was so fine and so small. Back then, he was not discovered when he directly spied on King Tianying. But now this woman actually found out about him just by looking at her. It could be seen how sharp this woman's perception was. At such a time it was not a good thing to meet such a person. At this time Su Yan began to secretly think of a countermeasure. Of course it could also be an illusion. In that case the woman just happened to move her eyebrows at this time. Of course, Su Yan would not pin his hopes on an illusory maybe. He clearly knew that for many things the truth was the truth. If he continued to hold on to a fluke attitude, if he had a lucky chance, then one day he might not even know how he died. However, this woman was too quiet. Until now, her aura had not become chaotic. For Su Yan, now there was an extremely troublesome problem. That was the activation core of the teleportation array. He had already seen that the core of the teleportation array was the crystal in this woman's hand. This woman actually directly placed that crystal in her lap. In other words, if he wanted to obtain the deterioration of this crystal, he had to fight with this woman. Otherwise, there was no hope. Time passed quietly. Finally, Su Yan decided not to wait anymore. His body directly turned into a stream of light, and then immediately leaped out. At this moment he was like a big bird. Those ordinary guards could not discover Su Yan at all. But there was one person, and that was this beautiful woman guard. When Su Yan just started to move, she had already opened her eyes. At this time, Su Yan realized that her beautiful eyes were so strange. It was as if a devil lived in this pair of eyes. Looking at her eyes, it was as if the world had begun to change. Ocular technique. Although he did not know what it was, Su Yan knew that this was a powerful ocular technique. The power of ocular techniques was that they could erupt in an instant, making people unable to guard against it. However, Su Yan had the eye of truth, so everything was under his eyes. He had seen through the woman the moment she activated her eye technique. Su Yan's gaze was so sharp that everything began to distort under his gaze. That kind of strange twist was simply incomparably shocking. However, this did not affect Su Yan. Everything was futile in front of Su Yan. Through the eye of truth, Su Yan discovered that the air around him had begun to distort, and even space had begun to fold. This was an extremely powerful eye technique. Even Su Yan could not help but feel shocked. If he couldn't see these changes, then he might unknowingly be sealed off, and those with weaker strength might even be killed. However, it was different now. Su Yan could accurately find these points of distortion, and then directly avoid these points of distortion and finally pass through them. The woman's expression changed as well. This eye technique was an innate ability of hers. It could distort the spatial distribution of the surroundings. Many people who were stronger than her had died at her hands. Although many experts were able to break through it, they had to rely on their tyrannical cultivation base to break through it. However, at this time Su Yan actually broke it just like that. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without any pause. Although it did have some impact on him, it was a negligible matter. Just as she was in a daze, Su Yan had already chosen not far from her. Ghost face. At this moment, a clear and beautiful voice sounded. It was her call. Following the appearance of this call, the surrounding guards immediately reacted. The guards guarding here were extremely powerful. Among them, there were as many as 10 people who were above the Seven Dragons realm. If these people joined forces, they would be an extremely powerful force, and no one could underestimate them. However, Su Yan would not give them a chance to join forces. Demonic dragon wings, regal sword flight. Outside his body, the pitch-black demonic dragon wings appeared directly. At the same time, he directly activated the regal sword flight. The combination of the two caused his speed to reach an extreme in an instant. In just a few ups and downs, a person's head fell to the ground. This was a matter of life and death. Su Yan would definitely not show any mercy. His sword was simply too fast. As the sword chi shuttled back and forth, everything was destroyed. This was the reason why he was so powerful and terrifying. You're courting death. Su Yan originally wanted to force this beautiful protector to stand up and fight. That was why he slaughtered these guards. This woman's current state was the most stable state. She had almost merged herself with this formation. If this was the case, it would be extremely difficult for Su Yan to seize her crystal. If this woman stood up and fought with him, then he would be much more confident. At this moment a powerful will came. A venerable one. He did not expect that this place was guarded by more than one venerable one. In just a short while, Su Yan had already killed 7 Dragon Realm powerhouses. This venerable one was patrolling the periphery and happened to be on the other side. At this moment he hurried over and saw that there were already so many corpses. His heart was immediately filled with anger. These were all his subordinates. Now that they had died just like that, how could he tolerate this? His gaze landed on the woman, as if he was blaming her for not helping him when he was in danger. However, he also understood that this woman's duty was to protect the spatial teleportation crystal in her hand. Other than that, she would not do anything else. Moreover, this woman's identity and background were very mysterious. Even he could not make things difficult for this woman. Therefore, at this moment he could only bear the consequences. Of course, his hatred could only be transferred to Su Yan. This was all because of this damned attacker. Ghostface, you really came. You're courting death. He roared in a deep voice. Hearing this, Su Yan immediately knew that his previous intuition was not wrong. Sure enough, there was an expert who had his eyes on him. This powerhouse could sense his location. However, at this moment he became even more of a nuisance. He had to quickly perform the spatial teleportation. Otherwise, it would only be more troublesome. If this mysterious powerhouse arrived, he could not guarantee that he would be able to survive. At this moment, Ghostface flashed and directly launched the most fatal attack. Deity Vanquishing Sword. He did not show any mercy and directly used the Deity Vanquishing Sword. Such a sword technique was extremely shocking. In addition, at this moment his cultivation base was extremely shocking and terrifying. Although this person was a venerable one, his strength was not much different from the Golden Horse City's governor. They were both one origin venerables. Su Yan had already killed so many venerables, so at this moment, he was naturally not afraid of this person in front of him. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Kill. Seeing that Su Yan was about to attack him, the honorable martial artist was enraged. Venerables were all extremely proud. However, at this moment he was being looked down upon by a junior. How could he tolerate this? The two of them only met in an instant. Quickly retreat, you're not Ghostface's opponent. At this moment the woman's voice was heard again. She naturally would not speak to Su Yan. When the young venerable one heard this woman say that, he became even more furious. No matter what, this woman's beauty moved his heart. He had admired her for a long time. At this moment the person he admired actually said that he was not a match for someone else. This was unbearable for him. Therefore at this time he would not retreat at all no matter what. At this moment, his body crossed and had already arrived in front of Su Yan. At this moment, the attacks of the two people finally burst out with brilliance, and the terrifying power directly transformed into a giant beast. The young venerable one's expression changed repeatedly. He never thought that Ghostface's strength would be so terrifying. With the body of a venerable one, he could not resist it. At this moment, an extremely terrifying sword intent followed his weapon and directly strangled him. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. He knew very well that once the sword intent entered his body, he would definitely die. Even so, he could not do anything at this time. At this moment a green light appeared. The green light slashed towards Su Yan and the young venerable one. When the green light flashed, Su Yan had no choice but to retreat. This woman was truly remarkable. Moreover, her vision was so accurate that she could grasp the core. Needless to say, as Su Yan retreated, the young man screamed at the same time. The green arc of light cut off the young venerable's hand without any hesitation. Ah, why? The young man was in constant pain. Of course, what he couldn't accept was that the woman he loved had cut off his arm. The young woman slowly stood up and said indifferently, "If you don't do this, you'll have to die." Her face was still so calm, but she did not seem to care about the blood that was splattering everywhere. The young venerable one knew this too, but he was still unwilling to accept it. "But you clearly," he wanted to say, "you clearly have the strength to save me and save my arm." Who knew before he could finish, the woman's cold voice was heard. "Shut up. I've already reminded you, but you wanted to be brave. I'm not your babysitter. What does it have to do with me if you're courting death?" The young man felt unusually uncomfortable because the woman was so heartless. He was also someone with a background and a background. His father's identity was not low. He was not the vice sect master, but he was also a powerful elder. Even so, the woman still ignored him. Despite that, he was still unwilling to accept it. He always felt that based on his conditions, he was definitely worthy of her, so he had been working hard. He tried his best, but he did not expect her to be so disdainful of him. Chapter 866. Female Literature. "Ghostface, do you want this?" The woman reached out her hand and waved the interspatial crystal in her hand. Of course Su Yan wanted this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss. "Of course I want this. Unfortunately, you won't give it to me." However, the woman smiled and said, "That might not be the case. How about this? Take off your mask and let me have a look. If you're still considered handsome, I'll give this to you. How about that?" Su Yan didn't expect the woman to say that. At this moment, the young venerable one was infuriated. "I've known her for so long, and she's always been blunt with me. However, she's extremely gentle in front of this person." At this moment he was truly enraged to the extreme. "But so what if I'm furious? I'm just a loser, and even my arm was chopped off. Moreover, this happened when someone was merciful enough to save me." At this moment he was simply depressed to the extreme. At this moment Su Yan shook his head and said, "Forget it, I don't dare to believe you. It's more reassuring to get what you want." After he finished speaking, his body flashed and he immediately tried to grab the woman. At this moment the woman's eyes burst out with brilliance. At the same time she said with a smile, "I like men like you." Her words were clearly so provocative, but they still gave off a simple and unpretentious feeling. Although Su Yan had long understood that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover, he still felt that it was too contradictory when it came to this woman. The two of them had to fight in the end. Therefore, Su Yan made a move at this moment. The woman seemed to have been on guard against Su Yan long ago. The moment Su Yan made a move, she chuckled and said, "You're really not a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. You actually launched a sneak attack." With regards to her nonsense, Su Yan would not take it to heart. The woman gave off a very peaceful feeling as if she wasn't dangerous at all. However, it was precisely this that was the most dangerous thing. His perception of danger was extremely sharp. But at this moment, he actually had a feeling that he was willing to believe this woman. This was a very strange thing in itself. As the saying goes, if something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Such a situation was definitely abnormal. At this time, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. Su Yan's power directly blasted out. Under the ghost mask, his power was endless. Even if he fought against a venerable one, he would not be at a disadvantage. At this moment, the two of them continued to fight fiercely. In just a short moment, they had already exchanged countless blows. Su Yan had to admit that this was an extremely difficult enemy to deal with. If it was not because her realm was on par with the Heavenly Lion King's, then the Heavenly Lion King would definitely not be able to retaliate at all. The Limitless Demon sect was truly formidable. Even a random expert from their sect was so terrifying. This woman's age was definitely not too old. Such a person was definitely a top-notch genius. At this moment, Su Yan's goal was very simple, and that was the crystal in her hand. However, it would not be easy to snatch the crystal from her hands. This woman was far too powerful. Su Yan even felt that she had not used her full power up until now. Otherwise, even he would not have been able to fend her off. At this moment, an intense radiance surged out from his eyes. Blood Dragon Pupil. The Blood Dragon Pupil appeared, and the dragon soul in his eyes roared. A powerful and terrifying power charged out toward this woman. This woman also possessed an eye technique, and it was an extremely powerful one. If it was not for the fact that Su Yan possessed the eyes of truth, it would have been extremely difficult for him to break through it. At this moment, Su Yan was returning an eye for an eye. An intense glow kept on rising and circulating. The blood dragon had almost taken a physical form. The woman's brows kept on flashing. It was true that this blood dragon pupil had caused her a lot of trouble. Su Yan had not used the blood dragon pupil for a long time. This was because using the blood dragon pupil required the support of a large amount of draconic aura. After the great demonic dragon's heart entered his body, the power of the blood dragon pupil seemed to have fused with the great demonic dragon's aura. If he used the blood dragon pupil, it would draw the great demonic dragon's aura. It was because of this that Su Yan did not dare to use it so easily. However, the blood dragon pupil was actually very powerful. Eye techniques were basically related to mental attacks. At this moment, what Su Yan wanted was the spatial teleportation crystal in his hand. However, it was impossible for Su Yan to defeat this young miss in a short period of time. However, what if he was restricted in a short period of time? In that case, this matter was no longer impossible. As such, the blood dragon pupil was the best choice right now. As expected, after the blood dragon appeared, the woman's movements slowed down. His eyes were filled with vigilance. What a powerful technique. You're good, Ghostface. At this moment, his body seemed to have frozen. Seeing her reaction, Su Yan was delighted. This was because he knew that his blood dragon pupil seemed to have succeeded. At this moment, he did not dare to waste any more time. After all, the blood dragon pupil was not omnipotent. This woman was also proficient in eye techniques, so he could only trap her for a moment. Therefore, he immediately used the regal sword teleportation technique and appeared in front of her at a speed that was close to teleportation. In that case, thank you, Mississippi. Su Yan's palm directly grabbed the space crystal. However, at this moment, the woman suddenly revealed a cunning smile. Just as Su Yan's hand was about to touch the spatial crystal, the woman suddenly moved. She shook her hand lightly, and the spatial crystal disappeared. With a flip of her hand, she immediately grabbed Su Yan's hand in an extremely ingenious manner. Not bad. Your hand is quite tender. At this moment, Su Yan felt that this was ridiculous. He had been taken advantage of. Moreover, He had been taken advantage of by an enemy woman. This woman's smile was very beautiful. Although it was just a light smile, it was enough to fully express the meaning of the phrase, a flower-like smile. When their skin came into contact, a smooth and tender feeling was immediately transmitted to Fang Xingjian. However, at this moment, Su Yan was not in the mood to enjoy this moment of gentleness. From the very beginning until now, this woman had been giving him an extremely strange feeling. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly exerted his strength. Su Yan's strength was extremely powerful. If he were to unleash his explosive power at this moment, even a strength-type expert like the Heavenly Lion King would be overturned by Su Yan if he was caught off guard. However, although this woman's face was flushed red, she still did not move. With such strength, she was like a female Tyrannosaurus. Your strength isn't bad, but if that's all, then you won't be able to escape from my grasp. She smiled and continued to get closer to Su Yan. Interesting. Su Yan had not expected that this woman would be able to withstand his power. That was not all. This woman even launched a counterattack. However, he was no longer anxious at this moment. When this power came attacking toward him, his demonic face seemed to become even more profound. His 3 hearts were beating at the same time. At this moment, a stream of fresh blood instantly flowed through his entire body. At this moment, Su Yan was like a monster. He let out a low bellow and then pulled abruptly. This woman had thought that she had gained the upper hand and would be able to capture Su Yan directly. However, she had not expected that the earlier attack was not Su Yan's full power. At this moment, Su Yan's power exploded. He was simply a monster from head to toe. She was caught off guard by Su Yan's pull. Her entire body leaned towards Su Yan, and then directly into Su Yan's embrace. This time Su Yan was also stupefied. Her warm body crashed into his embrace. Even for someone like him, his heart was shaken. He and this woman were destined to be enemies. However, for some reason, he felt exceptionally close to this woman. He could not even feel any hostility towards her. He cursed in his heart, bastard. He already had enough love debts. It was not a good thing that his heart was still rippling at this moment. However, he did not let this strange feeling go to his head. At this moment, he took the opportunity to hug this woman tightly. Then he said, "Now that you have nowhere to go, give me the space crystal." Su Yan originally thought that it would be better for him to speak harshly at this moment. However, when he spoke, he realized that there was something wrong with his voice. Not only was there no harshness, there was even some gentleness. This woman was probably being coerced by him. However, when he spoke like this, there was no hint of coercion at all. Instead, it was more like a couple flirting. "I'm not going to give it to you. What can you do? I've already said that unless you take off your mask and let me see." This woman was also fearless. It was as if she had already determined that Su Yan would not do anything to her. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" Su Yan realized that something was wrong with himself. At this moment, he directly channeled the power of the Exalted. The aura fluctuated and immediately stabilized his mind. He clearly knew that what he needed the most at this moment was to have a heart as firm as iron. The woman also noticed the change in Su Yan's aura. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly whipped towards Su Yan from an unbelievable angle. Previously, when she was hugged by Su Yan, she did not really lose herself. How could a woman like her give herself up for a woman she met for the first time? However, Su Yan was also a vigilant person. Chapter 867. Female Literature. When he channeled the power of the Exalted, he had already calmed his mind. At this moment, he had already noticed the abnormality when the woman moved. At this moment, he pushed out with his palm, and the powerful force immediately turned into a storm that collided with the afterimage. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but at this moment, the space crystal actually fell out of the woman's hand. Seeing the space crystal, both Su Yan and the woman focused their attention. They clearly knew that the core of the fight was inside the space crystal. The woman's mission was to protect the space crystal, but Su Yan's goal was the space crystal. At this moment, both of their gazes were focused on this point. At this moment, the blood dragon pupil in Su Yan's eyes activated again. At the same time, his entire body shot out. At this moment, the woman also snorted and said, "Humph, Ghostface, do you think the same move will work on me?" At this moment, her body turned into a phantom, and her entire body was like a fluttering butterfly. The blood dragon of the blood dragon pupil appeared and directly passed through his body. Then she directly charged towards Su Yan. The two of them directly clashed with each other. At this moment, the two of them were no longer testing each other, and their powers were constantly clashing and clashing. The young venerable master was extremely shocked. To be able to become a venerable master at such a young age, he was naturally a genius. However, at this moment, he realized that if he interfered in the fight between the two of them, he would immediately be injured by the powerful force. This was the case even when he was at his peak. It was no wonder that the woman had never looked at him, because her cultivation was much stronger than his. The cultivation she was currently displaying was that of a one-origin venerable, and it was not even the peak of it. However, she was already so powerful. Even a two-origin venerable would not be her match, and this ghost face was even more shocking. He did not have the faint aura of the Tao, so it was not difficult to deduce that he was definitely not a venerable master. However, a person who was not a venerable master had beaten him to the point that he could not fight back. At this time he was truly unwilling to accept this. Unfortunately, at this moment he could only watch the two of them fight. The power of Su Yan's ghost face grew stronger and stronger. The woman's brows furrowed even tighter. She could clearly sense the change in Su Yan. At this moment it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to control the space crystal. "I'll take this space crystal," Su Yan said directly. This time he directly stretched out his palm, and the power immediately turned into a heavenly devil palm. The terrifying devil chi continued to vibrate at this time. The woman's expression kept changing. There was disbelief, astonishment, and all kinds of emotions mixed together. This was precisely the most crucial moment in her battle with Su Yan. However, at this moment such fluctuations actually appeared in her heart. Su Yan did not understand why she was like this, but no matter what, her mood was unstable. That was an opportunity for him. The power of the heavenly demon finger erupted once again, directly turning into an incomparably powerful aura. The woman was already at a disadvantage when she was distracted earlier. At this moment it was already too late for him to snatch the space crystal away. Su Yan directly grabbed the thing in his hand. This space crystal was indeed extraordinary. When Su Yan grabbed it in his hand, a wave of power immediately fluctuated. That was the power of space. If an ordinary person could not control the power of space and hold this space crystal, they might even be directly injured by this space crystal. However, Su Yan did not have any problems holding this space crystal. He was actually very used to this space crystal. Even at this moment he was still absorbing this power. This caused the woman to be even more surprised. Su Yan did not feel any hostility towards her, but wasn't she the same? It was precisely because of this that she was very curious about Su Yan. That was why she wanted to know what kind of person was under the ghost face. Of course, she did not find it strange that Su Yan could adapt and even absorb the space crystal at this moment. It would be strange if the ghost face did not even have this little bit of ability. After finally holding the space crystal in his hand, Su Yan began to activate the power of this space crystal without hesitation. Under the cover of such power, the space crystal's power gradually surged. Following the fluctuation of the space crystal's power, the teleportation formation that was hidden by the formation immediately began to reveal itself. The powerful spatial fluctuation immediately caused endless changes. At this moment, the young venerable one immediately shouted, "Qing, quickly stop him!" Losing to Su Yan was already the greatest humiliation for him. If he let Su Yan leave right away, he would completely fail. Even if he was the son of an elder, he would definitely be ignored. Therefore, he could only pin his hopes on Qingyue at this moment. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of urgency suddenly emerged in Su Yan's heart. That sense of urgency was urging him to quickly open the teleportation formation and leave this place. In fact, what Su Yan was doing was already very dangerous. This was because he did not know what exactly was on the other side of the space crystal, and whether it was heavily guarded. If time allowed, he should take the long view and at least find out what exactly was behind the teleportation formation, which powerful figures were overseeing it, and whether he could come into contact with Lulan or anyone related to her. However, it was too late now. That mysterious sense of crisis was constantly forcing him to retreat. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to make himself faster. The spatial passage had been activated, and it was at this moment that the lady called Qingyue rushed over. I'm sorry, but I can't let you leave. Guarding the teleportation formation was the sex order. Even if she had an extraordinary background, she could not disobey the order. This was because she did not have the right to do so now. At this point she had also put away her thoughts. She attacked with all her might, and powerful phantoms flickered. Although they were phantoms, each of them possessed extremely terrifying attack power. If Su Yan ignored the attack at this time, she would definitely leave a deep impression on Grimace. At this moment, she suddenly had a strange thought. She hoped that Su Yan would attack at this time. As long as Su Yan attacked, he would not be able to enter the teleportation formation. At the very least, Grimace would not die at her hands. She had just sensed Su Yan's heavenly demon power attack, and she also knew that it was probably the heavenly demon power that caused her to attack Grimace. However, she never expected that Su Yan would not even move at this time. Her power directly bombarded Su Yan's body. The surface of Su Yan's body was covered by a layer of extremely powerful and terrifying power. This power was so terrifying that even her heavenly demon power could not break through. Instead, she was directly repelled. At this moment, he suddenly activated his power. The teleportation formation had been completely opened. Seeing that the teleportation formation had been opened, he heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he directly looked at Blue Moon and said, "That's all for today. There's no need to send me off. Goodbye." At this point, he did not want to continue staying there. However, at this moment, a sound suddenly came. Woof! It was a dog's bark. The dog's bark was very crisp and pleasing to the ear. It even had a kind of cuteness. However, when it stopped, Su Yan's heart immediately stirred up huge waves. Just by calling out like this, the power was able to suppress the power of the space around them. Just a single cry was already so terrifying. The teleportation formation had been opened, but at this time, it was directly suppressed. Ha ha ha, Grimace. You'd better not leave. I realize that you're very fun to play with. You should stay and have some fun with me. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was beating wildly. He immediately knew that the thing that he was afraid of had appeared. He originally wanted to use the teleportation formation to leave this place, but he did not expect the teleportation formation's power to be directly suppressed. With the teleportation formation being directly suppressed, it was immediately impossible for him to use the teleportation formation to leave this place. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate and directly headed out of the city. Just as Su Yan was about to leave, a small dog slowly appeared. This small black dog slowly walked out of the darkness, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on this small dog. Whether it was the woman called Blue Moon or the young Supremacy, they were all figures of the limitless demon sect's main sect. Obviously, they knew this dog. Lord Infernal Hell. They were extremely shocked. They never thought that the Infernal Hell dog would actually come here directly. The Infernal Hell dog licked his lips and then transmitted his thoughts. All right, stop circling around me. Do what you need to do. I'm going to find my toys to play with, woof. He took another step forward, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Damn it, what a powerful existence. Could it be that a Dao Supremacy is here? He was shocked. Such a powerful existence was even more terrifying than Zueleitao's. Oriole, double-winged heavenly tiger. Since the teleportation formation had failed, there was no other way now. In the face of such a terrifying existence, he could only run far away. Thus he immediately sent out a thought. But at this moment that sound appeared again. Woof! At this moment he immediately kept quiet out of fear. Su Yan swore that he had never hated a dog's bark so much in his life. In the darkness a small dog slowly walked out. The puppy's eyes fell on Su Yan, and then it transmitted a thought to him. As expected of the child of destiny. Interesting, woof woof woof. Hearing this sound, Su Yan felt his hair stand on end. Chapter 868. Female Literature. Woof woof woof, it still sounded so adorable. But at this time, Su Yan's heart had already become sharp. He watched the puppy in front of him walk in front of him, and his whole body was trembling. This puppy was really too terrifying. It just stood there quietly, but it seemed to make the world lose its color. Su Yan even saw countless trajectories on its body. Su Yan was no longer unfamiliar with these trajectories. which belonged to the Tao. This hell dog had already condensed Tao marks. In other words, it was very likely to be an existence comparable to the human Tao sovereign level. Among the monsters, this was called a sacred beast. A sacred beast? Su Yan asked directly. Not yet, right? Its appearance was so adorable, but the voice it transmitted through its mind was so old. It's still a little short to become a sacred beast, but I know that you have two powerful monsters, the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger. If you devour these two monsters, then it's about time. Su Yan frowned. This guy was actually targeting the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger. There was no doubt that the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger were very powerful, but the puppy in front of him was even more terrifying. He would never doubt this. It had not reached the level of a sacred beast, but it was already close. This meant that the puppy in front of him was about the same as Shuexingchuan. Back then, Shuexingchuan was able to kill a Tao sovereign at this level and defeated Yan Xiao. He had a feeling that this dog was definitely not weaker than Shuexingchuan. With such strength, even if the double-winged heavenly tiger and the Oriole came at the same time, they would not be his opponent. If his initial target had been these two demonic beasts, then they would have been in grave danger. At this time, Su Yan directly transmitted a message to them, telling them to give up and come here. At this time, the dog laughed and said, "Haha, it seems that it's too late to transmit a thought now. Besides, they are your monsters. If you are in danger, then they will definitely come." His thoughts sounded again, and his words were full of mockery. This dog was able to see through Su Yan's thoughts, and there was nothing wrong with what he said. The life of the monster beast and the director were connected. At the very least, that was the relationship between Su Yan and them. This was because his body contained the essence blood of a demonic beast's heart. If Su Yan died, then these two demonic beasts would also die. Therefore, when Su Yan was in danger, as long as the monster sensed it, it would definitely appear. Putting aside other so-called feelings, even if it was only for the sake of their own survival, they would still come. Su Yan frowned, but he soon calmed down. "Evil dog, do you dare to kill me? Since you know that I am the child of destiny, then you should know that there are many experts on me. My path of destiny is not simple. If you dare to attack, then you will definitely regret it." At this time, Su Yan couldn't think of any other reason, so he could only use this to threaten this dog. "Ha ha ha, you human brat is also smart. You actually know how to use such an interface to threaten the dignified hell dog. But as a hell dog, if I can't even see through this little trick, how can I walk the path of a holy beast?" Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard his self-address. How could he not have heard of the hellhound before? This was an extremely powerful and terrifying creature. This creature had an extremely powerful bloodline. In terms of bloodline alone, his level was stronger than the Oriole. Legend has it that the hell dog came from hell. The legend of hell was spread in Su Yan's original world and this world. However, no one knew if this place really existed. But the hell dog had extremely powerful and terrifying strength. It came from the legendary hell. Their fighting ability was extremely terrifying. Very few monsters could be a match for them. Legend has it that even the Dragon Clan couldn't do anything to them. Back then, an extremely powerful existence had appeared in the hell dog, almost reaching the level of a divine beast. Legend has it that this hell dog wanted to open the gate of hell and let hell come to the human world. This was because the hell dog was the messenger of hell. Back then, there was a holy dragon who tried to stop it, but it was killed by the hell dog. But later, the hell dog still died. It died at the hands of the great demonic dragon. Su Yan didn't know the history of this. But at this time, he could feel that the great demonic dragon's blood in his body was not calm. There seemed to be a kind of killing intent exposed, but because the great demonic dragon's heart was now fused with the others, this riot was not obvious. "I don't care about the many fates on you. To be honest, if it weren't for so many fates on you, I wouldn't be interested in looking for you. Well, maybe you've sent your thoughts, so in order not to waste time, it's time to send you on your way." At this point, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared on his body. This aura directly wrapped around Su Yan. In the face of this aura, Su Yan didn't even dare to move. This power was so terrifying that it was enough to kill him directly. He knew the hell dog's plan. It wouldn't kill him so easily. What it was doing now was just to lure him in. He wanted his two beasts to appear. Su Yan suddenly took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. After he sat down cross-legged, he immediately calmed his heart. The more uneasy he was, the stronger the emotions that the two beasts sensed. At this time, what Su Yan needed to do was to deceive the perception of the two beasts. The hell dog was not in a hurry. It walked around Su Yan twice and barked a few times. At this time, the light in its small eyes was spinning. There was still some distance between the Heavenly Lion City and the Golden Horse City. Even if a venerable one wanted to come here, it would take some time. The hell dog did not have the patience to wait for these guys. This group of trash could not do anything, so it directly crossed over. However, it was fortunate that it came directly. If it had to wait for those trash, it would have been too late. Su Yan might have already left. At this time, you still want to keep your state of mind calm. Speaking of which, you're quite amazing. Destiny's Child is indeed different. Unfortunately, your strength is still too weak. Its thoughts were transmitted, and this thought turned into a violent whirlwind that began to attack Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Under the impact of this terrifying power, Su Yan's heart finally began to feel uneasy. In the face of absolute strength, the strength of one's will could not change anything. Even though he wanted to change this at this moment, the strong sense of danger still stimulated him, causing his heart to begin to waver. In less than a few breaths, two powerful auras came from the horizon. Oriole, Winged Tiger. These two beasts had previously received Su Yan's message. However, later on, Su Yan's message changed and asked them to leave this place. These two beasts were not stupid, so they immediately guessed that Su Yan might have encountered great danger. Just as the hell dog had said, after sensing that their director was in danger, they immediately rushed over. Su Yan wanted to stall for time, but they just had to appear here. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, the hell dog began to bark. Su Yan could hear the joy contained in this bark. At first, it was just the sound of a cute puppy barking, but after a few times, its bark had turned into the roar of an extremely terrifying beast. This sound was simply terrifying to the extreme. Even the roar of the winged tiger was much weaker compared to it. At this moment, black flames began to rise around its body. This black flame, who knew what kind of power it had, was simply terrifying to the extreme. Around the place where the puppy was, the soil began to melt. It was not that Su Yan had never seen such powerful flames before. The Flame Devil Sovereign King's flame power had already reached the level of Transcendent Saint. Even though it was just a soul at that time, the essence of the flame still shocked Su Yan. However, this hellfire had another terrifying aura. This was an extremely powerful force. Following that, the body of the puppy began to change. Originally, it was just a cute and silly puppy. However, at this time, his body changed and became even bigger than the double-winged celestial tiger. Its entire body was surrounded by the terrifying hellfire. At this moment, it looked at Su Yan triumphantly. Following that, its gaze landed on the Oriole and the winged tiger. Kiki, my delicacies, come on, let me have a taste of you. Its thoughts locked onto the two beasts. Being stared at by the hell dog, the Oriole and the winged tiger felt uneasy at the same time. Whether it was the Oriole or the winged tiger, they were both beasts with extremely powerful bloodlines. However, this caused them to feel restless under the gaze of the hell dog. It could be seen how much pressure the hell dog brought to them. Go, don't worry about me, as long as you don't die, I'll be fine. At this moment, the aura that the hell dog released was unknown. It was able to isolate Su Yan's thoughts. At this moment, Su Yan simply let out a loud roar. Go? Do you still think you can escape? At this moment, the hell dog leaped high. Even though it did not have wings, its speed was simply too fast. The Oriole's speed was already extremely shocking. When the hell dog pounced, it flapped its wings, and a terrifying whirlwind immediately erupted. However, the hell dog only growled. Facing this terrifying attack, it did not have any intention of escaping. When that powerful force arrived, its body didn't even sway. Chapter 869. Female Literature. The Oriole's attack was actually knocked away by him. His speed was too fast and his movements were terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, his power flickered, and he was almost invincible. The terrifying whirlwind was directly shattered by him. Hee little Oriole, you're still not strong enough. In that case, you'll become my food. Almost in the next moment, he was already in front of the Oriole. The Oriole wanted to escape, but it was too late. The hellhound's speed was simply terrifying. The Oriole couldn't react in time and was directly pounced on. The Oriole's wings immediately began to vibrate, trying to break free. However, the hellhound's power was also extremely terrifying. The Oriole was vibrating, but it couldn't break free at all. At this moment, the double-winged sky tiger charged towards him. The battle between the two monsters and the hellhound erupted. At this moment, Su Yan couldn't move at all. The hellhound's power had firmly imprisoned him. Now he was powerless to do anything. The battle between the three demonic beasts was too terrifying. He couldn't help at all. Therefore, Su Yan calmed his mind at this moment. He knew that the double-winged sky tiger and the Oriole were definitely no match for this terrifying hellhound. Therefore, he needed to do something else at this moment. That was summoning. He summoned the blood-winged flying dragon and the sea-splitting demonic snake. When he first felt that he was being spied on, he had already summoned these two monsters. However, the sea-splitting demonic snake seemed to be in an extremely strange state of slumber. He had devoured the void beast, so he had already undergone a transformation and advanced. At this moment, the information that the blood-winged flying dragon had received was also somewhat strange. The hellhound was indeed incomparably ferocious. He could tell that the Oriole was relatively weaker between the two monsters, so he was desperately biting and killing the Oriole. If he could get rid of one of the monsters first, then the remaining one wouldn't be much of a threat. As long as he devoured these two monsters, his strength would increase again, and he would directly become a holy beast. The Oriole was constantly struggling. A golden power was protecting him, preventing him from being torn apart for the time being. However, this kind of power could not be maintained for long. As time passed, he would probably still die. The key now was to see if the double-winged sky tiger could avoid the Cerberus during this period of time. At this moment, the winged tiger flapped its wings and pounced onto the Cerberus. His sharp claws continued to tear. However, the hellhound's fur was really tough. The winged tiger's claws could only leave a small mark on its surface. Even the hellfire on the surface of his body could cause additional damage to the winged sky tiger. He was finally enraged. He opened his mouth and a crimson ray of destruction appeared. The light flickered for a moment, and in an instant, it charged towards the hell dog's head. The scarlet ray of destruction directly exploded at this moment, and that incomparably powerful majesty turned into a terrifying wave of light at this moment. With such a tremendous power, even the heavenly Lion King would die if he were to be struck here. However, the Cerberus did not waver in the slightest. In fact, his aura had become even stronger. So weak. This was the will of the hellhound. Even at this moment, the hellhound turned around and unleashed an extremely powerful beam of destruction. That was the endless power of the hellfire. Initially, the hellhound had already assumed that he would definitely be able to kill the Oriole. Even when he was struck by the winged sky tiger's beam of destruction, he did not waver in the slightest. However, at this moment he actually turned around and launched an attack at the winged sky tiger. Right now, the Oriole was already in a defensive state right from the start, using all of his power on defense. However, the winged sky tiger did not think of defense at all. All he thought of was attacking with all his might. At this moment, after receiving such a terrifying attack, he immediately let out a painful howl. This attack had already caused him great damage. Even a powerful existence like him could no longer withstand it. His entire body even started to tremble. Right now, the hellhound let go of the Oriole and pounced towards him. The winged sky tiger flapped its wings, wanting to stabilize himself. However, it was already too late. The hellhound crashed into his body with blazing hellfire. Under such a violent power, a bloody hole immediately appeared on his huge body. It was said that the hellhound's power was unparalleled, and right now this was completely reflected. Even though the winged sky tiger still had the ability to fight, it was already greatly reduced. Previously, the two demonic beasts were not a match for the hellhound. At this moment, the winged sky tiger was heavily injured, which meant that it was more likely to die. At this moment, Su Yan immediately stood up. He could no longer stand here with peace of mind. After all, whether it was the Oriole or the winged sky tiger, they were both his demonic pets. When he first subdued them, Su Yan could be heartless. However, right now he could no longer do so. These two demonic pets had helped him many times in battle. They had even saved his life in the battle with the Heavenly Lion King. No matter what, he could not let any accidents happen to these two demonic beasts. At this moment he had already made up his mind. The Hellhound's power was too great. Even in the state of Ghostface, it was difficult for him to break through. However, Ghostface was definitely not Su Yan's strongest power. It was just that he had never dared to use that strongest power. However, at this moment he could no longer care about that. If he was still afraid of the slightest thing at this point, then everything would be too late. In the end, he could not bear to let these two demonic beasts of his fall here. At this moment he took out the Scorching Sun Sword. The Scorching Sun Sword's crimson sword light dyed the surroundings red. This time, Su Yan did not slash the Scorching Sun Sword at the enemy. Instead, it pierced toward himself. The sacred sword had a spirit. At the moment the Scorching Sun Sword pierced toward his body, the Scorching Sun Sword let out a mournful cry. The Scorching Sun Sword was now connected to Su Yan by blood. It was almost as if they were one. It sensed that Su Yan was preparing to harm himself. It immediately let out a mournful cry, wanting to stop Su Yan. Su Yan felt the Scorching Sun Sword's will. At this moment he said, "I have no choice. Moreover, don't worry. I won't die." His voice was very calm. It was because he wanted to convince himself as well as the Scorching Sun Sword. Perhaps sensing Su Yan's determination, the Scorching Sun Sword finally stopped letting out mournful cries. At this moment Su Yan sighed and said, "God Punisher, at this moment, I'll need to borrow your power." The Godslayer Sword's will was far too domineering. Right now, the Godslayer Sword seemed to be in a state of deep slumber. This was why Su Yan was able to make decisions for his own life. However, he knew very well that he was merely a sword scabbard. A sword scabbard was not much different from a sword slave. When the divine sword's will appeared, he could only obey and not resist. If possible, Su Yan definitely did not wish to awaken the Godslayer Sword. In the previous battle with the Heavenly Lion King, he had merely borrowed some of the Godslayer Sword's instincts, allowing his sword cheese to flow out unintentionally. However, such a small amount of sword cheese was able to break through the Heavenly Lion Seal's defense and destroy everything. However, this time around, a small amount of sword cheese was unable to solve the problem. That Cerberus was far too powerful. It was extremely close to becoming a sacred beast. Generally speaking, sacred beasts were stronger than Dao sovereigns. Although this was not a law, it was most likely so. Faced with such a terrifying existence, Su Yan could only go all out. The Scorching Sun Sword pierced into his own body. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. This sticky fresh blood flowed down the Scorching Sun Sword into his hand. That extremely scalding feeling was indescribable. Right now Su Yan pierced through his own heart. Among the three great hearts, the great demonic dragon's heart and the demonic god's heart were both acquired hearts. However, the pagoda's heart was not. It was a combination of the power of the pagoda sect's legacy and his own heart. In other words, the true vital point in Su Yan's body was actually this pagoda's heart. Right now, he had really reached the point where he could cut off all means of retreat. Stabbing his own heart with a sharp sword was a path to death. However, it was also a path to survival in the midst of death. Only death could awaken the Godslayer Sword. At this moment, the Cerberus, who was fighting in the sky, also noticed the situation of being stabbed to death. There was a questioning look in his eyes. Even he himself could not figure out why Su Yan would do this. Could it be that this guy had directly committed suicide to let these two demonic beasts leave? But at this point, how could he allow these two demonic beasts to leave? Their fates were already in his hands. It was already too late for them to leave. Or perhaps Su Yan wanted to commit suicide so that these two demonic beasts would die as well. This way, they would be able to escape the pain of being devoured by him. However, this did not make sense. At this moment he was completely puzzled. However, it was at this moment that he was distracted. The moment he was distracted, the double-winged sky tiger immediately shot out a beam of light of destruction. At this moment, the Oriole also shot out a terrifying whirlwind. At this moment, the two attacks directly hit the Cerberus's body. Even if it was the Cerberus being hit by these two attacks at the same time, it was still somewhat painful. Arg, damn it. He felt that his dignity as a superior was being challenged. He immediately dismissed the thought from his mind. He did not care about Su Yan. Since he was the child of destiny, he would definitely not die so easily. At this moment, what he needed to pay more attention to were these two demonic beasts. If these two demonic beasts really chose to escape, he would not even have a place to cry. Chapter 870. Female Literature. Blood was flowing, but there was no reaction from the divine melody. At this moment, Su Yan was almost in despair. He did this because he wanted to use the Godslayer sword, and then use the Godslayer sword's power to reverse the situation. But at this moment, the Godslayer sword did not move at all. This made him very worried. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Feng Yueshan said to him. He advocated taking risks, taking unconventional swords, and liked to find a way out in despair. Although most of the time it was because he had no choice, but this personality had been cultivated. Unfortunately, just as Feng Yueshan had said, there was no such thing as an eternal victor in this world. People who gambled would die sooner or later. This was a principle that countless people in the previous world had acknowledged. Could it be that this was the time for him to die? At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness was becoming fainter and fainter. At this moment, the already gloomy sky had become even more cloudy. At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness was beginning to dissipate. Although he had the heart to persevere and wanted to kill the enemy, unfortunately at this moment he was powerless to do so. Gradually he began to die. At this moment, the two monsters felt that Su Yan's aura was disappearing. At this moment they were panicking. The hellhound was also surprised. This brat actually died just like that. This is really hard to guess. While he was suppressing the two monstrous beasts, he was secretly puzzled in his heart. According to his estimation as the child of destiny, Su Yan should not have died so easily. But now he could no longer feel Su Yan's aura of life. His aura of life had completely withered. Logically speaking, that was a sign of death. But at this moment, Su Yan's aura of destiny seemed to still be a little bit left. The hellhound was very sensitive to this kind of indescribable aura of destiny. However, after a few breaths, he threw away this thought. The disappearance of his aura of life meant that he was completely dead. Everything had ceased to exist. How could such a person still be alive? You two idiots. Your master is already dead, so there's no need for you to struggle. He directly transmitted his will to them. But at this moment he was stunned. That's right, if Su Yan is dead, then why are these two guys still alive? Could it be because the essence blood in his body hasn't completely disappeared? Forget it. Let's kill them first. His purpose for coming here this time was mainly for these two powerful demonic beasts. As for Su Yan, he did not intend to pay attention to him. He just wanted to see what was going on. After all, the child of destiny was actually extremely dangerous because there were many traps on his body. He was a Cerberus blessed by the heavens, but at this time, he had not yet matured. Moreover, even his ancestor, a super powerful existence who had almost become a divine beast, was killed by the great demonic dragon. Right now, he needed to borrow the strength of the limitless demon sect to buy enough time for himself to grow. As a powerful hellhound, he had his own ambitions. In other words, he had never forgotten his mission. In this world, everything was like floating clouds in his eyes. Even the limitless demon sect that he was relying on was the same. The Cerberus clan came from hell, and from generation to generation, their mission was always in their hearts. What his ancestor could not do, he would do. If he could not, then he would pass on this mission. At this time, Su Yan was already dead, and the two demonic beasts were also heavily injured by him. The Oriole and the Winged Tiger were both high-level demonic beasts with the bloodline of the Desolate Age. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. It was obvious that these two idiots wanted to fight him to the death. But now, did they still have the chance? No, they did not. At this time, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. What's laughable is that even though they were lambs, they still did not know it and still tried to resist, thinking that they could fight to the death. His huge claws slammed down. As his claws fell, the world seemed to feel it. That extremely terrifying power kept shaking in the sky, and finally turned into a monstrous giant claw. To be able to manifest his power and finally condense it into such a majestic giant claw. His power had already reached the pinnacle. Tao marks had already gathered in his body. This majesty was already comparable to a Tao sovereign. The Cerberus was unique and had a powerful bloodline. At this moment it could be seen clearly. As long as this palm fell, whether it was the oriole or the winged tiger, they would die. There was no chance of survival. At this time, the two demonic beasts were both injured. At this time they had no way to resist at all. It was as if their deaths today were already destined, and this was fate. At this moment, the Cerberus did not have the slightest bit of his previous cuteness. That boundless majesty made him look like a god. This was the divine power of hell. At this moment, Qingyu quietly arrived. Her gaze did not land on the godlike Cerberus. Instead, it landed on the body of Su Yan, who was pierced by her sword. During the previous exchange, she noticed the heavenly demon aura on Su Yan. This aura was very pure even when compared to her own. No wonder when the two of them met earlier there was a special feeling. Turned out that there was such karma. Now she was a little regretful. If she had known that the Cerberus would come, she would not have blocked his path just now. She would have let him directly enter the spatial teleportation array and leave this place. Although the other side of the spatial teleportation array was also a dangerous place, it was better than encountering the Cerberus. She was a core disciple of the Limitless Demon sect. Although she was not the son of demon, she had a high status and a noble identity. Therefore, she naturally knew about the Cerberus. This Cerberus had lived in the Limitless Demon sect for many years. Back then, when the sect master of the Limitless Demon sect personally came, the entire Limitless Demon sect respected this Cerberus, and even treated it as an elder. Although this Cerberus rarely made a move, the real core figures knew how powerful it was. In the past, the Limitless Demon sect guarded a star field, and a void beast once descended. Back then, the void behemoth was extremely terrifying. The Boundless Demon sect thought that a Tao Venerable had gone there directly, but he still couldn't defeat it. He was even injured by the void behemoth. Until now, the fifth vice sect leader was still in seclusion. Later, when this Cerberus appeared, he revealed his true form and directly fought with the void beast. In the end, he killed the void beast and even devoured it. This Cerberus usually maintained the appearance of a cute puppy, but if one really thought that it was just a cute puppy, then one would be courting death. He was very resourceful and could find information related to fate. Although it was only scattered information, when it came to fate it was supreme. Even the sect master of the Limitless Demon sect did not have this ability. This time when the Cerberus appeared here, she no longer had any hope for Su Yan. Su Yan was indeed powerful, but that was within a certain realm. It was just that the realm decided everything. Just like now, even if he had two powerful high-level demonic beasts, he could only use his sword to kill himself. She sighed and was about to leave. But right at this moment the weather changed. A terrifying lightning pillar fell from the sky. The previous Cerberus was already full of divine might, but under this lightning pillar, his might was instantly swept away. The condensed giant palm also disappeared at this moment. The Cerberus's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Why is the heavenly might changing at this time? As the saying goes, the heavenly might is unpredictable, but why would it change for no reason? He raised his head, wanting to look at the sky. After this, between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds rolled, and high in the sky, a huge eye seemed to appear. This eye was so terrifying that even the Cerberus was already trembling at this moment. In the face of such majesty, even he could only tremble and be subdued. He did not know why the heavenly might appeared, but his intuition told him that the appearance of the heavenly might was most likely related to these two demonic beasts, or to be more precise, Su Yan. This ghost mask brat. He directly used his sword to kill himself. This action was already very strange. According to his intuition at this time, his best choice was to directly leave this place. But the opportunity to become a sacred beast was right in front of him. Whether it was the oriole or the double-winged sky tiger, they were both powerful demonic beasts with extremely high bloodlines, and had the appearance of a sacred beast. If he missed today, he did not know where to find such powerful demonic beasts. Although the Limitless Demon sect could provide him with information about other powerful demonic beasts, those that could be found were extremely terrifying super-existences, and even he could not provoke them. The tip of the Cerberus's nose twitched, and then a determined look flashed in his eyes. Forget it, if I miss today's opportunity, then I will completely miss this opportunity. When that time comes, everything will be too late. Under the temptation of becoming a sacred beast, he finally gave up the idea of leaving directly and wanted to pounce on the two demonic beasts. He already had a plan in his heart. As long as he increased his speed to the extreme, then he could directly bite a demonic beast to death in an instant, and then devour it. His first choice was naturally the Oriole. The Oriole's strength was slightly weaker, and it would be easier for him to devour it. However, right at this moment another lightning pillar descended. Even the powerful Cerberus was unable to stop its mind from being captured by this lightning pillar. At this moment, he looked in the direction of the lightning pillar, and only then did he realize that the lightning pillar's target was actually the brat in the closet. Seeing that the lightning pillar was about to reach Su Yan's body, the surface of Su Yan's body suddenly glowed with a faint light. Compared to the powerful lightning pillar, this light was so weak and dim, like the difference between the bright moon and the light of a firefly. Chapter 871. Female Literature. However, the mighty and majestic divine lightning was unable to do anything to the light at all. Su Yan's body was not damaged at all when the lightning struck him. Instead, the light on his body began to become more and more resplendent. Damn it, there's indeed something strange about this ghost-faced brat. At this moment, his heart was palpitating with fear. This extremely terrifying and powerful aura that was comparable to heaven's might made him very uneasy. Damn it, I have to be quick, otherwise it'll be terrible. This ghost-faced brat is indeed the child of destiny. Thinking of this, he directly pounced towards the Oriole. His speed had already reached the pinnacle. However, there was a ray of light that was even faster than him. The moment his body approached the Oriole, the sword light suddenly exploded. The terrifying power turned into a whirlwind that rushed towards him. The hellhound released a terrifying hellfire, wanting to burn the sword chi. However, the tragic thing was that not only was the hellfire unable to destroy the sword chi, but it was also directly sucked into the sword chi. The sword chi did not lose its momentum and directly charged towards the hellhound. Ah! At this moment he let out a painful roar. He never thought that he would actually be burned by his own hellfire one day. After a long time, the terrifying aura finally passed. He managed to break free from this violent power. At this moment, the enormous hellhound was actually injured. Just how frightening and unimaginable was this? However, the truth was right in front of his eyes and he had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, Blue Moon was already dumbfounded. She originally wanted to leave, but she happened to be alarmed by the heaven's might, so she stayed here. Therefore, she had seen everything that had happened earlier. After the lightning struck, Su Yan, who was originally lying on the ground, suddenly floated up. The scarlet longsword gradually withdrew from his body. The hellhound suddenly attacked the Oriole. At that time, the ghost-faced brat only lightly waved the scarlet longsword in his hand. It was a casual attack that was like swatting a fly. However, it was this casual attack that shocked Blue Moon to the extreme. At this moment, the sword light materialized and slashed towards the Cerberus. Under this sword light, the powerful hellhound was actually wounded. Blue Moon had witnessed the terrifying strength of the hellhound with her own eyes earlier. In front of the hell dog, the two demonic beasts could be said to be unable to withstand a single blow. However, such a powerful Cerberus had actually been injured by a single sword strike. She had fought with Su Yan before, so she was very familiar with Su Yan's situation. Although Su Yan was powerful, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight against the hell dog. It wasn't that he wasn't a match for the hell dog, but that he didn't even have the qualifications to fight. However, in reality, Su Yan had directly injured the Cerberus. How did he do it? She knew that this must have something to do with Su Yan's self-destruction, but she couldn't figure out the mystery behind it. At this moment, the Cerberus was no longer paying attention to the Oriole and the winged sky tiger. It wasn't that it didn't want to, but it couldn't. At this moment, it felt an extremely terrifying gaze land on its body. The moment the gaze landed on it, its hair stood on end. Fear. It knew that it was feeling afraid right now. However, how many years had it been? How many years had it been since it had felt such emotions? However, it actually felt afraid today. Of course, it didn't feel the slightest shame at this moment. In the Cerberus worldview, fear was never a shameful thing because it was only when one was afraid that they could live longer. Back then, that powerful ancestor was ultimately killed because he was fearless. However, it couldn't figure out what had happened. At this moment, it suddenly felt that its actions this time were a little too rash. After so many years of smooth sailing in the limitless demon sect and being worshipped by that group of people, it gave it a kind of blind confidence. It felt that there was nowhere in this world that it couldn't reach. Therefore, he clearly sensed that Grimace had many destinies guiding him. It was very likely that he was the legendary child of destiny, but he still made a move on him. In his subconscious mind, he didn't take this seriously at all. However, at this moment it was already regretting it. The strength of the child of fate was undoubtedly reflected at this moment. It was certain that this was definitely not Su Yan's own strength. That sword chi made him feel a lingering fear, even though he managed to avoid being strangled by that sword chi. Although it had avoided the sword chi, it still couldn't forget how terrifying the attack just now was. In the face of this sword chi, its hellfire was directly sucked in by the sword chi, and turned into a powerful force that killed it. If it wasn't for the fact that the sword chi was released in a hurry and didn't have enough momentum, it even felt that its head would have been separated from its body, and it would have died on the spot. Therefore, at this moment it was truly apprehensive. At this time, drizzle after drizzle fell from the sky. After the heavenly thunder, it was a downpour. For some reason, the rain seemed exceptionally heavy when it fell on its body. As for the Cerberus, it became even more frightened at this moment. At this moment it noticed that a gaze had fallen on it. It looked at Su Yan, only to find that the ghost-faced kid's body began to become blurry. This made it feel even more uneasy. It was a powerful existence, but at this moment it couldn't see a person's figure clearly. This could only mean that the other party was more terrifying than it had imagined. At this moment, Su Yan gently raised his hand and landed on the mask. What an ugly mask, but it's interesting. An almost mechanical voice came from Su Yan's throat. It was stiff, but it was also extremely majestic. At this moment, its heart was beating non-stop. You actually woke me up. Looks like it's because of you. The Cerberus clearly heard this voice. The Cerberus had experienced countless battles. It grew from a young monster to its current state, so it was natural that it had fought countless battles. It had even devoured void beasts before. Therefore, its heart had long been incomparably firm. However, at this moment it began to tremble just by hearing this voice. This was truly a terrifying voice. No, it could even be said to be a demonic voice. At this moment, its pupils suddenly shrank because it found that the ghost-faced kid had already appeared beside it. What kind of terrifying speed was this? He didn't even feel the slightest ripple in space. Since I've awakened, I should at least see some blood. What a pity. But it's not bad. I haven't killed a hell creature for a long time. Although it's just a Cerberus, it's enough. This murmur was like a sleep talk, but when it stopped in the Cerberus's ears, it made it feel extremely painful. Even just by hearing its voice, the Cerberus felt that it was being baptized by an extremely powerful and terrifying sword chi. Previously, the Cerberus was still a hunter, but now it had become a prey. Such a change naturally caused him to be unable to restrain his anger. Without any hesitation, it spoke directly, and then an extremely terrifying aura directly dissipated at this moment. It was the Cerberus's hell ray of extinction. It was a destructive power that was even more powerful than the double-winged celestial tiger's ray of destruction. At this moment it directly burst out this attack, which was what it did instinctively. That violent power directly impacted Su Yan's body. This kind of power could even kill a powerful monster, and even a Dao master would be seriously injured if he appeared here. However, at this moment Su Yan was unscathed. The moment before this ray of light arrived, a faint light directly appeared around his body. It was the appearance of this light that directly blocked that terrifying power. That was sword chi. Although this sword chi didn't directly impact it, the Cerberus could feel the power to destroy heaven and earth from it. At this time it didn't dare to be careless. It directly howled and then directly flew towards the sky. But at this time, how could Su Yan let it leave so easily? You want to leave now? If that's the case, then it's really too unfair to me. He raised his hand as he spoke. A ray of sword chi flew out in an instant. The powerful and scorching sword chi directly bombarded its body. The Cerberus directly let out a miserable howl. Although this ray of sword chi was not able to penetrate its body, it had already caused it great pain. This was the result of its body being protected by a layer of hell's flame. However, after this attack, its hell's flame had been greatly extinguished. Obviously, if there was another attack, it was uncertain whether it could withstand it. What was worse was that although the sword chi did not pierce its body, the extremely strong power of pain was constantly exploding in its body. The sword chi directly penetrated its body through its skin and flesh. Roar, light of hell's flame. At this time, the Cerberus directly roared at the sky, and then spat out the most dazzling ray of light. The surging flames actually transformed into a huge wheel of wind and fire at this moment. The power of this windfire wheel was extremely terrifying. He was sure that even a human Tao master would be severely injured by this windfire wheel. However, now he didn't have the luxury of being able to hurt Su Yan at all. His only hope was to escape this place. The Cerberus's intelligence was extraordinary. In a short time, he had already planned an escape route. That was the space transmission formation. Chapter 872. Female Literature. Even the Hellhound could only think of escaping at this moment, not fighting to the death. He cherished his life after all, even though he would lose the best opportunity if he escaped now. However, as long as he was alive, there would always be opportunities. He had already waited for so long, a little more time wouldn't make a difference. However, he wanted to leave, but Su Yan wouldn't let him. No, it should be said that Godslayer wouldn't let him. Godslayer was a reality, and it had to destroy something. Therefore, the sword chi was even more violent. The huge aura suddenly fell. Everything was constantly being compressed by this sword. The Hellhound was struggling to hold on. At this moment, more and more wounds appeared. The Godslayer sword's power was too strong, and its destructive power was too terrifying. That kind of boundless power wanted to destroy and drown everything in its path. Ow, you can't go all out. Do you really want to kill everyone? The Hellhound's thoughts were directly transmitted. He would say this because he was afraid. Because of fear, he threatened. Ha ha ha, kill everyone? I like this word. I want to kill everyone now. What can you do to me? You little dog, still struggling at this time? The Godslayer bloomed with light, attracting endless heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning originally came to kill the Godslayer sword, but when it reached the sky above Su Yan, the heavenly lightning directly changed direction and went toward the Hellhound. At this moment, the Hellhound was wailing in his heart. Such a terrifying scene was enough to make him despair. The terrifying heavenly lightning struck his body, and even his body trembled. How could the Hellhound, who hadn't even reached the level of a holy beast, resist the terrifying heavenly might? Ow, ow, ow! The Hellhound roared, and Su Yan laughed wantonly. You can't kill me, you can't kill me, I have the protection of the ancestral spirit. Heaven can't kill me, and the earth can't bury me. At this moment, a light flashed out from his body. It was just as he said, and also as he said. Heaven can't kill me, and the earth can't bury me. At this moment, a terrifying soul floated out. That was the ancestral spirit. The super Hellhound who had once dominated the world, almost becoming a divine beast. The ancestral spirit appeared leisurely, like a withered leaf in the wind. Although they were like withered leaves, the moment the ancestral spirits appeared, the world became desolate. Even this terrifying heavenly thunder was directly bounced away at this moment. It was clearly the divine might of heaven and earth, but at this moment the violent lightning seemed to be so weak. Blue Moon raised her head, engraving this scene in her mind. This was the strength of a great divine ability expert. They could control the wind and thunder of the heavens and earth, and control the might of the heavens and earth. His every move was like the law of the land. From Su Yan's mouth, that dry and mechanical voice sounded once again. Hellhound ancestral spirit? That's good, that's good. I've already killed a god, so I don't mind having one more dog. At that moment, Su Yan's body was incomparably dazzling. Vaguely, he seemed to have transformed into a sword. It was the sharpest and most powerful sword in the world. It was the God-slaying sword. The sword was named Godslayer because it had already slain a god. Therefore, this sword was incomparably powerful, possessing heaven-defying divine might. His terrifying power was on full display at this moment. Is it impossible for the heavens to destroy me? Then let me. Sword light flickered, countless times more powerful than that terrifying heavenly might. The terrifying power fell on the ancestral spirit in an instant. At this moment, the hellhound's heart was desolate. He never thought that this sword would be so powerful. Even the ancestral spirit began to tremble at this moment. He was fearless and even dared to kill void beasts because of the ancestral spirit's protection. As long as the ancestral spirit existed, the soul would be immortal. Although the powerful hellhound had been killed by the great demonic dragon in the distant past, his ferocious power was still there. As long as the ancestral spirit was not destroyed, there would be a chance for it to be resurrected in the future. When hell descended in the future, the ancestral spirit would be resurrected and sweep everything away. At this moment, heaven and earth were endless. Everything began to be buried and destroyed. However, at this moment the ancestral spirit began to tremble under this sword. At this point, the hellhound did not dare to delay at all. Originally, he wanted to rely on the spatial teleportation formation in Golden Horse City to leave directly, but it was too late now. Spatial tear. At this moment, he directly channeled the power of the ancestral spirit and forcibly tore the space. The space shattered and turbulence descended. Endless trees began to sway at the same time. In the end, the trees, which were so thick that it would take 10 people to wrap their arms around them, were uprooted in an instant and flew directly into the air. In just a short while, they were swallowed into the spatial turbulence. Even though he was the hellhound, he was not a sacred beast, so he could not accurately locate the space. This time, although the space was torn, he did not know where the other side would be. Perhaps the other side of the space would be green mountains and rivers, which would be the best. However, it might not be a lava volcano, which was extremely terrifying. However, the hellhound now knew that if he did not enter the space, he would be directly killed by this ghost face. Therefore, there was no need to choose at all. He directly crashed into the spatial turbulence. At this moment, Su Yan was still laughing wildly. "Little dog, are you trying to escape? Dream on." He slashed out with his sword, and the terrifying crimson crescent directly shattered everything. Even the spatial turbulence was directly shattered by this sword. This kind of power was truly lawless. The moment the hellhound had just entered the spatial turbulence, the terrifying sword intent had already passed through it. The spatial turbulence gradually closed, but one could vaguely hear the hellhound's painful howls. Obviously, this sword was enough to leave an extremely deep impression on him. When the spatial turbulence finally disappeared, Su Yan stood in the sky. Of course, the one controlling this body was not Su Yan, but Godslayer. Oriole and Double-Winged Sky Tiger were also trembling at this moment. At this moment, they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Godslayer had reappeared. Back then, they were subdued by Su Yan like this. Thinking back, the Godslayer sword had directly killed the Evil Eye Tyrant, which was comparable to a sacred beast, and suppressed the Blood-Winged Flying Dragon, Double-Winged Sky Tiger, Oriole, and Sea-Splitting Demonic Snake. After a while, Su Yan spoke. "The two of you are not bad." He pointed 2 fingers, and 2 rays of sword chi flew directly toward Oriole and Double-Winged Sky Tiger at an unimaginable speed. The speed of the sword chi was simply unbelievable. Oriole and Double-Winged Sky Tiger did not even have time to react before the powerful sword chi had already entered their bodies. At this moment, the 2 giant beasts were somewhat uneasy. However, in the next moment, this uneasiness turned into surprise. This was because after the 2 rays of sword chi entered their bodies, it did not cause any harm to them. Instead, it began to repair their bodies. When fighting with the hellhound, the extremely powerful and terrifying hell chi had entered their bodies. Why was the hellhound's combat power so terrifying? Most of the reason was because of the terrifying hell chi. The hell chi was not tolerated by this world and was repelled by the laws. However, it was precisely because of this that its lethality was incomparably terrifying. Even these 2 demonic beasts would suffer unspeakably under the impact of the chi of hell. Even if they could get rid of it in the end, they would definitely suffer greatly. Fortunately, under the sword chi, the hell chi was completely neutralized. Although the chi of hell was powerful, the god-slaying sword had killed even the gods, let alone a mere chi of hell. After the sword chi neutralized the hell chi, the powerful sword chi began to strengthen their bodies. How terrifying was the Godslayer sword! And the 2 rays of sword chi were the result of his meticulous planning. At this moment it was naturally even more terrifying. When the power began to spread out from the 2 monsters' bodies, the 2 monsters were pleasantly surprised. This was not just a short-term benefit, but an incomparably long-term effect. The two rays of sword chi each turned into a seed that was deeply buried in the two monsters' bodies. At every moment, the powerful sword chi would temper them, causing them to become even more terrifying. In just a few moments, everything was over. At this moment, Su Yan directly jumped onto Double-Winged Sky Tiger's back. "Since you've already awakened, take a good look at this world," Su Yan said softly. Of course, this was not Su Yan's will, but God Punisher's. To God Punisher, Su Yan was just a scabbard. If he was in a deep sleep, then the scabbard would naturally move around as it pleased, and God Punisher would not care. However, at this moment, since he had already awakened, then everything had to be done according to his will. As the scabbard, Su Yan had no right to speak. "It seems that a guy actually betrayed me. How interesting. Let's go, Big Tiger. Let's go take a look." The Godslayer sword chuckled. Previously, in the Sea of Consciousness, Su Yan was trapped in the formation. Then he began to call for the Blood-Winged Flying Dragon and the Sea-Rending Demonic Snake. Because the Sea-Rending Demonic Snake had devoured the Void Beast, it had begun to transform. He sank into the deep sea and had completely fallen into a deep sleep. It was like a human cultivator's closed-door cultivation. If he succeeded, then his strength and bloodline would increase, and he would reach the heavens in a single step. If he failed, then he would be stuffed to death by the terrifying Void Beast's power and completely disappear. Therefore, he could not feel Su Yan's call. However, on the other side, it was interesting. He had clearly received Su Yan's call, but he had chosen to reject it. As a demonic beast, the Blood-Winged Flying Dragon had actually rejected Su Yan's call. No matter what, this was betrayal. Logically speaking, he had already given his heart's essence blood to Su Yan, so he could not betray him. This was because Su Yan only needed a thought to kill him directly. However, there were no absolutes in this world. There were always exceptions. The Blood-Winged Flying Dragon dared to do this because it had obtained an opportunity to sever the connection with the heart's essence blood. When the Godslayer sword's power erupted, the Blood-Winged Flying Dragon was the first to choose to submit. He even helped Su Yan suppress the Double-Winged Sky Tiger, forcing the Double-Winged Sky Tiger to submit to Su Yan. However, at this time, the Blood-Winged Flying Dragon was also the first to choose to betray him. If the owner of this body was still Su Yan, then he might have just let it go. Firstly, the Blood-Winged Flying Dragon was too powerful. It would not be easy to defeat him. After all, he dared to betray him, which meant that he was not afraid of the suppression of the heart's essence blood. Chapter 873. Female Literature. Secondly, Su Yan was completely focused on the limitless demon sex demon sacrifice. He had no time to care about it. However, things were different now. The one controlling this body was not Su Yan, but the Godslayer sword. The Godslayer sword was such a proud existence. How could it allow betrayal? How could it accept betrayal? To it, Su Yan's matter was nothing. If it was in a good mood, it would naturally help Su Yan. However, it was a pity that at this moment, it was not in a good mood. The winged tiger could feel its master's anger. Therefore, it did not dare to be negligent at this moment. At this moment, he let out a low roar and flew off into the distance. Godslayer had already sent a sliver of his will into his mind, so he knew exactly where he should go. Of course, he could feel God Punisher's wrath, so he didn't dare to resist. Moreover, God Punisher had sent the sword chi into its body, which benefited it greatly. Therefore, it was completely convinced by God Punisher. It was extremely fast. Countless scenes were constantly changing as it flapped its wings. At this moment, the Oriole followed closely behind. These two monsters were actually very powerful. If it was not for the fact that the hellhound they encountered today was even more powerful, they would not have been in such a sorry state. Half a day later, they had already flown beyond the sea. Above the sea, isolated islands were scattered all over. It was a free scenery. However, God Punisher was not here to enjoy the scenery. To him, all the scenery in this world was nothing. He was too powerful. Because he was powerful, he was high and mighty. It was impossible for a high and mighty person to put such a scene in his eyes. This was not an ordinary group of islands because there was an extremely tyrannical aura on each island. It was because of the existence of this aura that everything in the surroundings was so different. Obviously, the blood-winged dragon lived in this group of islands. "Come out, traitor." At this moment, Su Yan's cold voice spread out. There was no hysteria. Instead, it was a kind of mocking joy. His voice was not loud, but it spread across the entire group of islands like thunder. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying roars continued. At this moment, even the oriole and the winged tiger felt a little uneasy. Those roars were the roars of giant dragons. If it was just one or two giant dragons, then with their combat strength and bloodline they would not be afraid. However, with so many roars at the same time, it was enough to make people afraid. Obviously, this was the place where the giant dragons gathered. In other words, this was Dragon Island. The Dragon Clan. These two words were synonymous with power. There was even the word dragon transformation in the realm of human cultivation. If they were to be surrounded by so many dragons, even the oriole and the winged tiger would fall. What's more, in this place there would definitely be a powerhouse of the Dragon Clan. That was definitely a sacred beast or an even stronger existence. Right now they hadn't grown up yet, so they couldn't possibly be a match for the holy beast. However, their master's existence. After a short while, the dragon's roars were still ringing out incessantly. At this moment, God Punisher was so angry that he laughed. "You don't want to come out? Fine, then I'll destroy the islands one by one. Anyway, I'm already disgusted with these roars." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword chi immediately descended. This sword chi was incomparably majestic, comparable to thunder. Even if it was a small island, if it was hit by this sword chi, it would definitely be destroyed. There was no luck to speak of. It was at this moment that an extremely strong roar suddenly rang out. It was an angry roar. Then a powerful force burst out. It was an extremely terrifying blood-red light. The blood-red light came across the sky as if it could destroy everything. The powerful blood-red light directly collided with the sword chi. Then, an extremely dazzling and resplendent explosion immediately occurred. The blood-red light offset a part of the sword chi. However, it was still not enough. The sword chi was too powerful. When the sword chi fell on the island began to collapse. Although it was not a big island, it was destroyed just like that. The power of this sword was a little too strong. The blood-red light showed its shape. It was the blood-winged dragon. God Punisher looked at the blood-winged dragon calmly. Then he suddenly laughed. "Not bad, not bad. You've already reached this level. You're not far from that hellhound. You've also obtained the Dragon Clan's secret technique. No wonder you dare to betray me." God Punisher's voice sounded in the sky above Dragon Island. The blood-winged dragon looked at the human who was laughing. Its heart was still filled with fear. Of course, there was also incomparable anger. Of course, it remembered this aura. At that time, under such a terrifying aura, it had no choice but to submit. However, it was still a dragon after all. Even if it was not a pure-blooded dragon, it still had the blood of the dragon race in its body. The dragon race had always been arrogant. How could it be willing to be the slave of someone else? The blood-winged dragon was very ambitious. In order to escape from Su Yan's control, it came directly to Dragon Island. Fortunately, Su Yan did not dare to summon it because of the conflict between blood essences. This gave the blood-winged dragon more opportunities. After it came to Dragon Island, it went through a lot of hardships and finally met the powerful leader of the dragon race. After many pleas, that lord was finally willing to help it. With that lord's help, its strength increased by leaps and bounds. Moreover, that great one even directly took action, severing his essence blood hand. Of course, severing the blood essences was a difficult process. Could not be done so easily. However, it was enough for the blood-winged dragon. Just like this time, it directly rejected Su Yan's summons. Moreover, if Su Yan died, it would not be too much of an impact. However, it did not expect that this person would come directly to Dragon Island. "I am the arrogant blood-winged dragon. I will never submit." At this moment, the blood-winged dragon directly transmitted its thoughts. God Punisher sneered. "Arrogant? I don't see the slightest bit of arrogance in you. But forget it. I don't want to waste my breath with you. Since you betrayed me, then die." The Godslayer sword was extremely domineering. Could even kill gods. Why would he care about a blood-winged dragon? Since this evil dragon was courting death, he would fulfill its wish. Things were that simple. At this moment he slashed out with his sword. The sword chi immediately became the only thing in this world. Everything fell silent at this moment. Such power was simply earth-shattering. Even though the blood-winged dragon's strength increased rapidly, there was still a limit. Right now, its strength was still not comparable to the Hell Dog. However, even the Hell Dog was in such a sorry state in front of God Punisher. How could it fight against God Punisher's sword chi? It roared in anger, wanting to use its own energy to block the attack. However, before its attack could gather, the sword chi had already arrived beside it. The terrifying sword chi was simply too terrifying. In just an instant it had already slashed its way onto its body. Ignorant fool. The deity-slaying sword slayed the heavens and killed the gods. Its murderous intent was so strong that it was simply unimaginable. Su Yan didn't care about touching the sword at all. He knew very well that if he touched the sword, he would be tainted by the murderous intent. But now the sword was already independent. There was no way he could control it. So what if it was the blood-winged dragon? In front of the Godslayer sword, there was no room for him to struggle. When the sword slashed its way onto its wing, it immediately caused excruciating pain. Half of its wing had already been torn off. Such a sword chi was simply godly. Its power was frightening. It still won't do. The scabbard is still too weak. If it was just a little stronger, your entire wing would be gone. God Punisher's face was filled with murderous intent as he stared at the blood-winged dragon. But it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of one more or one less. His long sword moved again. Immediately, an even more powerful sword chi burst forth. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon already knew how powerful it was. At this moment it no longer had the guts to block Su Yan's sword chi. It screamed out in the dragon language, "Grand Elder, save me!" It clearly knew how powerful God Punisher was. On Dragon Island there were a few powerful dragons. Some of them were even more powerful than itself. But at this moment, the only one who could hope to fight against this Godslayer was the Grand Elder who was sleeping on Dragon Island. It was also because of that old ancestor that he was able to tear his contract apart. At this moment, under the pressure of death, it had no choice but to ask for help from the Grand Elder. At this moment, there were already hundreds of dragons flying into the sky. With hundreds of dragons flying in the sky, its might was absolutely unimaginable. Dragon Island was indeed one of the most dangerous places in this world. But of course that was only for the other races. If one were to barge in here and be hunted down by hundreds of dragons, they would definitely die. But at this moment the blood-winged dragon once again spoke in the dragon language. "Go disperse." It knew how terrifying God Punisher was. It was even more fearful of God Punisher's strength. At this moment, it didn't dare to let the hundreds of dragons near it. Against God Punisher, numbers were meaningless. Other than increasing the number of casualties on Dragon Island, it wouldn't be of any use at all. At this moment, a few powerful dragons began to roar, causing the other dragons to retreat. These dragons were the most powerful existences. They flew directly to the side of the blood-winged dragon. "Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous on Dragon Island?" The next black dragon roared at Su Yan. God Punisher, who had taken control of Su Yan's body, sneered, "You don't deserve to know my identity. I'm here today to kill the traitor. Of course, if you're willing to let me bathe Dragon Island in blood, I have no objections." Chapter 874. Female Literature. That was how God Punisher was. He pressed forward step by step, leaving no chance for others. At this moment his power was terrifying. He took a step forward, and a layer of ripples appeared in the sky beneath his feet. The ripples spread out, and the Black Dragon King was immediately shocked when he saw this. He did not have time to think and directly spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. He could feel the terror of the ripples. Those were spatial ripples. If he was not careful, even the powerful body of a dragon would be directly cut in half. At this moment, his expression had become extremely ugly. "Damn it! Do you really think the dragon race is easy to bully?" Of course, the dragon race was not easy to bully. In any era, giant dragons were mythical existences. They were mysterious and powerful, and had all kinds of terrifying innate abilities. However, in the eyes of God Punisher, that was the case. What a joke, what a pity. He had no interest in listening to the wails of the weak. His rule was very simple, and that was one word: kill. If one felt that it was unfair, then one could come and kill him. Of course, if one wanted to kill him, one had to have enough ability. Since you want to interfere, then you can only die. His sword chi spread out again. This sword chi flew in the air. And in a moment it had changed, and in the end, it became an extremely terrifying aura. It seemed like thunder and lightning were rolling, and it also seemed like endless light was falling. Within the sword chi, there were thousands of phenomena. If it was not for the fact that he was relying on Su Yan's body and could not unleash his own power to the extreme, the power of this sword chi would be even more terrifying. At this moment, the sight before them had already caused those few powerful dragons to be completely flabbergasted. When the blood-winged dragon arrived, they knew that this guy had probably caused trouble. However, they did not expect that this killing intent would be so terrifying. This kind of power was really enough to destroy heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, a flame suddenly appeared from the void. The flame surged into the sky and rolled over, directly blocking the terrifying sword chi. At this moment, everything was constantly rolling. Ancestor! At this moment, all the giant dragons exclaimed. They all knew that the ancestor had finally made his move. There was no need to say much about the ancestor's strength. His power was terrifying, comparable to that of a god. All of the dragon clan worshipped this ancestor from the bottom of their hearts. Terrifying flames and sword energy continued to surge, causing everything around them to tremble. It could be seen that there was already an irregular hole where the two of them had clashed. Such power was simply heaven-defying. At that moment, the power of the flames suddenly surged, and even the god Punisher was forced to take half a step back. What incredible power! Old dragon, why don't you come out and show me what you've got? Otherwise, I'll slaughter all of your descendants. God Punisher was used to being overbearing. This old thing actually dared to interfere at this moment. In that case, he would directly kill this old thing. It was at this moment that boundless dark clouds appeared in the sky. It was as if day and night had been reversed in an instant. Such a terrifying change in weather was simply too shocking. It was hard to imagine that such a change would occur at this time. However, when he looked up, he realized that it wasn't dark clouds that covered the scorching sun. Instead, it was a huge shadow. Dragon. Only those who saw the shadow would know how terrifying the scene was at that moment. The boundless shadow vividly displayed the majesty of the giant dragon. The oriole and the winged celestial tiger were already large enough. The blood-winged wyvern and the black dragon's bodies were even larger. Unfortunately, compared to the dragon clan in the sky, they were simply small ants. You're not in your complete state. You shouldn't be so presumptuous at this time. The voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that directly impacted the Godslayer sword. At this moment, the Godslayer sword's heart was also in turmoil. You old dragon, you actually know of my existence. This moment he was also shocked. For this old dragon to be able to say such words, it was obvious that he knew of him. However, the Godslayer sword's existence could be traced back tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if the dragon clan had a long lifespan, they definitely wouldn't have lived for so long. At this moment, the boundless shadow dissipated, and day and night turned into day. At this moment, the huge dragon shadow disappeared, and an old man in gray clothes appeared in the sky. God Punisher raised his head. He wasn't surprised by the old man's change. The evil sword Cold Jade had already taken human form, so it could do the same if it wanted to. Not to mention the dragon clan, who had become the spirit of all living things. However, to be able to do this, the old dragon's cultivation base could be imagined. Of course, I know the name of the Godslayer sword. However, I can't let you do what you want to do today. If you want to kill the dragon's descendants, then come at me if you have the ability. If this old man isn't strong enough, it's meaningless to be killed by you. This time, the old dragon was determined to protect the blood-winged wyvern. Although he was not a pure-blooded dragon. However, the blood-winged wyvern's bloodline rank was also extremely high. When it matured, it could become a holy beast. Just this point alone was enough to surpass the majority of the dragon clan. Naturally, he would want to protect a member of the dragon race. If he couldn't protect them, then it wasn't his ability. At this moment, Godslayer's expression was solemn. What the old dragon said was right. After all, he was not at his peak. If he was at his peak, killing a dragon like this would not be a big deal at all. Of course, if he really wanted to kill this old dragon, he could just release himself from Su Yan's body and use all the power he had accumulated to complete the kill. However, that was the problem. He couldn't do that. This old dragon had obviously expected this. The Godslayer sword used Su Yan's body as its scabbard because it wanted to find a way to transcend from Su Yan's body. If it couldn't transcend, then no matter how strong it would still be a sword. Even if it was a divine sword, it would still be a sword. If it chose to give up now, then all of its previous efforts would be for naught. Godslayer sword, if you leave today, then the Dragon Clan will do you a favor. However, if you insist on doing so, then you and I can fight it out. This Dragon King seemed to have already defeated the Godslayer sword. He was certain that the Godslayer sword would not dare to fight him head-on. Humph, you old dragon, who do you think you are? Do you really think you can defeat me? Today I'll let you know what true power is. The Dragon King was certain that after his words, the Godslayer sword would definitely leave. After all, no matter how one looked at it, if the Godslayer sword chose to fight to the death at this time, there would be no benefit. Moreover, it would be the kind of fight that would only cause harm. However, at this time the Godslayer sword chose to make a move. Using Su Yan's body, the Godslayer sword slashed out, godslaying sun and moon. When this sword appeared, the originally bright sky became even brighter and more dazzling at this moment. At this moment, the extremely intense light fell directly at this moment, as if it wanted to devour everything. The endless light was born and extinguished. It was simply indescribably powerful. After seeing this sword, the old man that the Dragon King had transformed into trembled. At this moment he had a new understanding of the Godslayer sword's domineering power. However, since he dared to say that before, he naturally had the confidence to back it up. At this moment, he directly clawed and condensed. At this moment, a huge dragon claw immediately appeared in front of him. The power of the dragon claw was boundless, as if it had walked to the end of the mountains and rivers at this moment. The light was so bright that it was incomparably dazzling. The power that had reached its peak turned into a terrifying aura that could shatter mountains and rivers, directly slashing at the god-slaying sun and moon sword. It was also a manifestation of energy. The Hellhound was already very powerful, but the Dragon King was even more terrifying. The dragon claw was covered with dense scales, as if it wanted to devour everything. Godslayer sword, I've already said that right now, you're just a broken sword, so I'm not afraid of you. This old Dragon King was also a domineering master, and at this moment, he did not care about the Godslayer sword at all. Clearly, he wanted to rely on his terrifying cultivation to forcibly suppress the Godslayer sword. The terrifying power of the two sides met directly, and suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted. Under such power, all light began to be born and extinguished. This boundless power could be said to be the limit of heaven and earth. As the power fluctuations spread out, the scattered dragon islands began to tremble at this moment. This kind of terrifying sign frightened the dragons living on the dragon island. The dragons were indeed the most powerful existence in this world, but unfortunately, not every dragon was a powerhouse that defied the heavens. Haha, old dragon, if that's how you are, then don't blame me for killing your dragon descendants. At this moment, Godslayer's arrogant figure burst out again. This cold mask did not have the slightest bit of power, because how could the powerful Godslayer sword use Su Yan's own power? This was a kind of arrogance. Therefore, at this moment, everything about Su Yan had been suppressed by him. At this moment, the power of the Godslayer sword continued to skyrocket. Humph, since you want to fight, then let's fight to our heart's content. At this moment, Su Yan's right hand began to transform. In the end, his right hand turned into a sword, and this sword was directly connected to the Scorching Sun sword. The holy sword had a spirit, and was very powerful in itself, but in the end, it was still unable to bear the full power of the Godslayer sword. The gap between the holy sword and the holy sword was unimaginable. However, at this moment, he forcibly connected Su Yan's body to the holy sword, so that the Scorching Sun sword could bear more of the Godslayer sword's power. Humph, this is more or less enough. At this moment, his sword aura suddenly exploded, and the violent power twisted, and countless sword rain directly rushed toward the Dragon Islands. Just as he had said, he was going to slaughter the descendants of the Dragon clan. Chapter 875. Female Literature. The power of such a strike was earth-shattering. The scattered rain of swords was even more powerful than the Taihang ninefold sword formation back in the Taihang sword faction. For a powerful existence like the blood-winged wyvern, such a strike was naturally nothing. However, even on Dragon Island, how many dragons could reach his level of strength? And how many dragons could survive the onslaught of the rain of swords? The black dragon and the blood-winged wyvern roared at the same time, wanting to stop the rain of swords. However, they were powerless. They could protect Dragon Island behind them, but the rain of swords was spreading in all directions. On Dragon Island, the dragons all felt fear. The threat of death was like a long needle stabbing at them fiercely. At this moment, they all understood that the situation they were in was extremely dangerous. If they were really pierced by these terrifying things, they would definitely die. Not all dragons were fearless of death. Just like that day, when the blood-winged wyvern faced the powerful Godslayer sword, it could only bow its head. If the Dragon King had not made a move and forcefully severed its contract, it would still be Su Yan's slave. Therefore, in an instant the dragons roared together. At this moment the Dragon King was truly enraged. He did not expect the Godslayer sword to be so daring as to directly attack his dragon descendants. Because of this, he was immediately enraged to the extreme. Of course, he also knew that the most important thing at this moment was to save his dragon descendants. Therefore, at this moment, he directly made a move, and a terrifying flame dragon's breath appeared. The flame split into countless small dragons in the sky, and all of them charged towards the rain of swords. However, at this moment, the Godslayer sword's chi flashed again. "Old thing, I'd like to see which reptile you can save." At this moment, he once again slashed out with his power. That terrifying power constantly trembled at this moment. A huge sword ray suddenly appeared, and then directly pierced towards the Dragon King. At this time, if the Dragon King chose to save the dragon's descendants, he would have to bear the brunt of the sword. At this moment he had used almost all of his strength in this attack. The power contained within was even more terrifying. When such power flew out, it was as if it could destroy everything. Even if it was the Dragon King, he would most likely lose half of his life if he were to receive this blow. One must know that the Dragon King's strength was already incomparably powerful at this point. In such a state, he would either not be injured, but once he was injured, it would be extremely troublesome. If he really only had half a life left, then so be it. He was afraid that in the end he would lose his life. At this moment, Su Yan's radiance was trembling non-stop. Of course, that wasn't Su Yan's own power, but the terrifying destructive power of the Godslayer sword. Just as the Dragon King was caught between a rock and a hard place, a voice suddenly rang out. "Fire Dragon King, how can you be distracted while fighting the gods? Take this blow well and leave the rest to me." Before this voice had even died down, endless waves suddenly surged in the boundless sea. In less than a breath's time, the terrifying waves were already thousands of feet high. At this moment, the waves directly turned into a huge curtain. The appearance of the curtain meant that it would devour everything. In the end, the sword chi of the Godslayer sword was unable to do anything. The huge waves directly blocked the sword chi. At this moment, Godslayer was also surprised. There's actually a second Dragon King. In the Dragon clan, those who could be called Dragon King were all powerful existences above the sacred beasts. The sacred beasts were the human Tao sovereigns. The Dragon clan's strength was indeed terrifying. At this moment, a second Dragon King had appeared. The Dragon King that Godslayer was fighting was a powerful fire dragon. His flames were ever-changing and filled with endless mysteries. The flame demon from the Inferno world was blessed with the ability to control fire. However, he might not be able to compare to this Dragon King. From this, it could be seen that the Dragon clan was truly a clan blessed by the heavens. At this moment, the Water Dragon appeared. The Water Dragon King's strength was able to block the attack of the Godslayer sword at the same time. It could be seen that it was also an extraordinary being. Such a powerful existence was really too terrifying. Even Godslayer frowned at this moment. Facing a Dragon King, he was not afraid. He could even kill it directly. However, two Dragon Kings were already different. At this moment, he was still in Su Yan's body. unless he wanted to give up Su Yan's scabbard. Otherwise, he could only escape at this moment. The two of you leave now. At this moment, he directly transmitted his will to the Oriole and the winged tiger. In such a dragon island, these two demonic beasts were no longer of any use. In front of the powerful dragon clan, they could not gain any advantage at all. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yan directly asked these two monsters to leave. As for himself, he had to face the most powerful challenge. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King had also seen through Godslayer's intention. How dare you offend the Dragon Island? All of you must die. Following his angry roar, a bright power directly rushed into the sky. It was a terrifying flame power. The flame split into two and rushed towards the two demonic beasts at the same time. The speed of this power was fast and urgent. If this flame caught up with the two monsters at this moment, they would probably die at this moment. At this moment, the Godslayer sword's chi moved again. The boundless sea water was directly summoned by it, and then turned into an extremely sharp long sword. The long sword moved, killing the heavens and earth. Under such a powerful force, everything was directly suppressed. Humph, damn thing. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. The Godslayer sword chi finally destroyed the fire dragon directly, and the winged tiger and Oriole had already left. At this moment, a huge water column directly rushed into the sky, and then a person directly appeared. It was also an old man, and seemed to be no different from the Fire Dragon King. However, at this moment, Godslayer knew that it was also a dragon clan, and it was a powerhouse on the same level as the Fire Dragon King Dragon King. Godslayer sword, since you've come here today, there's no need for you to leave. Our dragon clan just happens to need a powerful divine weapon to suppress the heavens and earth. This was his will. This Water Dragon King was really bold. At this moment, not only did he want to block the Godslayer sword, but he also wanted to suppress the Godslayer sword directly, and then refine it into a treasure of the dragon clan. With such thoughts in mind, even if the Fire Dragon King had stopped, he would still be terrified. At this moment, Godslayer suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting, this is really interesting. You two old dragons are really in a hurry. You actually want to suppress and refine me. Today, I'll tell you that you're the ones who should be suppressed and refined. Today I'm going to slay a dragon. The Godslayer sword chi became even sharper. At this moment, Su Yan's skin began to change a little. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to be more like a sword. When he said that he wanted to slay a dragon, he definitely wasn't just saying it. If he didn't care about anything, he indeed had the ability to kill a dragon king directly. At this moment, the Water Dragon King chuckled and then said, "It's not easy for the two of us to refine you, but what if all 7 dragon kings come out?" At this moment, he directly sneered. At this moment, Godslayer's face also darkened. All 7 dragon kings came out. What a terrifying lineup it was. It was the strength of 7 Tao masters. At this moment, the Godslayer sword was in a terrible state. If he wasn't careful, he could really be refined directly. Su Yan's pupils had completely changed. In the deepest part of his pupils there was no light at all. Instead, it looked like a long sword. That was the sword spirit of the Godslayer sword. The Godslayer sword was able to reach this level today. It was simply legendary. He had already weathered countless storms and waves. Back then, he had accompanied his master on expeditions everywhere. What kind of enemy had he not seen? Not to mention 2 mere dragon kings, he had encountered even more terrifying existences. However, it was different now, because at this moment he was not his original body. Moreover, he was still residing in the scabbard. He had to make a decision for the scabbard. If he forced a battle at this time, there would only be one outcome. Su Yan would be directly killed by the 2 dragon kings. Moreover, if the 7 dragon kings really came here directly, he was afraid that he would really be in danger. After all, the so-called dragon kings were all above holy beasts. When they first became holy beasts, they were on par with human Tao masters. However, at the peak of holy beasts, they could fight with venerable sovereigns. Moreover, their chances of winning were much higher. The 2 dragon kings in front of him had only just become venerable sovereigns. However, if an even more powerful one appeared, then it would be even more difficult for him. If he continued to fight like this, Su Yan's body would collapse. 7 dragon kings? Humph, sooner or later, I'll slaughter your dragon island. At this moment he slashed out 2 more times in a row. The powerful sword chi caused the wind and clouds to change color. However, this terrifying power was all blocked by the 2 dragon kings. Roar to be able to suppress the Godslayer sword and become the sword of the dragon clan. I'm so excited. The 2 dragon kings roared. At this moment in a distant place another powerful aura appeared. It was the aura of a giant dragon. The Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King felt this at the same time. The Water Dragon King raised its head and at this moment, a violent power surged out. Endless light immediately rushed towards Su Yan. At this moment Godslayer also understood that he could no longer stay. Otherwise he would be in danger of dying. Today's the end. However, Dragon Island, I will remember this. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly rushed into the sky. However, at this moment suddenly, a violent dragon breath appeared in the sky. Why are you in such a hurry? Accompanied by a rolling voice, the dragon breath suddenly rushed into Su Yan's body. Chapter 876. Girls' Literature. Dragon's breath rolled over. The terrifying dragon's breath was neither flames nor water droplets. It was an extremely frightening energy. The flames were already extremely frightening, but the dragon's breath was even more powerful. At this moment the dragon's breath suddenly arrived, as if it directly tore a hole in the edge of the sky. The power of the explosion rolled down, directly attacking Su Yan. Godslayer sword, what harm is there in staying here today? Our clan's Lord Dragon God is about to awaken. As the Dragon God's sword, you will have supreme glory. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King and Water Dragon King directly spat out dragon's breath. At this moment, the 3 dragons' breaths hit Su Yan's body at the same time. Even if an extremely frightening energy fluctuation directly appeared around the Godslayer's body, forming a protective shield, it made his body constantly tremble. The power of the 3 dragons' breaths bombarded his body at the same time. No matter how powerful he was, he could not withstand it at this time. Rumor has it that the Godslayer sword can destroy everything. Who would have thought that it would waste time for 2 monsters? How interesting. This was the voice of the 3rd Dragon King. They could all see that if the Godslayer sword wanted to leave, there was no way they could stop it. However, if it had left at that time, then the double-winged tiger and Oriole would not have been able to escape. That was why it deliberately stayed at that time and then continued to attack. At this time the 3 Dragon Kings arrived. Although they could not win, it was enough to delay the Godslayer sword. After all, at this time, the Godslayer sword was not in its original form. It had entered Su Yan's body. In the sky, the thick dark clouds became even gloomier. It was as if the sky had been covered by a thick fishing net. Godslayer sword, today you will be suppressed here. Why don't you reveal your original form and have a good fight? If the Godslayer sword revealed its original form, then its power would definitely become stronger. However, the Dragon Clan had other means. The reason why the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan helped the Blood-Winged Wyvern was not just because of his outstanding talent, but because of karma. There was an expert in the Dragon Clan who understood karma and directly plotted against the Godslayer sword. This clan was really powerful. For so many years it had always been a legend. The Dragon Clan was so powerful. How could they be willing to remain silent? However, the Dragon Clan had a super powerful dragon god strategizing. It was just that the dragon god's fate was full of misfortune. Back then, a great war broke out in this world, and the Dragon Clan played an extremely important role in that war. Unfortunately, at that time the Great Devil Dragon had appeared out of nowhere. The powerful Great Devil Dragon had actually seriously injured the dragon god. This time, no one knew if the Undying Divine Dragon was the one who had started the plot. The only thing that was certain was that Godslayer was in big trouble. At this time, Su Yan directly sank into Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Brat, wake up! Su Yan had used the sword to kill himself earlier to awaken Godslayer. Although Godslayer had awakened, it still made Su Yan suffer a lot. Su Yan's self-consciousness fell into a deep sleep. The Godslayer sword naturally had its own intentions. It had been difficult to wake up, and it was a good thing for it. It had suffered a heavy blow in the ancient times. This time it had to recover. Therefore it needed more time to move around. However, It did not expect that it would be the Dragon Clan's scheme to kill the blood-winged wyvern that had betrayed it. The Godslayer sword had a spirit, and its intelligence was also unparalleled. He immediately figured out everything. This was definitely the Dragon Clan's scheme. These Dragon Clan members had put in a lot of effort. In order to prevent the Godslayer sword from sensing their auras from the very beginning, these Dragon Kings had spread out. The Fire Dragon King was overseeing Dragon Island, while the Water Dragon King was hidden deep under the sea. The other Dragon Kings had rushed over when they received the news. With the Godslayer sword's remarkable ability, it definitely had the intuition to avoid danger. But this time he actually didn't feel anything. It was obvious that someone had blocked the mysterious trajectory. However, it was fine to be schemed against by others. At his level, he was open-minded. Hatred was naturally engraved in his heart. The most important thing now was to find a way to break it. "Wake up!" he shouted again. This time the Godslayer sword directly used its self-consciousness. Su Yan's consciousness was immediately awakened. When Su Yan woke up, he discovered that there was a dusky figure in front of him. However, as soon as Su Yan woke up, he knew that it was the Godslayer sword. The Godslayer sword. Su Yan was shocked at first. When the Godslayer sword was in control of this body, he knew nothing about the outside world. At this time the Godslayer sword directly said to Su Yan, "All right, Su Yan, let's not waste time talking nonsense. You just need to know that you and I are in an extremely dangerous situation." He directly pointed his finger, and everything flashed through Su Yan's mind like flowing water. "What do I need to do?" Su Yan asked directly. He was not an idiot. Since the Godslayer sword had awakened him at this time, then there must be something he could help with. Very smart. "Right now, I really do need you and me to work together. These old dragons are working together to scheme against me. If we're not careful, you and I will be doomed eternally. It's fine if it's me. I've been through countless deaths and I still have the power to protect myself. But you're different, so I don't need to say more about the seriousness of the situation." Su Yan immediately nodded. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he had the heart of the great demon dragon in his body meant that these dragons would definitely not let him go. "Let's not waste time talking nonsense," Su Yan said again. He did not know what this guy was thinking. Even at this time he still had so much nonsense to say. The Godslayer sword did not care about Su Yan's attitude. "Sword soul. There's a sword soul in your body. I need its power." The Godslayer sword's words made Su Yan's heart sink. Long ago, he had suspected that the Godslayer sword entering his body was probably related to the regal sword soul. However, at that time he did not understand at all. The Godslayer sword was so powerful, and although the regal sword soul was unparalleled compared to the Godslayer sword, it did not seem to be much. "Your regal sword soul contains the rules of heaven and earth that I have never seen before, so it's extremely precious to me. Let's work together. For now, let me temporarily control the regal sword soul and merge with this sword soul. This will let my understanding of the rules of heaven and earth rise to another level." The Godslayer sword could release at this time was not very powerful. At least, this kind of power was not enough to let him escape from the attacks of the 3 Dragon Kings. If he did not escape at this time, when the 7 Dragon Kings arrived, he would really have no chance at all. Hearing this, Su Yan frowned at first. The regal sword soul was his foundation. It had almost merged with his soul. If he let him control the regal sword soul, it was equivalent to letting him control his own soul. This was a very dangerous thing to do. "Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. I will teach you the Godslayer sword technique. I know that you have many powerful techniques, and they are all first-class things. Moreover, you seem to have obtained a powerful sword technique from the sword soul, but this is far from enough. If you can merge my Godslayer sword technique with the sword technique in the sword soul, then you will definitely be able to walk a new path." At this point, Su Yan was already a little tempted. Just as he said, if he could completely master this sword technique and then integrate it, then he could create a new and different domain. However, he still had concerns in his heart, which was the previous point. At this time the Godslayer sword immediately understood his concerns, so it said, "I know you are worried, but you don't need to worry. I can't take over your soul. Do you know why the red sword box was able to seal me back then?" When the Godslayer sword said this, Su Yan's heart suddenly moved. He immediately knew that what the Godslayer sword was going to say next was the secret of the Godslayer sword. The material that the red sword box was made of was a fragment of me back then. My sword body, even at my level, still has flaws. That is, it is limited by the body. In the battle back then, my whole body was shattered, leaving only the sword will, but I never thought that there would still be fragments. This fragment was collected by the people of the Stupa sect and forged into the red sword box to suppress my will. So, as long as the red sword box exists, then I can't have an independent soul and I can't attack the red sword box. At this time, the Godslayer sword told Su Yan its Achilles heel. However, Su Yan was also shocked. The Godslayer sword was so powerful, but during the ancient war it was still beaten to pieces. One could only imagine how fierce the war back then was. At this time the Godslayer sword said, "The war back then is not something you can understand now. Make a decision quickly, I can't hold on for much longer. If you hesitate, then we will all be in trouble." "Okay, I promise you." In fact, at this time, Su Yan had no choice but to gamble. "Also, when I start to use my power, do your best to stimulate the Great Demonic Dragon's heart. The Great Demonic Dragon's power has the ability to suppress these insects. Also, you don't have to worry. After this, I will use the Regal Sword Soul to suppress the Great Demonic Dragon's will. I won't let the Great Demonic Dragon's will dominate your body." After the Godslayer sword finished speaking, it directly went to Su Yan's Regal Sword Soul. At this time, Su Yan directly urged the Regal power and began to fuse it with the Godslayer sword. Su Yan and the Godslayer sword communicated for a few breaths of time. During these few breaths of time, the Godslayer sword was in even more danger. Its protective light could not last much longer. More importantly, in a distant place, the aura of the fourth Dragon King could be felt. Chapter 877. Girl Literature. If the fourth Dragon King arrived, the Godslayer sword and Su Yan would have no chance at all. This made the three Dragon Kings feel a lot more at ease. But at this moment, a divine light bloomed in Su Yan's eyes. This radiance was even more terrifying than before. The dragon breaths of the three Dragon Kings were instantly blown away. Damn it, how can he still have such power? Although the three Dragon Kings were comparable to Dao Masters, they were still the strongest among Dao Masters. Any one of the Dragon Kings could be compared to Xuexingchuan. But at this moment their combined attack was directly blown away. Good chance, Su Yan, quick! The Godslayer sword borrowed the power of the revered sword soul to elevate its power to another level, finally breaking through the suppression in an instant. This moment it could already leave. But with the Godslayer sword's personality, how could it accept being schemed against like this? At this moment, it let Su Yan activate the power of the Great Demonic Dragon for this very reason. "Su Yan, today you and I will work together to kill the Dragon King." His speed reached the maximum in an instant, and he directly rushed toward the Fire Dragon King. The Godslayer sword was extremely domineering, and as soon as he had the chance, he immediately launched a counterattack. The Fire Dragon King was the most arrogant of all the Dragon Kings, so he would directly kill the Fire Dragon King. Su Yan received the Godslayer sword's thoughts and immediately began to use the Great Demonic Dragon's aura. At this moment, the Great Demonic Dragon's heart beat violently. After Su Yan broke through the dragon breaths of the three Dragon Kings, he directly rushed toward the Fire Dragon King. The Fire Dragon King was not surprised but delighted. Being able to break through the seal of their dragon breaths had already surprised them. If the body controlled by the Godslayer sword chose to flee, it would not be good for them. After all, they were not confident that they could catch up to it. But now he actually wanted to kill him. If it was any other time, he would still be a little afraid. But now that the Dragon King was here, he just had to endure for a while, and there would be no danger at all. With his strength, it was still possible for him to get through the beginning. After all, although he was at a disadvantage when fighting the Godslayer sword, he didn't lose in the end. Quick, surround and kill him. At this moment his will leaked out. But it was at this moment that Su Yan, who was wearing a ghost face, had already reached his depth. At this moment the Fire Dragon King spewed out terrifying flames. At this moment, the endless flames directly transformed into a strange dragon shield. I'd like to see how your outdated divine sword is going to unleash my raging flame revolving dragon shield. This item had taken him countless years to finally condense. Although it was a shield, it was actually more like armor. It could be changed according to his will. It took him so many years to condense countless precious materials, so it was naturally no small matter. It would not be much of a problem to block the Godslayer sword's attack. But just as he was full of confidence, a powerful black aura suddenly appeared. That aura was very strange and very terrifying. The moment it appeared, it broke through the aura of the raging flame revolving dragon shield. This was something he did not expect at all. How is this possible? What kind of aura is this? That powerful force kept rolling at this moment. Under his horrified gaze, the raging flame revolving dragon shield was gradually broken. At this moment, the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand turned into an extremely terrifying stream of light. Old dragon, you're courting death. Don't blame me. That powerful force kept rolling at this moment. At this moment, the shadow in the sky settled down, and that terrifying light kept changing. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King could not believe it at all, because the Godslayer sword had already pierced into his body. This is the Great Demonic Dragon. The Great Demonic Dragon's aura. At this moment he finally felt it. Although he had never seen the Great Demonic Dragon in his life, there were memories of it in their bloodline. At least you have some knowledge. But it's a pity that you still have to die. God Punisher's voice was so cold. That Fire Dragon King still could not believe it at this moment. How could he die? His body was so tyrannical, so strong and sturdy. But under such a sword, his life force was fading away. You dare to plot against me, so you naturally have to pay a price. The sword aura rushed into the Dragon King's body. Even the Dragon King began to collapse under the terrifying power of the Godslayer sword. At this moment, Su Yan's hand directly pierced into the Dragon King's body. I'll take your dragon heart. The Godslayer sword was indeed bold. At this moment, it actually dug out the Fire Dragon King's heart. After doing all this, he immediately left. In just a short while, those Dragon Kings had already arrived, and terrifying dragon auras directly rushed over. Although Su Yan's body had already left, at this moment, he still felt some impact. But in the end, these Dragon Kings did not leave the Godslayer sword behind. The terrifying sword aura of the Godslayer sword flashed and directly broke through space, then directly entered it. Before leaving, the Godslayer sword's voice directly sounded. Those who betray me will be killed by me. Those who plot against me will definitely regret it. Its voice was even a little arrogant. But this time it escaped in the end. The Dragon Clan, a powerful clan, had finally failed to keep the deity-slaying sword after all their painstaking calculations. Moreover, although God Punisher did not kill the blood-winged wyvern this time, it killed the Fire Dragon King. Compared to the Fire Dragon King, what was the blood-winged wyvern? Countless giant dragons roared continuously, feeling sad because their Dragon King had fallen. But unfortunately, their sadness had no meaning, and their anger could not be vented. At this moment, Su Yan finally left quietly. At this moment in Su Yan's consciousness, the Godslayer sword appeared in front of him again. But this time it was even more gloomy. I've already said that I'll impart the Godslayer sword technique to you, so I'll definitely do it. The Godslayer sword suddenly flashed, and then directly transmitted a thought. When this thought appeared, Su Yan suddenly felt a terrifying sword intent directly suppress him. At this moment, he almost thought that the Godslayer sword wanted to kill him directly. But he quickly calmed himself down. Because at this moment, he already knew that this was not the Godslayer sword that wanted to kill him, but it wanted to manifest its sword intent. The so-called Godslayer sword technique was not a fixed method at all, but a sword intent. If Su Yan could really master this sword intent that could slay a deity, then his cultivation of the Tao of Swords would definitely reach a new peak. Of course, he also knew very well that this sword intent was really too terrifying. He wanted to fully interpret this sword intent, and even turn it into his own, who knew how much effort he would have to put in. Of course, at this moment he was also fearless. After experiencing so many dangers and so many deaths, if he did not even dare to face this difficulty, then there was no need to talk about controlling his own fate. This time, although I escaped and killed the Dragon King this time, it didn't do me any good. Instead, it wasted too much power, so at this time I've become very weak. And I have to tell you that it's not just me but you too. In order to be able to use more power, I forcibly changed the structure of your body with the Supreme Sword Chi. Although this can allow you to erupt with incomparable power in battle, after the sword chi dissipates, it has already caused a lot of damage. At this moment he directly told Su Yan the truth. In fact, even if he did not say it, Su Yan could already feel it. At this moment the injuries he suffered were too severe. Such a power attack almost took away Su Yan's life. No matter how powerful Su Yan's body was, it was definitely unable to withstand such a monstrous distortion. However, he also knew that at that time he did not have the right to choose. The Godslayer sword was extremely domineering, so at this moment, he naturally would not do something like admitting his mistake. He said, "I know that you have 3 hearts in your body, and each of them was set up by a big shot, so such a heavy injury will not cause you to die. And this time I've also given you compensation, which is this Fire Dragon King's heart. Before you fall asleep, I'll seal the power of this Fire Dragon King's heart directly into your body and let you slowly absorb it. Before you can completely digest this energy, your strength will definitely increase rapidly." Su Yan's cultivation had already increased very quickly, but if he had this Fire Dragon King's heart, then the increase would definitely be even faster. At this moment Su Yan's situation was not good, so what he needed the most was a realm. At this point, the Godslayer swords had begun to gradually weaken. This was also a blow to him. He did not expect that after so many years of reincarnation, he would be schemed against by a few dragon kings. He was a powerful existence that had killed a true god. Back then the sword's body was directly melted by the divine blood because he had killed a true god. And in the end, only a small fragment was left in the scarlet sword case. But it was also because of this that his sword intent became even more ferocious. If the sword intent recovered to its peak and completely healed the damage caused by the divine blood curse, then it would definitely become extremely powerful. However, at this moment he still had not recovered. So today's battle had already caused him to accumulate and consume so much. At this moment he had no choice but to continue to fall into a deep sleep. Of course, this was also a brand new opportunity for him, because this time he temporarily controlled the revered sword soul. Naturally, he would not tell Su Yan that the Godslayer sword saw a brand new path from the revered sword soul. Chapter 878. Female Literature. Su Yan's current state was definitely unprecedentedly bad. Just as the Godslayer sword said to him, when the sword chi left his body, he was almost crippled. His body and physique had been distorted. Of course, his strength was still very strong. Even at this point he had already turned the situation around. But at this time if he wanted to recover it would take a long time. More importantly, he was still in the middle of the spatial turbulence. The spatial turbulence was constantly surging. The power of the Fire Dragon King's heart was sealed into his body by the Godslayer sword. Even for Su Yan at this time the power of the Fire Dragon King was enormous, like a huge treasure trove. If it weren't for the power of the Fire Dragon King constantly nourishing Su Yan's body, Su Yan would be in an even more miserable state. In just an instant the sound of space shattering was heard again. Obviously this time Su Yan was out of danger again. At this time the will of the Godslayer sword had completely dissipated, and Su Yan's body was once again under his control. But at this moment it wasn't exactly true to say that he was in control, because he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. If there was a word to describe Su Yan at this time it would be dispirited. Su Yan didn't know where he was at this time. He could only feel the waves gently licking his body, and a bone-chilling power was seeping into his body. This coldness came from the seawater. But even if his body was extremely weak at this time, even if he had almost lost all his strength, no matter how weak Su Yan was, the essence of his body was far beyond that of ordinary people. So at this moment it was impossible for him to feel cold. But at this time he felt like this, which could only mean that there was something strange about the seawater. At this moment all the scenes once again appeared in his mind. Under the dominating power of the Godslayer sword, he and the Dragon King began their battle. The powerful dragon aura was so terrifying. Even though the Godslayer sword was an extremely terrifying existence, compared to the Dragon King the difference was too great. This difference was not in terms of combat power but in terms of physique. The reason why the Godslayer sword was having such a hard time in this battle, and needed to use the revered sword soul in the end, was because Su Yan's body was not strong enough. If Su Yan's body was strong enough, the Godslayer sword wouldn't have to worry about him. Neither he nor the Godslayer sword would be in such a miserable state. Su Yan knew that he absolutely could not lie in the sea forever. Otherwise, the cold air would directly penetrate into his body. If it were any other time, it wouldn't matter much if the cold air entered the body. But at this time it was different. At this moment he was injured, and his body could not be stimulated too much. Su Yan took 2 deep breaths, and then used all the strength in his body to make his body squirm. Indeed, at this time he was already extremely pitiful. His body could only be described as squirming. Usually he would never have thought that he would be so miserable. However, Su Yan had never been a person who liked to complain. Instead, he had the mentality of since he was already here, now that he had reached this point, there was no way to complain. Since complaining was useless, he would work hard to move forward. In the face of survival, people could always explode with great potential. Moreover, this person was Su Yan, who often struggled on the edge of life and death. It took Su Yan half an hour to cover the short distance of 20 meters. It was only when he was really far away from the sea that he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the situation at this time was still very dangerous. After all, the current situation was much better than before. At this moment, light footsteps were heard. Su Yan really wanted to know if the person who appeared was an enemy. Unfortunately, moving his body previously consumed too much of his energy. He had already woken up from a seriously injured state, and now his condition was even worse. Therefore, he completely lost his consciousness and directly fainted. At this moment, darkness replaced everything. There were a few women who came to Su Yan's side. They wore the same uniform, and were obviously disciples of the same sect. Moreover, these 5 women were all very extraordinary. Not to mention their beauty, just the unique aura that was emitted from their bodies made people know that they were definitely not weak in terms of cultivation. Among them, the leader was an expert in Dragon Realm level 7. Senior sister, this person is still alive. What should we do? At this moment, the most petite woman walked to Su Yan's side. She stretched out her hand to check Su Yan's breathing and felt his pulse. Immediately, she knew that Su Yan was still alive. Therefore, she directly asked her senior sister. Her senior sister pondered for a moment, then said, "Since he's still alive, let's bring him back. The Heartless Sea can't just leave him in the lurch. However, you must also pay attention to this person. If he wakes up, you must not let him do anything. Once his injuries have recovered, immediately send him away from the sea of despair." The Heartless Sea. If Su Yan was still conscious at this moment when he heard this, he would definitely be very excited. Back then, when he was on the Demon Island, he asked the woman called Xiao Qian for information about the love goddess. At that time, Xiao Qian told him that it was in the Heartless Sea. The Heartless Sea was a very mysterious place. Su Yan did not know where it was. However, he did not expect that he would actually end up in this place. Yes. Since their senior sister had given the order, they would naturally do as she said. They directly carried Su Yan and walked towards the inner part of the island. In the depths of the Heartless Sea, a beautiful woman was dancing with a sword in her hand. Her sword technique could not be considered exquisite, it was only ordinary. However, when she waved the sword in her hand, every move was filled with an indescribable rhythm. It was an indescribable principle. The women from before were also very beautiful fairies, and each had their own unique characteristics. In terms of appearance, this woman might not necessarily be better than them. However, there was a unique rhythm on her body. It was a type of aura. No one knew how to describe it, but if one saw it, they would be attracted to it. At this moment, a woman's voice rang out. "Junior Sisterlinger, your cultivation has improved rapidly. I'm afraid you'll catch up to me soon." Hearing this voice, Chu Linger stopped cultivating. This beautiful woman was Chu Linger. Back then, she was the palace master of the Monster Palace, a beautiful woman who was later taken away by the goddess of love. Back in the 5 counties, she was a very outstanding person. Among the younger generation, she was definitely a top figure. However, later on she disappeared, making Su Yan unable to pursue her. One of the reasons why Su Yan came to the 9 provinces was to find Chu Linger. After all, Chu Linger was already his wife. However, Su Yan had stayed here for such a long time, but he did not know how to find Chu Linger. He would never have thought that he would be so close to Chu Linger at this time. "Senior sister, you must be joking. Your cultivation has already reached the level of a two essences venerable, and I'm not even a venerable. How can I catch up to you? Chulinger chuckled. Although her senior sister's exaggeration made her happy, she was not someone who would be paralyzed by joy. She clearly knew how big the gap between her and her senior sister was. Her cultivation path was still very far away. At this time, the beautiful senior sister said, "That's because junior sister's background is not good. If you grew up in the passionless sea, then your cultivation would definitely surpass mine. Master's Book of the Unruffled Emotions is a top-secret technique in this world, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate. However, you were able to cultivate it to such a level in 1 or 2 days. If I'm not wrong, you should be able to reach the venerable realm in 1 or 2 days, right?" In the 9 provinces, the goddess of love's name was actually not known by many people. However, many experts knew another name, and that was the passionless fairy. These 4 words were extremely heavy for many experts, even Tao sovereigns. This was because the passionless fairy's cultivation was truly too profound. Moreover, her bloodline was passed down from generation to generation, and there would not be many conflicts with this senior sister. Generation after generation, the strength of the passionless sea became even more terrifying. Even the 10 great sects would not easily provoke them. Of course, even if they wanted to, it would be very difficult. This was because the passionless sea was simply too mysterious. It had always been hidden and did not interact with the outside world. After Chulinger came to the passionless sea, she began to cultivate diligently. She did not know if it was because of fate, or because her cultivation talent was simply too strong. In the sea of consciousness where she cultivated this cultivation method, she was able to do it in one go. In just a few years she had already pushed her cultivation to this point. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before her cultivation would rise to an even higher level. Just as the senior sister said, perhaps tomorrow or the day after, she would be able to start her tribulation to reach the venerable realm. The venerable realm was very important, as it was a true high-end battle force. Unless it was a heaven-defying existence like Su Yan, what was a dragon realm expert in front of a venerable? At this time, the senior sister was suddenly stunned. Chulinger asked, "Senior sister, what happened?" The sister Fu smiled and said, "It's nothing. When Xiao Dai and the others were patrolling, they found a man by the sea and brought him back. Xiao Dai's heart is too soft. She clearly knows that Master does not like men, but she still brought him back." Chapter 879. Female Literature. To this senior sister, being kind was not a good thing. To this senior sister, everyone could be a man-eating tiger. At this time, if one couldn't find their position, they would only put themselves in danger. This was the endless azure sea, so of course there was no problem. No one could be presumptuous in the endless azure sea, but if Xiao Dai was still like this outside, it would be dangerous. Junior sister, you should comprehend well first. Becoming a venerable isn't a small matter. This step is very important. The quality of the foundation is very important. I'll go take a look first to see if there's a spy. Sister Fu was still worried. She wanted to go take a look herself. Compared to those inexperienced junior sisters, her eyes were much sharper. She could quickly see through the man's intentions. If he was just an ordinary person in trouble, then the endless azure sea would not be so heartless. They would definitely let him go after settling him down. However, if this guy was someone with bad intentions, then don't blame her for being heartless. Xiao Dai couldn't bear to kill, but she couldn't go. At this time, Chulinger suddenly said, "Senior sister, I'll go with you. Coincidentally, there are some small problems with my cultivation, so I need to relax." Hearing Chulinger's words, she smiled and said, Okay, you're right. Sometimes when it comes to cultivation, more haste, less speed. Anyway, you're already a venerable. No matter what, the door is here and it won't run away. Then come with me. I know you came from the 5 counties and used to be a princess. I'm sure your vision isn't bad. Come with me. After Sister Fu finished speaking, she grabbed Chulinger's hand and walked towards the outer island. Su Yan was moved to the bed and the girls began to take care of him. But gradually, these women suddenly discovered that they were actually unable to get close to Su Yan. "Senior sister, what's going on? Why can't I touch his body?" The woman with the weaker cultivation immediately asked. At this time, the woman named Xiao Dai said, That's spirit qi. This man's cultivation is not bad. At this time, his spirit qi began to circulate on its own and heal his injuries. This man is also very powerful. When I checked his body earlier, I found that his injuries were unimaginably serious. I don't know how many bones in his body were displaced and some were even broken. But in just a short while, these injuries began to heal directly. At this moment, Xiao Dai was really surprised. She had never thought that a person's recovery ability could be so strong. It had only been a short while since they had discovered him, but his injuries had already healed by about 10%. This kind of self-healing speed was incomparably terrifying. However, this was also a good thing. Since she had already saved him, she naturally didn't want this young man to die just like that. At this time, there were other junior sisters outside the door, who helped her bring in the medicine and some healing tools. Senior sister Xiao Dai, so this man's cultivation should be very powerful? The woman from before asked. Xiao Dai nodded and said, "Of course he's powerful. If he wasn't powerful, even if his injuries were only half healed, he would have died." This was something that didn't need to be said. At this time, the woman still didn't fully understand, but since her senior sister said that he was powerful, then he must be really powerful. However, was it really a good thing to wake up such a powerful man? What if this man wasn't a good person? What if he had evil intentions in his heart? At this moment, the young and pessimistic woman's imagination began to run wild, imagining all the possible things that could happen. At this time, Xiao Dai didn't pay attention to her junior sister's nagging anymore. Of course, what this junior sister said could happen, but she forgot that this was the Heartless Sea after all. There were many senior sisters with powerful cultivations here. Even though the master wasn't here these days, there were still many martial uncles. Although martial uncle Shi's cultivation wasn't invincible, not everyone could be impudent in front of them. Therefore, at this time she decided to save Su Yan. Thus, she began to quietly apply the needles. She was such a quiet person. When she began to calm down, it seemed that this senior sister also began to quiet down. Time passed little by little, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her delicate forehead. This time it was extremely difficult to apply the needles, because Su Yan's body was protected by a layer of spiritual qi. This spiritual qi was naturally a good thing in normal times. Even now it was still so. However, if she relied on Su Yan's own qi to recover, she was afraid that it would take a lot of time. More importantly, if she relied on instinctive recovery, many things wouldn't be very easy to solve, and it would even leave a lot of sequelae. Xiao Dai was a woman from a medical family. As the saying goes, doctors have a benevolent heart. This beautiful woman had a beautiful and kind heart. She couldn't bear to see someone suffer like this. Therefore, at this time she made up her mind to treat Su Yan. In order to let the golden needles smoothly enter Su Yan's body, she had to suppress Su Yan's spiritual qi. Fortunately, the spiritual qi at this time was only shallow. If Su Yan's spiritual qi exploded at full force, this woman definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Unknowingly, time passed. Under Xiao Dai's unremitting efforts, Su Yan's true qi became more and more flowing. In the beginning, the flow of true qi was simply dry. However, at this time it had become a smooth stream. However, this made a problem even more urgent. Su Yan's spiritual qi became more and more vigorous. Xiao Dai's spiritual qi was already somewhat unable to withstand it. This wasn't just a confrontation. She also had to spend time and effort to control the precision of the silver needles. This kind of treatment was the most exhausting. Suddenly she frowned. At this time a strong aura suddenly exploded. She only had time to scream before her whole body flew backward like a butterfly. It turned out that she couldn't withstand the strong force and was sent flying. How dare you hurt a disciple of the Palace of Cold Blood? At this time a cold and angry voice was heard. Then a strong qi directly passed through the door and bombarded Su Yan, who was lying on the bed. It turned out that Sister Fu had arrived at this time. It was also a coincidence that she came just in time to see Xiao Dai fly out. At this time, no matter who it was, they would think that Xiao Dai was injured, which was why she was sent flying at this time. Sister Fu had a high status among the many disciples. Moreover, her cultivation was profound. In the absence of the master and the secluded cultivation of the martial uncle, she was half the palace master. At this time she naturally didn't show any mercy. She directly hit Su Yan with her palm. This palm strike of hers was extremely powerful. Her cultivation was high to begin with. She was a venerable expert and a two essences venerable. Moreover, she had a preconceived notion that her junior sister was being bullied. Therefore, she didn't show any mercy when she attacked. However, at this time 2 voices sounded at the same time. Senior sister, please show mercy. One was Xiao Dai's voice, while the other was Chu Linger's voice. However, the palm had already struck out, and their cries were already too late. Sister Fu saw that Su Yan was still lying on the bed with his eyes closed. She immediately knew that she had misunderstood. However, she had already struck out with her palm, and it was impossible for her to retract her palm power. She secretly scolded herself for being reckless. However, at this time she had no other choice. Just when she thought that her palm would kill Su Yan, or at the very least, severely injure Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the unconscious Su Yan strangely turned around and dodged her attack. At this time, Su Yan's eyes were still closed. However, he actually dodged Sister Fu's attack. Seeing this scene, Senior Sister Fu was also bewildered. To be honest, she still didn't believe that this was real. This was because she was certain that Su Yan was still unconscious at this moment. However, the bed under Su Yan's body that had already turned into powder reminded her that she had indeed attacked. However, this young man had relied on his instincts to dodge her attack. Such an ability was simply unfathomable. She was extremely shocked. At this time, her expression turned ugly again. Of course, she didn't feel embarrassed because her attack was dodged. Instead, it was because of Su Yan. Even if he was unconscious, he could rely on his instincts to dodge her attack. Then, how strong was this man's battle awareness? People like this were all people who had experienced countless battles. After going through so many battles, there was no need to say anything to know that he was definitely a fugitive. While she was deep in thought, a figure had already walked to Su Yan's side. After dodging that blow, Su Yan was already lying straight on the ground. At this time he was still unconscious. The woman who walked to his side wasn't Xiao Dai, but Chu Linger. At this time, Chu Linger's expression was strange. There was joy, nostalgia, and worry. In short, all kinds of emotions appeared on her face at the same time. However, the higher the cultivation of the women in the Palace of Cold Blood, the more they shouldn't be like this. At this time, Sister Fu's expression was ugly. This man was Chu Linger's old acquaintance, and Chu Linger had feelings for him. When Master brought Chu Linger over, she vaguely knew some things about Chu Linger. However, when one cultivated the Jade Maiden's unruffled emotions, they would cast aside their feelings. However, looking at Chu Linger now, she didn't look like she had cast aside her feelings. At this time, the only thing she wanted to do was to kill Su Yan. Chu Linger was currently at the most critical moment of her breakthrough. If Su Yan were to affect her state of mind, then her cultivation would most likely be delayed. Chapter 880. Female Literature. Sister Fu's murderous intent rose, but Su Yan was still oblivious to it. Although he had instinctively avoided the previous attack, it was undeniable that his injuries had become more serious. Of course, if he was given enough time, he would be able to recover. Unfortunately, what he lacked the most was time. Sister Fu would not give him time. Sister Fu was a decisive person. Such a person was extremely confident in her judgment. In just a short period of time, he could already tell that his junior sister was deeply in love with the disciple in front of him. If she was just an ordinary person, this would not be a big deal. It could even become a story of an infatuated man and woman reuniting after a long separation. Unfortunately, this was the Sea of Cold Blood. In the Palace of Cold Blood, there was absolutely no room for romantic feelings. The Enchantress of Love was just another person's acne. Her real name was the Fairy of Cold Blood. Using Heartless as his name, it could be seen how much this person hated the current situation. In her opinion, this matter could not be known by her master. Sister Fu took great care of Chu Linger. Firstly, Chu Linger was extremely talented. These few days she was about to reach the venerable level. As long as she succeeded, the Palace of Cold Blood's strength would increase again. After all, it was not easy to reach the venerable level. Although there were many venerables in the Limitless Demon sect, they were all from different backgrounds. There were not many who were truly from the 3 great halls of the Limitless Demon sect. As for the other 10 great sects, they strictly followed their own traditions. At most, they would have some venerables. Moreover, Chu Linger's potential was extremely shocking. To her, becoming a one-origin venerable was not the end. Instead, it was just a starting point. As long as she was given time, she would definitely improve even more. Previously, the Fairy of Cold Blood had vaguely revealed that this junior sister had the potential to become a Dao Venerable. If the Palace of Cold Blood produced a Dao Venerable, then its strength would be unparalleled. Therefore, no matter what, she would not allow this man to mess with her heart. Furthermore, the Palace of the Cold-Blooded had a very heavy punishment for those who acted on their own desires. Although the Heartless Fairy was usually kind, she would never forgive anyone who crossed her bottom line. Even Chu Linger would not be accommodated. Chu Linger was usually very pleasing to her, so she naturally didn't want to see this happen. Instead of letting his junior sister suffer, he might as well kill the source of the cholera. This was her way of dealing with people. Even if little junior sister would hate her for this, she believed that little junior sister would understand her painstaking efforts. Moreover, as long as little junior sister could become a Dao master, so what if she hated him? Since she had already made her decision, she would not hesitate. This moment she directly attacked. A gust of wind flashed past and a cold light shot towards Su Yan's body. Even if this guy's battle prowess was shocking, she did not believe that he could dodge her cold star finger under such circumstances. Her attack was so sudden that Chu Linger couldn't react in time. By the time she realized it, it was already too late to stop her. However, at this moment, Xiao Dai unexpectedly made her move. At this moment, a small spirit disk of willpower appeared. The spirit disk seemed to flutter lightly, but in reality, its speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, it had already caught up with the streak of starlight. With a crisp sound, the spirit disk immediately dissipated. However, the spirit disk had finally done its job. The moment the spirit disk dissipated, the streak of cold light also slowed down and weakened. At this moment, Chu Linger suddenly attacked again, finally blocking the light. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" The two girls asked at almost the same time. Sister Fu naturally would not reveal her plan. She only said, "This man's origin is unknown, and he is clearly not an ordinary person. Perhaps he has ulterior motives towards our heartless sea. This kind of person should be killed." Her voice was cold. Previously, Xiao Dai had blocked her attack, but she did not have the slightest intention of stopping. She shouted, "Xiao Dai, don't attack anymore. I know that you have a kind heart, but in this world there are not many kind people, especially this kind of man. So you can't attack anymore." She understood Xiao Dai's temperament very well. She knew that this junior sister of hers was a kind person. Her previous attack was definitely not because she wanted to go against her, but because she could not bear to see her kill people. However, she was too kind. There were many things that did not go as she wished. At this moment, Chu Linger said, "Senior sister, please be merciful. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. Since I've already followed Master here, I've completely severed my past. It's just that he's an old friend of mine, so I was momentarily emotional." In the end, Chu Linger was a smart person. In just a moment, she had already guessed her senior sister's thoughts. She felt helpless in her heart. Of course she couldn't hate her. She knew that this senior sister of hers was doing this for her own good. Of course she also knew her own situation. Although the Heartless Fairy liked her a lot and wanted to pass on her legacy, there were some things that she would not back down on. Chu Linger glanced at Su Yan and sighed in her heart. Originally, she thought that she would never have the chance to see him again in this lifetime. Who would have thought that they would meet again at this time? This was truly a sin. However, perhaps it was fate that made fools of people. At this time it was better to reminisce than to meet. It was not that he no longer existed in her heart, but that things were different now. She was no longer the palace master of the Monster Palace, and Su Yan was no longer the young powerhouse who rose to prominence in the Monster Palace. In the world of the 9 provinces, Chu Linger's vision was far too long-term. When she was in the Monster Palace, her mother was still there. At that time, the Monster Palace already had many hidden dangers. However, she always felt that the sky would not fall. Her mother's cultivation was already at the top of the Monster Palace. Even in the 5 counties, there were not many who could defeat her. Unfortunately, the people of the Limitless Demon Sect came and took away Lulan from her mother's hands. Her mother was also seriously injured and died. At that time, she already knew that she had been too shallow in the past. In this world, danger was everywhere. What did her cultivation count for? After arriving in the world of the 9 provinces, the shock was even stronger, to the point that it made her despair. Chu Linger still had many fantasies about the past. However, in the face of reality, she finally gave up on the hope in the bottom of her heart. From then on, she began to cultivate with all her might. At that time, she threw away all the thoughts in her heart, leaving only the one and only in her heart. It was also because of this that her cultivation speed was very fast. Because at that time, her thoughts were too similar to those of the Palace of Cold Blood. In addition, her talent was very strong. When people who were obsessed with doing things with all their might, they would bravely move forward without any scruples. However, she never would have thought that at this time, Su Yan would appear in front of her again. Many times, if there was really no hope, then perhaps everything in the past would be forgotten. However, when that person appeared in front of you again, then not only would everything not be dull, but it would also become more intense. This was longing. Originally, Chu Linger thought that she had completely given up on it, but the moment she saw Su Yan, she realized that it was just to numb her. However, at this time she also realized one thing. That was, at this moment she absolutely could not reveal these emotions. What she needed to do was to deceive herself, and at the same time deceive her own senior sister. Otherwise, her senior sister would kill Su Yan. She could make herself sad and cry, but she did not want Su Yan to be hurt because of this. I no longer have the same longing for him as before, so please don't kill him, Chu Linger said very calmly, but with great determination. Sister Fu looked at Chu Linger. To be honest, at this time she did not want Su Yan to continue living. To be able to become a venerable, how could one be soft-hearted? Perhaps this was very unfair to this young man called Su Yan. But so what? Living in such a world, there was no such thing as fairness. She could only blame his bad luck for appearing in front of her. Unfortunately, now was the best time to kill Su Yan. If not for Xiao Dai's obstruction, Su Yan might have already died. But now, Chu Linger was looking at her like this. She wanted to continue attacking, but it was not good. Linger, you must remember your words. No matter what, you are a disciple of the Palace of Cold Blood. You must know the rules of the Palace of Cold Blood. Sister Fu looked at Chu Linger and said. Chu Linger nodded and then said with a smile, Senior sister, don't worry. I naturally understand. I will not let down Master's expectations. Just now, after seeing Su Yan, my state of mind had a breakthrough, so later I will go into seclusion to break through to the Venerable Realm. Hearing this, Sister Fu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, she knew that this was her junior sister's promise to her. The Jade Maiden Unruffled Love Manual was the top mental cultivation method of the Palace of Cold Blood. After mastering it, its power was immense. Similarly, unless a One-Origin Venerable had a special background, it would be very difficult for him to fight against a Venerable who cultivated the Jade Maiden Unruffled Love Manual. There was naturally a special reason why this cultivation method could make a cultivator so powerful. The most important point was the Unruffled Love Manual. Those who cultivated this cultivation method would see their own feelings more and more lightly. When they reached the Venerable Realm, this effect would become more obvious. Chapter 881. Female Literature. As long as Chu Linger really reached this level, then no matter how unwilling she was, she would not have any more thoughts. With such a declaration, she finally gave up on the idea of killing Su Yan. She was a smart person. How could she not know that if she insisted on killing Su Yan, it would only produce the opposite of the result? She had already missed the best opportunity, so there was no point in being stubborn. In the end, all she wanted was for her junior sister to cultivate peacefully. As for Su Yan's life or death, it really did not have much to do with her. At this point, she let out a long sigh and said directly, "All right, since that's the case, I won't do anything. But you have to remember your own words. You can't let down Master's painstaking efforts. Naturally, it's easy to ask for help from me, but Master won't do the same." After saying this, her gaze fell on Xiao Dai and then she said, "Xiao Dai, I know you have a pure nature, so I don't blame you. But you have to remember, when this man wakes up, let him leave immediately. Remember, don't tell her about Ling or..." Sister Fu looked at Xiao Dai very seriously. Xiao Dai said, Sister Fu, don't worry, I won't. She just did not want to see Su Yan get killed like this. As for the relationship between Chu Linger and Su Yan, she really did not want to care about it. After Xiao Dai agreed, the other girls also nodded. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan before finally leaving. The night was finally over. The next day dawn finally arrived. Xiao Dai went to Su Yan's room very early. Because Su Yan's condition was not good yesterday, she did not want to save Su Yan and let him die. So she came early in the morning to check on Su Yan's condition. Did you save me? Xiao Dai had just opened the door when a gentle voice entered her ears. She raised her head and found that Su Yan was sitting by the bed. Su Yan's expression was a bit tired, even a bit haggard. This was normal after all. He had suffered such a serious injury. In fact, at this time Su Yan woke up, which made Xiao Dai very surprised. Yesterday, she had already checked Su Yan's body and went to treat him. According to her most conservative estimate, it would take at least 5 days for Su Yan to wake up. However, in fact, it was only the second day that Su Yan woke up, which really surprised her. Since you have already woken up, you should know that your condition is very bad. Continuing to lie down is better for your body. Although he had woken up, it did not mean that his body had gotten better. If he directly got up at this time, it was very likely that it would affect his injury and make his condition worse. However, Su Yan smiled gently and said, "Miss, don't worry. My injury is no longer a big problem." As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, Xiao Dai immediately glared at him. "Nonsense, what do you mean by no big problem? Yesterday, your meridians were very messy. It is already a miracle that you can wake up today. How can there be no big problem?" She was proficient in medical skills and was very proficient in medical skills. She was extremely confident in her diagnosis. At this time, Su Yan's words were tantamount to denying her judgment. "Impossible, you don't know how serious your injury is. How can you recover from such an injury in such a short time? Hurry up and lie down." When she said this, her tone was full of toughness. At this time, Su Yan could only smile helplessly at this time. He knew that the other party had good intentions, so in the end, he obediently lay down. Xiao Dai came to his side, then pressed on Su Yan's meridians and began to check Su Yan's body. However, this check really surprised her. Su Yan's pulse was beating very steadily, and his breath did not have any turbulence. If she hadn't seen with her own eyes that Su Yan was indeed unconscious yesterday, she wouldn't have believed that Su Yan was seriously injured before. At this time, Su Yan's body was a little weak, but there was no discomfort at all. "Miss, I have already said that I am fine." In any case, Xiao Dai's persistence and seriousness left a good impression on Su Yan. "But how is this possible? Yesterday, your injury was so serious that you almost collapsed." Even now, Xiao Dai was still unwilling to believe that there was actually such a strong person in this world. At the beginning, his injury had been very serious, but it had recovered in just 1 or 2 days. Su Yan smiled and said, "Although this is indeed a little unbelievable, my body has always been stronger than other people's." Su Yan was naturally aware of his own body's condition. Although the appearance of the Godslayer sword had caused his body to suffer a lot of damage, there was no construction without destruction. His body was already very strong, so if he continued to strengthen step by step, there would be a limit. But this time, the injury his body suffered was so serious that it could almost be described as tragic. However, the Godslayer sword directly killed the Fire Dragon King at the last moment, took out his heart, and directly refined the strong vitality of the heart into Su Yan's body. A Fire Dragon King was more powerful and terrifying than an ordinary Dao Master. The vitality of his heart was so strong that it was simply unimaginable. Even now, the consumption of this vitality was not even 1/10 of it. Su Yan's body was already abnormally strong. When he was injured, his 3 hearts would beat at the same time, and then continuously send power into Su Yan's body. This made his recovery even more abnormal, and it was getting faster and faster. When Xiao Dai used the silver needle to guide Su Yan's recovery that day, she was already shocked by Su Yan's recovery power. But she didn't know that after she left, this recovery power became even more terrifying. Therefore, after only 1 night, Su Yan had already recovered. Of course, now he only recovered his body. He could stand up and walk and even run. But it was impossible for him to directly start a fight. If at this time Su Yan was surrounded by enemies, then Su Yan's situation would be even worse. Fortunately, the woman in front of him didn't have the slightest bit of malice towards him, and even saved him. But Su Yan himself didn't know that yesterday, he had already wandered around the gates of hell. If Xiao Dai hadn't stopped him, even if he didn't immediately die under Sister Fu's palm, his injuries would definitely be more serious. At this time, Su Yan immediately discovered that Xiao Dai's aura seemed to be somewhat weak. This definitely wasn't because she didn't rest well, but rather because she was injured. He immediately said with a serious expression, "What's wrong, miss? You're actually injured? Can you tell me who injured you? Although I, Su Yan, am currently weak, once I recover I will still have some fighting strength. If possible, I will help you end it." Su Yan didn't want to owe her a favor, but of course this was only one of the reasons. Moreover, this woman was able to bring back a complete stranger like him. So she was truly a kind person. To be able to make a move on such a person, she obviously wasn't a good person. At this time, Xiao Dai shook her head and said, "Half of my injuries are due to you. If you can kill yourself, then I won't have any objections." Hearing her words, Su Yan could only bitterly smile. Although he didn't know what had happened, this woman wouldn't lie to him. Since she said so, then it was most likely the truth. Since when had he become so impulsive, wanting to fight and kill without even understanding the situation? At this moment he began to warn himself that no matter what, he couldn't be so arrogant. However, after a while he came back to his senses. After talking with this woman for so long, he didn't even know her name. This was simply too much. As such, Su Yan directly asked, "May I ask for Mrs. name?" "That's right, I have a few spirit returning pills, which are holy medicines for healing injuries." The spirit returning pills were from the Taihang sword faction, and although they couldn't compare to the Huanjin pill, they were still extremely precious medicines. Of course, Su Yan didn't need them. He had the Dragon King's life energy in his body, which was more useful than any medicinal pill. "Just call me Xiao Dai. Your spirit returning pills are indeed quite useful. Since that's the case, I'll accept them." Xiao Dai's mind was clear, and she wasn't affected by many of the rules and regulations of the secular world. She loved medicine and yearned for the way of alchemy, so when Su Yan took out the pills, she was delighted and accepted them. However, if Su Yan had only taken out ordinary gold and silver, she definitely wouldn't have accepted them. "So it's Miss Xiao Dai. Many thanks for saving my life." Su Yan once again expressed his gratitude, and these words came from the bottom of his heart. However, Xiao Dai didn't have any reaction. She only said, "That's not necessary. If possible, can you give me a drop of your blood?" Su Yan was stunned. He had never heard of someone asking for his own blood when asking for a thank you gift. It had to be known that this world was filled with extremely powerful forces. Many strange methods could be used. After obtaining Su Yan's blood, she could even directly use all kinds of strange curse techniques. At that time, perhaps Su Yan wouldn't even know how he died one day. However, after being stunned for a while, Su Yan still cut his fingertip and let the blood flow directly. Su Yan's blood didn't look special. Except that the color was a little red, there was nothing special. However, at this time, Xiao Dai's expression was incomparably dignified. Chapter 882. Female Literature. She had seen a lot of blood, including the blood of many powerful monsters. When she saw Su Yan's blood, her breathing became a little chaotic. It's really hard to imagine that your body actually contains such a powerful and terrifying power. No wonder you can recover so quickly. At this moment, she gently stretched out her hand, and her power gently floated. Su Yan's blood also began to change little by little. But at this moment, Su Yan's blood suddenly began to burn. At this moment she was really surprised. The blood had clearly left Su Yan's body, but it still seemed to have its own life. When she was about to permeate her spiritual power, the blood actually began to flow naturally. It was also the first time that Su Yan discovered such a change in his blood. At this moment Su Yan said, "Miss Xiao Dai, do you still need some?" At this moment Xiao Dai had already recovered. Her gaze fell on Su Yan's face, and an extremely hot light flashed in her eyes. But in the next moment, this light had already dimmed. Then she said, "No need. Many things can't be forced." Su Yan was a little confused by her. He couldn't understand why she was suddenly so depressed when she was fine before. But it was always a good thing that she didn't need his blood. He also didn't want to be treated like an animal and taken for blood experiments. At this moment, Xiao Dai said, I originally thought that you wouldn't wake up today, but since you've already woken up, I will prepare food for you. But you have to remember, in this place don't ask too much and don't say too much. After your injuries are healed, quickly leave. After Xiao Dai finished speaking, she directly turned and left. But at this moment, Su Yan's expression was a little strange. Why does Miss Xiao Dai's expression always gives me a strange feeling? Also, when I was unconscious, I seemed to have heard a familiar voice. Su Yan felt that the voice he heard when he was unconscious was probably an illusion. However, such an illusion was a little too realistic. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't tell who the owner of the voice was. Finally, Su Yan sighed. Since he couldn't remember, he would just put it aside for the time being. Right now, he needed to rest well and recover his strength as soon as possible. It was a pity that Xiao Dai came and left so suddenly that Su Yan couldn't get any information from her. He didn't know how long it had been since the last battle, or whether he was in a place of life now. However, from Xiao Dai's words, Su Yan could tell that this place did not welcome outsiders. Although he did not know why, Su Yan had not reached the point where he had to pry into other people's secrets. Once his injuries were better, he would leave. After all, the trouble he had caused was not small. Not to mention whether the people from the Limitless Demon Sect would continue to pursue him. The threat of the Dragon Clan was already giving him a headache. Although he did not personally experience the battle, he already knew the strength of the Dragon King through the Godslayer sword. The strength of those Dragon Kings was too terrifying, especially when there were actually 7 Dragon Kings of such a level. Even if the Godslayer sword had already killed one, there were still 6 Dragon Kings left. Moreover, from what they said, it seemed that there was an existence even more powerful than the Dragon King in the Dragon Clan. If those powerful Dragon Clan members were to pursue him at this time, Su Yan would definitely die. After all, in the last battle, the Godslayer sword had already exhausted a lot of its power, and the sword spirit had directly fallen into a state of deep sleep. Although the Godslayer sword directly tore through space in the end, he could not guarantee that those Dragon Kings would not be able to track him here. For this reason, leaving as soon as possible was a good choice. Not long after, a woman came in to deliver food for Su Yan. Su Yan wolfed down everything, directly swallowing all the food. The woman did not speak, she would deliver as much as Su Yan needed. Of course, Su Yan's powerful digestive ability and huge appetite had already shocked her. Su Yan could see that this woman was looking at him, as if she was looking at a monster. Of course, Su Yan did not care about this at all. 2 days later, Su Yan finally saw Xiao Dai. Miss Xiao Dai, long time no see. Seeing Xiao Dai, Su Yan was not exactly happy, but his heart finally relaxed a little. Xiao Dai was not in a hurry to speak, she just walked around Su Yan then said, You're really amazing. There is no longer any decadent aura in your body. I don't know how you did it, but since you've recovered, it's time to prepare to leave. Although he was already mentally prepared, Su Yan was still a little surprised that the other party directly asked him to leave. Of course, it was just a surprise. He stood up then said with a smile, Miss Xiao Dai, don't worry, I, Su Yan, am naturally not a scoundrel who won't leave, but in the end, there is no way to repay the kindness of saving my life. Although the other party had accepted his spirit-returning pill, Su Yan definitely did not think that it was enough. However, before he finished speaking, Xiao Dai had already said, There's no need to go through so much trouble, we only saved him in passing, and we definitely didn't think about asking for anything in return. At this moment, Su Yan really did not know what to say. After holding it in for a while, he smiled bitterly and said, Okay, I understand. In that case, I'll leave now. During these 2 days, Su Yan's spiritual qi had recovered a lot. Although it could not be compared to when he was at his peak, it was at least 50%. As long as he was not unlucky enough to meet a venerable one, he believed that there would not be too much of a problem. Under Xiao Dai's lead, Su Yan quickly arrived at the seaside. When he arrived, Su Yan immediately realized that this place was not ordinary. At this moment, the terrifying coldness that he felt when he was unconscious once again appeared in his mind. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly asked, Miss Xiao Dai, is this the Heartless Sea? There's no Bingshan nearby at all, but it's so cold. If this place was surrounded by Bingshan, then it was natural for it to be so cold. However, when Su Yan looked around, there was nothing but the vast sea. Not to mention Bingshan, there was not even a small ice pile. As such, he immediately thought of a place, and that was the Heartless Sea. Su Yan had once spent a lot of effort to inquire about this place. Although he did not know the location of this place, he finally found some clues about some of the characteristics of the Heartless Sea. He had been staying in the house for the past few days, so he did not think much about it. However, when he was about to leave the Sea of Consciousness, he suddenly thought of something. If this place was the Heartless Sea, then it seemed that the familiar voice from before was not an illusion. At this moment, Xiao Dai sighed and said, "What does it matter if this place is the Heartless Sea or not? Su Yan, you're just a passerby here. You came here by accident, and now that your injuries have recovered, you'll leave by accident. That's all." Xiao Dai's voice was still so calm, but the more it was so, the more Su Yan was sure of one thing. Chu Linger. "Miss Xiao Dai, may I ask if you know a woman named Chu Linger?" Su Yan looked at Xiao Dai with a burning gaze. At this time, Xiao Dai finally said, "So what if I know her? Since you know about the Heartless Sea, then you must know my master's name as well. If you don't want to die, if you want junior sister Linger to live a better life, then you should leave." At this moment, a small boat quietly arrived. Seeing the boat in front of him, Su Yan's heart could not calm down. Leave just like that? How could this be? How could this be? It wasn't easy for him to reach the Heartless Sea and hear her voice, but he didn't even see her and left. How could Su Yan be willing to accept this? At this moment, Su Yan directly turned around with an extremely firm gaze. "Miss Xiao Dai." He did not say anything else, but Xiao Dai already knew what he wanted to say. At this moment, the woman behind Xiao Dai had already unsheathed her sword. "Su Yan, leave. I don't know what happened between you two in the past, but since Chu Linger has become a disciple of the Palace of Cold Blood, then she will have nothing to do with you in the future." These words were ruthless, but how could Su Yan accept them? "Miss Xiao Dai, Su Yan must see Linger today. If you insist on stopping me, then I can only offend Su Yan." As he spoke, his powerful aura surged. At this moment, although Su Yan could only use 50% of his strength, his aura was very strong. Moreover, after the battle with the Dragon King, although his realm did not change, his accumulation had increased again, and his terrifying aura had increased by a lot. In order to see Chu Linger, Su Yan directly released his aura. In an instant, all of the women retreated backwards. Although their cultivations were not bad, they could not be compared to Su Yan. Under the pressure of Su Yan's aura, the women immediately retreated. At this moment, Su Yan was also helpless. This was because he really did not know what to do at this moment. If he attacked, the women were naturally not his match. However, did he really have the nerve to attack these women? Thinking of this, he finally sighed and said, "Forget it, even if I ask you, you won't tell me. I'm also embarrassed to attack. In that case." Chapter 883. Female Literature. Su Yan took a deep breath, then suddenly shouted, "Linger, I am Su Yan. Linger, I am Su Yan, I am here to find you." Xiao Dai didn't expect Su Yan to do something like this. Her expression had already changed. This was the Palace of Cold Blood. Although they hadn't spent much time together, at least she didn't hate Su Yan. In addition, she already knew about the possible relationship between Su Yan and Chu Linger, so she hoped that Su Yan would leave as soon as possible. But she didn't expect that Su Yan would guess that this was the Palace of Cold Blood. Su Yan didn't hurt them, but he didn't give up either. At this moment, he actually went all out and started to circulate his spiritual energy, then started to roar. Su Yan's spiritual energy was incomparably powerful, and at this time when he opened his throat, the rumbling sound was simply like the sound of thunder. The violent sound of thunder continued to reverberate, and his voice traveled far and wide. This time, the entire Palace of Cold Blood could hear Su Yan's voice. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "How dare you shout like this in the Palace of Cold Blood? You're courting death." That cold voice directly interrupted Su Yan's roar. At this moment, Xiao Dai's expression changed. That was Sister Fu's voice. Su Yan's actions had angered Sister Fu. Sister Fu had wanted to kill Su Yan back then. In her eyes, this man was just a detestable person who would ruin her junior sister's cultivation. If it weren't for Xiao Dai disrupting her plan and Chu Linger taking care of her, she would have killed Su Yan long ago. It was also because of Chu Linger's attitude that she finally agreed to let Su Yan treat his injuries first and leave. But now Su Yan's actions made her want to kill him even more. Su Yan's actions clearly showed that he wanted to pester Chu Linger to the end. At this moment, Chu Linger had already started to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the next realm. If she was interrupted by this roar, then all her efforts would be for naught. Therefore, she didn't have any other thoughts at this moment. Her only thought was to cut the Gordian knot and kill Su Yan. The graceful Sister Fu appeared in front of Su Yan. After she appeared, an extremely powerful aura. This aura immediately suppressed Su Yan's roar. Senior Sister Fu. At this time, when these women saw Senior Sister Fu arrive, they revealed a joyful expression. At this moment, Sister Fu looked straight at Su Yan and said, "I'll give you one more chance. Immediately leave the passionless sea and don't bother Junior Sister again. If you don't listen, then I'll kill you." Su Yan looked at this woman and felt the suppressed murderous intent from her body. Su Yan was very clear that this woman wasn't as kind as Xiao Dai. Since she said that she wanted to kill him, then she would definitely do it. But so what? Finding Chu Linger could be said to be one of Su Yan's obsessions. The so-called obsessions were the thoughts of never giving up. Of course, according to his original plan, he would first think of a way to save Lu Lan. After all, he didn't know about the situation at the Passionless Sea, but Lu Lan was imminent. However, he didn't expect that before he could see Lu Lan, he would already be at the Passionless Sea. At this moment, he was very sure that the dreamy voice from that day was Chu Linger's. After being separated for such a long time, he was bitterly searching for her. However, yesterday Chu Linger was right next to him, but he fell into a coma. At this moment he was filled with regret. Why did he fall into a coma? However, this matter was already in the past. The current Su Yan naturally didn't have the ability to go back in time. The key was to grasp the present, so he had to see Chu Linger. It would have been fine if he didn't know where Chu Linger was, but now he was certain that Chu Linger was here, so he wouldn't back down no matter what. Even if he was facing a venerable one, he wouldn't back down in the slightest. "Senior, Su Yan went through untold hardships to get here. I don't have any other requests. I just want to see Linger once. Please help me." Even in the face of such a powerhouse, Su Yan still had no intention of backing down. However, at this moment, Fu Qinyu definitely wouldn't let Su Yan do as he wished. Her expression became even colder. "Junior Chu is doing very well now, and I know that she doesn't want to see you now, so I advise you to leave as soon as possible. I've already been very patient today, so I let you stand here and talk. The boat has already been prepared for you. As long as you get on the boat, you can leave the Passionless Sea directly. If you really want her best, then I advise you not to disturb her again." Fu Qinyu knew about the relationship between Su Yan and Chu Linger, and Chu Linger's previous behavior had already shown her attitude. Therefore, if possible, she didn't want to kill Su Yan. At the very least, she couldn't kill Su Yan in front of everyone. At this moment, she was already persuading him with kind words. However, if Su Yan really insisted on going his own way, then she would have no choice but to be a complete villain. At this moment, she saw Su Yan's eyes and knew that he wouldn't back down no matter what. "Forget it, I don't want to waste my breath on you. Since you don't want to leave, then die here." She gently raised her hand, and countless forces gathered towards her palm. Although it was only for an instant, the aura gathered in her hand was extremely powerful. At this moment, Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. He had already fought with many venerables, so he could distinguish the female senior's cultivation level. A 2 essences venerate. Of course, what shocked Su Yan wasn't this, but her strength. Although she was only a 2 essences venerate, her battle prowess was absolutely terrifying. The Celestial Wolf King and the Sky Eagle King that he had killed couldn't be compared to her. In Su Yan's eyes, this woman was unfathomable. He even felt that she had already fought a great battle with the Sky Lion King that he had fought before. The Sky Lion King was a 4 essences venerate. This person's strength had actually reached such a level. This was truly unimaginable to him. However, he soon calmed down from his killing spree. This was the Heartless Sea. He had learned about it from the Divine Demon Island and knew that the Heartless Fairy's strength was extremely terrifying. Even the island master of the Divine Demon Island had a very high opinion of the heartless fairy. How could the disciple of such a senior be weak? Su Yan had been fighting all this time and had defeated many strong opponents despite being the weaker party. However, he had to admit that the reason he could defeat strong opponents was because he was strong enough. At the same time, it was also because his opponents weren't strong. Su Yan didn't have any confidence facing this woman. Moreover, Su Yan's battle prowess had only recovered to about 50%. How could he be a match for this woman in such a state? However, so what if he wasn't a match for her? Su Yan took a deep breath. He knew what he wanted. What he needed was not to defeat this senior martial sister and then kill her. What he needed was to barge in. At this moment, he activated the dragon transformation aura, and the demonic dragon armor appeared. When the demonic dragon armor appeared, his powerful aura suddenly increased by a lot. At this moment, his aura was so fierce that it was unparalleled. Fu Qinyu looked at Su Yan's change and sneered. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Turns out that you're a genius. To have such a cultivation at such a young age is already shocking enough. It's a pity that you came to a place you shouldn't have. Su Yan came to a place he shouldn't have and tried to do something he shouldn't have. This was his biggest mistake. So what if he was a young genius? She wouldn't be merciful because of this. At this moment, Xiao Dai said, Su Yan, why do you have to do this? It's impossible for your strength to compare to senior sister Fu. Not to mention, your injuries haven't healed yet. I'm afraid that your battle strength is only around 50%. How can you be a match for senior sister Fu? Sister Fu has always been merciful. If you give up and leave, then senior sister will definitely let you go. However, if you insist on doing so, then only death awaits you. When Su Yan heard this, he only smiled. He understood that Xiao Dai was a kind person. She said this for his own good. However, could he really just walk away like that? No, it was absolutely impossible. Because Chu Linger was here. No matter what, Su Yan couldn't give up on Chu Linger. Even if Chu Linger didn't want to see him, then Su Yan had to hear it from her personally. If he couldn't do it, then Su Yan definitely wouldn't give up. At the very least, he had to see for himself whether she was living well, whether she was safe, whether she was suffering. When an obsession was born, there was no need for too many reasons. Since it was an obsession, then there was no need to care about all the reasons or whether it was worth it. All he needed to do was to work hard. At this time, Fu Qinyu said, Forget it, Xiao Dai. There's no need to plead for this child anymore. It's not good for such an obstinate person to live in this world. Die. With such a simple word, the qi in her hand directly exploded. That qi followed a very simple trajectory and directly crashed towards Su Yan. An extremely powerful force kept rolling. The terrifying qi waves kept rising wave after wave. Su Yan's eyebrows suddenly knitted. At this time, he had become incomparably dignified. Powerful. This casual attack actually had such a terrifying power. The terrifying aura that rolled over made people unable to open their eyes. Su Yan no longer relied on his eyes. The moment he felt the qi burst out, he had already urged his own strength and then began to move forward with all his strength. The devil dragon wings and the regal sword teleportation were activated at the same time. In just an instant, he had already flown a great distance. Since he didn't want to defeat the woman in front of him, then he would just go around her. Chapter 884. Female Literature. Fu Qinyu chuckled. You want to leave just like that? You're thinking too much. With a slight thought from her, the powerful cyclone immediately changed its direction and chased after Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan directly used the revered sword teleportation technique to its maximum speed. Although his combat strength was not enough, his speed was still unimaginable. However, this cyclone was actually able to catch up to him. The strength of a two essences supremacy was indeed powerful, and her strength was the best among two essences supremacies. At that moment, his body was constantly flashing. He tried his best to avoid it, but the cyclone followed him like a shadow. If Su Yan's speed was slightly slower, the cyclone would be able to catch up. At that moment, Fu Qinyu sneered again. You're not bad, but do you think you're qualified to break through my hands with just this? A ray of light directly fell, and the powerful aura continued to rise. Another cyclone had appeared. The first cyclone had already forced Su Yan into a corner, and the appearance of the second aura made him feel even more overwhelmed. If this continued, he would be killed. No, if this continues, let alone entering the island, it's not even certain if I can survive. No matter what, I can only take a gamble. He made up his mind and no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, and the powerful aura immediately condensed. At that moment his heart began to beat. The power of the three hearts directly condensed at that moment. At that moment, Su Yan's blood was constantly pulsating. At that moment, his aura became even more terrifying, and the terrifying ripples in the air continued to pulsate. At that moment the endless cyclone directly fell, and the power of the two cyclones had reached a resonance. One of the auras was already very terrifying, and after the two cyclones reached a resonance, the power became even more terrifying. Your aura has become so powerful. Seeing that the two cyclones were about to hit Su Yan, Fu Qinyu did not have any emotional fluctuations. Her attention had always been on Su Yan. At this moment when Su Yan's power changed, the aura was truly terrifying. His aura was so powerful that it almost changed the ripples in the surroundings. At this moment, the tricolored mask gradually appeared on Su Yan's face. As soon as the powerful ghost face appeared, Su Yan's aura immediately became even more powerful. This kind of power was not just a little bit, but a terrifyingly powerful one. In fact, Su Yan's aura had reached the edge of that of a venerable one. So, you'll be able to withstand my power? Fu Qinyu was not in a hurry to make a move. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to see what kind of terrifying power Su Yan could unleash in such a state. Su Yan did not disappoint her. In the next moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed out. Scorching Sun Sword. At this time Su Yan slashed out without holding back. A terrifying aura continued to surge at this time. The Scorching Sun Sword and the two cyclones collided directly. The sacred sword peak was unstoppable. The two auras were directly cut apart by Su Yan's sword. Even Fu Qinyu did not expect Su Yan to be able to do this. However, the more this was so, the stronger the killing intent in her heart. This kind of person could not be left alive. Thinking of this, her body suddenly turned into a ray of light and directly charged towards Su Yan. The aura of a two essences venerable one directly suppressed Su Yan. At this time Su Yan had just destroyed the two cyclones. Even with the support of the three great hearts, it was already very difficult. At this time Fu Qinyu directly made her move. Su Yan did not hesitate. He directly waved the Scorching Sun Sword and stabbed towards Fu Qinyu. He knew that he would definitely not be able to block Fu Qinyu's attack. But so what? Since he could not block it, then he would fight with his life. In any case, he was a gambler. He did not know when he would lose his life, but as long as he was not dead, as long as he did not see Chu linger, he would continue to gamble. Many things were perhaps already destined from the very beginning. It was as if he would be reborn in this world, as if he would walk on this path. This was also known as fate. Su Yan could not go against fate, but since he could not, then he would work hard to do it. Fu Qinyu's expression changed. How dare you? Su Yan's actions angered her. This damn guy, why did he have to do this? Wouldn't it be better if he did not appear here? Wouldn't it be better if he just left? But he just had to see Chu linger. She directly struck out with her palm. Her palm was as gentle as jade, and her skin was even more delicate. However, Su Yan knew that it was not that her palm was weak, but that her strength was too strong. Even if it was the sharpness of the holy sword, she did not care. When her palm landed, it was as if she wanted to seal off all of Su Yan's chances of survival. At this time, the only thing Su Yan could do was to fight this woman head-on. Escape? Su Yan had no way out. Then he could only fight head-on. This way, Su Yan was already very passive. However, since he was passive, then he could only seek survival in this passive situation. Sun-shattering strike. The supreme sun-shattering strike appeared. A terrifying arc secretly appeared in the sky, and such power was constantly surging. At this moment, the confrontation between the two had reached an unprecedented level. However, her strength was still too strong in the end. Even though Su Yan had already used the sun-shattering strike, he was still at a disadvantage in this battle. In such a battle, the consequence of being at a disadvantage was death. At this time, Su Yan could be said to be surrounded by enemies. And it was also at this time that the price of his injuries was directly reflected. It was also at this time that his strength began to dry up. As expected, it is only the activation of a secret technique. At this point you can't support it. In the end you can't last long. Since that is the case, you should just die. Fu Qianyu's expression became calm. That palm had already landed on Su Yan's scorching sun sword. Even with the scorching sun sword's sharpness and toughness, it began to tremble at this time. An extremely powerful force directly invaded Su Yan. It was a kind of cold despair that was terrifying. He felt Fu Qianyu's strong killing intent towards him. At this time Xiao Dai saw that Su Yan was about to die. She could not bear to see him die and was about to intervene. However, at this time Fu Qianyu directly shouted, "Xiao Dai, you are not allowed to interfere." Sister Fu had already seen through Xiao Dai's thoughts. She naturally could not fall in love with Su Yan, but she could not bear to see a life fall in front of her. Especially when this person was saved by her with her own hands. If it was someone else, Sister Fu would not have cared. However, this man was different. He had the ability to disrupt Chu Linger's thoughts. Therefore, no matter what, he must die. Heartless finger. A light shadow quickly pointed towards Su Yan. At this moment, that heartless finger had become the only thing in the world, so everything else was overshadowed by it. The light of despair had already locked onto Su Yan at this time. At this moment, Su Yan no longer had any way to escape. At this time Su Yan also somewhat understood. Even under the siege of several Dragon King, he still managed to escape with his life. However, he was going to fall here. However, when death really came, his heart was not filled with regret. Instead, it was filled with boundless regret. He still did not get to see Chu Linger even once. At this moment in the sky, a lightning suddenly descended. This lightning fell directly towards Fu Qianyu. Fu Qianyu's finger was almost about to fall. Heartless finger was one of the unique skills of the Palace of Cold Blood. Its power was boundless. Once hit, the terrifying power of Heartless would immediately begin to devour the person's life force. Heartless even more so to kill. However, at this time, a lightning suddenly descended and directly attacked her. This is Heartless lightning. Junior Chu, what are you trying to do? With Fu Qianyu's eyesight, she immediately saw the origin of this lightning. Heartless lightning was also a unique skill of the Palace of Cold Blood. In terms of power, it was even better than Heartless finger. However, the conditions to cultivate it were also more stringent. Even she, Fu Qianyu, had not succeeded in her cultivation. Today, in the entire Cold Blood Sea, among the younger generation, there was only one person who had succeeded in cultivating it, and that was Chu Linger. This was also the reason why Fu Qianyu thought so highly of Chu Linger. At this time there was no need to say anything. At this moment, this heartless lightning was Chu Linger's power. Sister Fu, you already promised me that you would not make a move against him. A spirited voice floated over. Su Yan and Fu Qianyu were both alarmed. Chu Linger, she had finally come. Su Yan was a little excited, but Fu Qianyu was not reconciled. She could have killed Su Yan immediately, but at this time Chu Linger made a move. Junior Sister Linger, weren't you in seclusion to break through to the venerable realm? You shouldn't have come here. You should know that your appearance here will only make me more determined to kill him. Fu Qianyu said directly. At this time Chu Linger's figure finally appeared. She floated over from the horizon like a beautiful fairy. Ling-er. Su Yan looked at her and did not know what to say at this time. Su Yan, long time no see. Chu Linger's gaze also fell on Su Yan. But at this time Su Yan felt that something was wrong. Chu Linger's gaze was too calm. This gaze was as if she was looking at an unrelated passerby. Su Yan's heart shook violently. He did not understand why Linger would look at him with such a gaze. Su Yan, you are very good, and I am also very good, so you should leave. Our fate has come to an end. Chu Linger's voice was so ethereal and calm, but it was like a heavy hammer that fell on his heart. Chapter 885. Female Literature. Senior sister, you don't have to worry, because I've already said that Ling-er's heart is already dead. When one's heart was dead, one would be heartless. Only a heartless heart could cultivate the Jade Maiden unruffled love manual to the extreme. At this moment she didn't say anything else. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura spread out from her body. Such an aura rolled and rolled continuously in the sky. The strength of this power was simply unimaginable. Even compared to Fu Qianyu's power, it didn't seem to be too far away. What was even more frightening was that the powerful aura was still growing at this time. A venerable one. Chu Linger was actually going to directly break through to the venerable one realm at this time. This was an unimaginable thing. Su Yan's eyes were stunned. Of course, it wasn't because of her profound realm that he was stunned, but because at this time she was so unfamiliar. It was still the same face and everything about her was so familiar, but she was no longer her because her heart had changed. Su Yan, leave this place. I am no longer myself. From today onwards, I am the true disciple of the Heartless Fairy, not the princess of the Monster Palace, and definitely not your wife Su Yan. So leave this place. Her voice was still calm like water. At this time she suddenly moved lightly, but not toward the front but toward the sky. In the sky, countless dark clouds began to condense. That was the lightning tribulation. To become a venerable one would encounter the heavenly tribulation. A true venerable one had to be baptized by the heavenly tribulation. Only then could one become the most powerful existence. Without stopping, a bolt of heavenly tribulation directly fell from the sky. That bolt of lightning came so quickly, and it was really gone in a flash. The bolt of lightning came in front of Chu Linger, but it only swayed slightly before dissipating. Such a bolt of lightning didn't cause her any trouble at all. Junior sisterling, she really did it? Even Fu Qianyu didn't expect Chu Linger to be able to do this. In her opinion, Chu Linger's heart was already worried. And at this time, Su Yan's appearance would only make her calm heart more and more chaotic. It was precisely because of this that she wanted to kill Su Yan, and not let Su Yan have the slightest influence on her junior sister. However, at this time Su Yan was still alive and well, and her junior sister and Su Yan met in the end. Everything developed in the direction she wanted to see. But now it seemed that in the end she was still wrong. Because at this time, Chu Linger's development was beyond her expectations, such a change to such a pleasant surprise. Now, her only worry was that Chu Linger couldn't pass the heavenly tribulation. Senior sister, don't worry. Since I've already said it, I naturally won't go back on my words. I'm a disciple of the Palace of Cold Blood, and I have no other identity. Chu Linger's words were drowned out by the boundless lightning in the sky at this time. The rumbling thunder was simply about to destroy everything. At this time Su Yan suddenly realized that he couldn't do anything now. The terrifying power was constantly being baptized, and Chu Linger's aura was also constantly changing. You've seen it too, Linger no longer has you in her heart, so you'd better leave. There's no need to add to your troubles here. Fu Qianyu's gaze fell on Su Yan. Previously, she wanted to kill Su Yan because she was afraid that Su Yan would affect Chu Linger. But at this time, Chu Linger had already begun to pass the heavenly tribulation. As long as she passed the heavenly tribulation, her cultivation of the Jade Maiden Unruffled Love Manual would reach the small success stage. After that, the heartless heart would become unbreakable. So, although Su Yan had been around for a long time and there would be some hidden dangers, it was no longer a fundamental problem. Since that was the case, she didn't want to be contaminated by this karma. So she let Su Yan leave. At this time Su Yan was silent. He only raised his head and looked at Chu Linger. Had Linger really forgotten about him? This was something he absolutely didn't expect, and his heart ached. But he, Su Yan, was not the kind of person who would easily seek death. In just a moment his heart had already calmed down. Since some things couldn't be changed, then he could only accept his fate. This was Su Yan's thought. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze gradually calmed down. He no longer thought about it, nor did he ask for more. Now, his only hope was that Chu Linger could be safe. Through Chu Linger's aura he naturally knew. At this time Chu Linger was much stronger than before. Her realm was even higher than his. Su Yan's cultivation was already extremely fast. Even some geniuses from large sects could not catch up to him. For example, Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. Both of them had a higher realm than him back then, but he had completely surpassed them in just 2 years after coming to the 9 provinces continent. However, Chu Linger's realm was actually faster than his. Such a cultivation speed was something that even Su Yan was impressed by. From this, it could be seen that her master was a world-shaking person. Even so, Su Yan was still not very relieved. This was because people with a powerful cultivation could not pass the heavenly tribulation. The so-called heavenly tribulation was a tribulation bestowed by heaven and earth. It was a tribulation, but it was also an opportunity. If one could pass the heavenly tribulation, one would be baptized and even understand the fragments of the laws. One's power would be endless. However, how could the opportunities of heaven and earth be obtained so easily? The more powerful one's cultivation was, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation would be. Su Yan knew Chu Linger very well. At this time, Chu Linger was too calm. She was like a stranger to him. There was no sadness or joy. She only had calm emotions. But was that really the case? Could she really let go of everything? No, she couldn't let go. Her current calmness was just her directly suppressing her longing and various emotions. It was impossible for her to be emotionless. In such a state, no matter how powerful she was, it was very dangerous. The heavenly tribulation did not only baptize one's body, but also one's soul. If there was a flaw in her soul, she would be threatened with death. Therefore, he was not at ease. The speed of the first and second thunderbolts was much faster than he had expected. And Chu Linger seemed to be able to resolve them easily. Witnessing such a scene, Fu Qianyu became more and more satisfied. It seemed that Chu Linger had really let go of her emotions at this time. Only by letting go could one become so powerful. In this way, the two of them witnessed the terrifying thunderbolts. In an instant, they had already reached the 10th thunderbolt. No, it won't work in the end. At this time, Su Yan was more and more certain of the certainty in his heart. At this moment, the 11th thunderbolt finally fell. When this thunderbolt fell, Su Yan's eyes immediately revealed an extremely frightened expression. Without any hesitation, he directly flew up and immediately flew towards the sky. At this time, Fu Qianyu did not expect that Su Yan would suddenly make such a decision. However, no matter what, she had to ensure that her junior sister could safely pass through the tribulation. In her opinion, Su Yan was still unwilling to give up and wanted to disrupt her junior sister's tribulation. "Bastard, you're courting death." Her voice surged like thunder. Then the heartless finger burst out at this moment. She was a two essences supremacy expert. Her cultivation was so terrifying that it was far beyond Su Yan's. No matter how powerful Su Yan was and how brilliant his methods were, he was still injured at this time. How could he be a match for Fu Qianyu? "Senior Ling is in danger. I have to save her," Su Yan said as he directly flew towards the sky. However, how could Fu Qianyu believe him at this time? "If I insist on quibbling, would I harm junior sister Linger? You're still so stubborn. Even if I have to offend junior sister, I will kill you today." At this moment, she had completely made up her mind. She definitely could not let Su Yan continue to live. The power of the heartless finger seemed to want to penetrate the sky, and the terrifying aura directly went towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes burst out with infinite brilliance. This was a matter of life and death. If he retreated at this time, he had a 70% chance of avoiding this attack. However, Su Yan did not want to leave at this time. This was because he knew very well that if he left at this time, the next heavenly lightning might take Chu Linger's life. The heartless finger directly hit Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan to tremble continuously. Even with his strong body, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood at this time. At this moment, his eyes flickered with light. It was a determined light. Ling stopped the tribulation. If she stopped, it would mean that she had failed to become a supremacy this time. Hearing this, Fu Qianyu was even more furious. The previous attack was launched in a hurry, but it already contained an extremely terrifying power. Even a one-origin venerable would not have ended up well if he had been hit by it. However, she never expected that Su Yan would be able to withstand this attack and not die. Nevertheless, it did not matter if he did not die. If the first attack did not kill him, then she would attack again. For the sake of her junior sister, it was worth it even if she had to spend more effort. Therefore, she planned to use the second finger attack at this time. According to Su Yan's current situation, once the second finger attack was launched, Su Yan would definitely die. However, at this moment the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and an enormous majesty directly appeared at this time. The appearance of that terrifying majesty made even Fu Qianyu feel shocked. At this moment, her heart could no longer calm down. For a moment, even the heartless finger that was ready to be launched stopped. It was the heavenly might. Such a terrifying heavenly might was more than several times more terrifying than before. Not to mention Chu Linger. Even Fu Qianyu would not be able to survive such a powerful heavenly tribulation. At this moment she was truly stunned. No matter what, she could not understand why the heavenly might would change like this. Fu Qianyu was stunned, but Su Yan was not. At this moment, Su Yan had directly rushed into the sky. Chu Linger did not listen to her in the end, so the powerful heavenly tribulation began to directly descend. This was the heart-piercing thunder. Chapter 886. Female Literature. Heart-slaying heavenly thunder. At this point, the senior sister finally recognized the name of this heavenly lightning. It was the heart-slaying heavenly lightning, an extremely terrifying existence within the lightning tribulation. Countless young geniuses had been turned into ashes by this lightning tribulation. This heavenly thunder could not only destroy a cultivator's body, but also directly destroy one's soul. However, such a heavenly thunder would not appear randomly. Back then, when he became a supremacy, it did not reach such a level. However, today, when Chu Linger was undergoing the lightning tribulation, the heart-slaying heavenly thunder actually appeared directly. He did not understand what the reason was. No matter what, he could not figure it out. Because she was too shocked, she actually forgot to move. At this moment, Su Yan had already rushed into the sky. At this moment, Chu Linger was standing in the sky. Her face was somewhat pale. The terrifying power of the lightning tribulation had caused her to suffer unimaginable damage. Even if the heart-slaying heavenly thunder was still brewing, it was already like this. The reason why the heart-slaying heavenly thunder was so powerful was because it could destroy one's soul. The lightning tribulation had not yet descended, but the power of the heart-slaying heavenly thunder had already begun to spread. The power produced by the lightning tribulation would bring about endless illusions in one's soul. In such a terrifying illusion, very few people could walk out. In the end, everything would disappear in exchange for complete annihilation. This was the terror of the heart-slaying heavenly thunder. Su Yan arrived in front of Chu Linger. At this moment, Chu Linger was already pale and in a trance. She did not even notice that Su Yan was in front of her. At this moment, it was as if she had lost her soul. Seeing her like this, Su Yan's heart really hurt. At this moment, he suddenly felt a wave of pressure. Heavenly tribulation. Heavenly might was not to be trifled with. At this moment, Su Yan was in front of Chu Linger. In the eyes of the heavenly tribulation, he was looking down on heavenly might. Therefore, the terrifying might enveloped Su Yan. At this time, Fu Qianyu looked up at the two people in the sky. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. The moment she saw the heart extermination heavenly lightning, she also wanted to stop Chu Linger. However, she knew that it was already too late. At this moment she finally felt a sense of remorse. But it was too late now. Since the immortal slaying heavenly thunder had already started, there was no stopping it. Under the immortal slaying heavenly thunder, there was only life and death. At this moment Su Yan had already entered, and he was also locked onto by the exterminating heavenly thunder. She knew clearly that both of them would die under the heart-punishing thunder. And now she could only watch the two of them die. Sometimes the real pain wasn't waiting for death, but watching the people you care about die, but not being able to do anything about it. She could naturally ignore Su Yan's life and death, but Chu Linger couldn't. Putting aside the fact that she was her master, she was also very fond of Chu Linger. In the sky, the terrifying power continued to condense. That kind of pressure had become even more terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's vision gradually became distorted. When her vision became clear again, Chu Linger was still in front of her. When she saw Chu Linger, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment her expression immediately changed. Because at this moment, Chu Linger's face slowly began to change. On her face, scales began to grow little by little. Demon transformation. At this moment, Chu Linger was actually beginning to demon transformation. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall from the sky. The raindrops were exceptionally cold, as if they were going to freeze one's soul. Su Yan. At this moment a weak voice was heard. Su Yan immediately lowered her head. Ling Er. Su Yan's heart became so touched. She wanted to stop Chu Linger from demon transformation. The so-called demon transformation was being contaminated by an unknown power, and then gradually changing. In the end, it would become a demon. The demon was a foreign race that was not tolerated by humans. This process was somewhat similar to the limitless demon sex demon transformation plan. Unexpectedly, before Su Yan saw Lu Lan's demon transformation, he was the first to witness Chu Linger's transformation. At this moment, Su Yan immediately wanted to urge his power to stop this process. However, at this moment he was shocked to find that he could not use his power. As long as he began to mobilize his power, even if it was just a thought, he would immediately feel an incomparable stabbing pain. His power was actually sealed at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt so weak and powerless, so helpless and without anyone to rely on. At this moment, a bright moon suddenly shook in his sea of consciousness. Bright moon green lotus. At this moment, Su Yan was suddenly startled. The bright moon green lotus was acting strangely, which meant that his sea of consciousness was being threatened. Heart-piercing heavenly thunder. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly remembered his own situation. He was being enveloped by the heart-piercing heavenly thunder. Heart-piercing heavenly thunder, killing people's hearts. Could this change be caused by the heart-piercing heavenly thunder? Thinking of this, Su Yan almost let go of his hand. However, at this moment his hand suddenly stopped, because at this moment he saw tears. Chu Linger's tears. Su Yan, are you going to abandon me? Just like before? At this moment, Su Yan's heart was suddenly affected. This was simply a terrible torture. At this moment, Chu Linger's demon transformation became more and more obvious. No, I have to save her. Even if I know it's an illusion, I have to save her. At this moment, Su Yan's heart became incomparably firm. Even if it was an illusion, so what? Chu Linger was the person he loved. He would never run away. Thinking of this, Su Yan directly threw away all his worries. At this moment, he directly began to mobilize his strength. Almost at this moment, a terrible pain directly appeared. This kind of pain was simply incomparably terrifying. Su Yan's perseverance was so strong, but at this moment, he still could not bear it. Such pain was almost comparable to directly peeling off Su Yan's skin. How can mere pain stop my will? The pain was supported by the heart-piercing heavenly thunder. It was incomparably real. No, it should be said that it was real. However, Su Yan would not shrink back. In the face of pain, not shrinking back but moving forward courageously. This was the way to progress. Su Yan's spiritual energy directly spread out from his body. It was not that he could not, but that he was unwilling. Because of the pain, he gave up on using spiritual energy. This was his unwillingness. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not have any scruples and directly mobilized his spirit. At this moment, a powerful force appeared like a fog that began to envelop. Under the suppression of the spiritual energy, the demonization finally stopped. At this moment, she was full of pain, and her body was constantly trembling. Su Yan, I'm very scared. I'm so scared that I'll lose you. Don't leave me, don't leave me. She whispered softly and trembled slightly. This was really pitiful. Su Yan endured the intense pain. He reached out his hand and caressed her face. Don't be afraid, Linger. I won't leave you. I will never leave you. This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Su Yan was full of self-blame. If he was not strong enough, Chu Linger would not be like this. Therefore, even if he already knew that he was facing an illusion, he was still unwilling to see her get hurt. Under Su Yan's comfort, Chu Linger finally calmed down a little. Her palm stroked Su Yan's chest and then she muttered to herself, Su Yan, I'm so scared, really? She seemed to be about to fall asleep. However, at this moment, her palm shone with a dark light. At this moment, her palm seemed to have turned into a sharp blade and directly pierced Su Yan's chest. Su Yan, I'm about to die, but I don't want to lose you. So, die with me. Her voice still sounded like she was sleep-talking. However, her palm had already pierced Su Yan's body. This was really too contradictory. Su Yan lowered his head and looked at Chu Linger. The half-demonized Chu Linger also looked at him in the same way. It was clearly a moment of life and death, but the two of them were so gentle. Su Yan. Chu Linger's tears were sparkling. Su Yan sighed and said, Linger, don't worry. I will accompany you from afar forever. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was also bitter. He knew that this was not real. It was like a dream, but now he was deeply immersed in this dream. Heart-piercing heavenly thunder. It really pierces the heart before killing. Su Yan sighed and then raised his head. At this moment he could feel his life force constantly flowing away. Of course, if he wanted to live now, it was actually very simple. That was to directly kill Chu Linger. However, even if it was an illusion, he would not do this. Everyone had their own weaknesses. For Su Yan, Chu Linger in front of him was one of them. However, at this moment Su Yan continued, I know that Linger doesn't want me to die. She doesn't want to see me die. Of course, I won't let Linger die either. As he spoke, the aura on Su Yan's body surged. That was the aura of lightning. He did not want to die because he knew clearly that Chu Linger would definitely not want him to die here. No matter how realistic the woman in his arms was, she was ultimately just a fake existence. Of course, Su Yan could not kill her. Then, he would destroy this world. All of this was the influence of the immortal slaying heavenly thunder. The woman in his arms was fake and so was this world. Su Yan's heavenly thunder continued to erupt at this moment. That terrifying aura continued to surge at this moment. Boundless power fell. This terrifying radiance seemed to want to devour the entire world. At this moment, countless thunderbolts erupted from Su Yan's body. Su Yan's goal was very simple. That was to use the boundless thunderbolts. The terrifying power continued to explode at this moment. At this moment, space was constantly shaking. Under such power, space began to collapse bit by bit. Chapter 887. Female Literature. The world collapsed and Su Yan finally woke up. The heart-punishing heavenly thunder was really powerful. It had unknowingly trapped Su Yan in it. This was because Su Yan was only brought in by the power of the heart-punishing heavenly thunder. In that case, Chu Linger, who was facing this power head-on, would be in great danger. At this moment, Su Yan didn't want to wait any longer. He didn't know if Chu Linger could survive this, so he decided to take the initiative. Thunder Roar. Heavenly Dragon Thunder Heart. At this moment, Su Yan directly operated the Heavenly Thunder Art. Su Yan cultivated the thunder technique, so he could control the heavenly thunder. Even so, his actions at this time were considered crazy. Su Yan had already felt the power of the heart-punishing heavenly thunder. The reason he could break free was because of the green lotus and the bright moon in his sea of consciousness. Because of the existence of these strange phenomena, Su Yan could realize that this was just an illusion. But if it wasn't for this, then what would have happened? This was something that no one could imagine. Perhaps he would have died in the illusion. He didn't want Chu Linger to take the risk. In that case, he would bear the risk himself. Su Yan's aura became stronger, and he directly stroked Chu Linger's face. Girl, live well. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan's entire body soared into the sky. Fu Qinyu saw this from below and exclaimed, Is this kid crazy? Yes, in her eyes Su Yan was crazy. At this time, Su Yan actually rushed directly into the heart-punishing heavenly thunder. Even an ordinary heavenly tribulation thunder was extremely terrifying, let alone the heart-punishing heavenly thunder. Fu Qinyu was very clear about how strong Su Yan was. At the very least, when they fought before, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. However, at this moment, Su Yan actually dared to rush into the boundless thunderclouds. At this moment, she suddenly understood why her junior sister liked this Su Yan so much. In this world, there were very few people who could do this for the woman they loved. Even if you're truly infatuated and have no regrets, you'll still be buried in the lightning tribulation in the end. Since ancient times, excessive love leads to regret, so why bother? She had never thought about it, and felt that between a man and a woman, romance was the greatest suffering. Since this was the greatest suffering in this world, why did these people have to be like this? Even if he had to give up his life, he had to let the other party live. She was definitely not a fool. At this time, she could already tell that the reason why Chu Linger chose to undergo the tribulation was not because she did not have Su Yan in her heart, but because she cared too much about him, so she forcibly suppressed this year. She didn't know how Chu Linger did it, but she knew very well that by doing so, Chu Linger was going against the heavens. The Jade Maiden's unruffled love manual was against the heavens. After all, the love between a man and a woman was one of the fundamental laws of this world. The Palace of Cold Blood's incantation forcefully twisted her heart, and then used this incomparably strong spirit to obtain extremely powerful strength. This unruffled love manual was originally against the heavens. At this time, Chu Linger used some unknown method to directly hypnotize herself that she didn't like Su Yan. This method indeed deceived herself and even Su Yan. However, when undergoing the tribulation, she couldn't deceive the heavens. Deceiving the heavens caused the heavens to be angry. It was because of this that the heart-punishing thunder tribulation descended. Chu Linger could actually go to this extent for Su Yan. Su Yan was also incomparably crazy for Chu Linger, and at this time he actually directly rushed into the boundless thunderclouds. The rolling thunder was really terrifying to the extreme. Even a two essences supremacy like Fu Qianyu felt incomparably fearful in the face of such a lightning tribulation, and didn't dare to act rashly in the slightest, lest she attract the attention of the lightning tribulation. However, at this time, Su Yan rushed into the thunderclouds. The terrifying power of the thunder fiend was constantly vibrating, and that boundless power was rolling. That kind of powerful heavenly might was really terrifying. Su Yan's Zhejiang River flowed into it, and such a terrifying power suppressed him to the point of suffocation. No matter how strong his body was, in the face of such a terrifying heavenly might, he was still weak. However, even if he was so weak, Su Yan wouldn't forget his purpose of coming here this time, and that was to disperse the heavenly tribulation. This idea could be said to be extremely daring. The heavenly tribulation was the power of the heavens, and Su Yan actually wanted to disperse it with his own strength. However, Su Yan didn't have a choice. The heart-punishing heavenly thunder was still brewing, and the longer it brewed, the more terrifying it would be. Chu Linger had suppressed herself too much. If the heart-punishing heavenly thunder fell, she would really vanish into thin air. For Chu Linger, Su Yan was going to fight against the heavens. The violent power condensed directly at this time, and endless brilliance appeared. True heavenly thunder art, devour. Su Yan actually started to devour the heavenly thunder chi directly. Such an action was really crazy, but Su Yan couldn't care less. Of course, Su Yan's purpose was to get to the core of the thunderclouds. Only by dispersing the thunderclouds could she be safe. The lightning was very violent to begin with. At this time it was attracted by Su Yan's true heavenly thunder art, and immediately rushed towards Su Yan's body. The moment the lightning struck Su Yan's body, Su Yan's entire body became numb. However, he didn't have any thoughts of giving up at all. He activated the thunder technique bit by bit. The thunder technique from the Sound of Thunder sect had long been useless. After all, although the Sound of Thunder sect cultivated the thunder technique, it definitely couldn't reach the spiritual level. At this moment, everything was slowly accumulating in his spirit. At this time the power finally showed its majesty. In a short span of a dozen breaths, Su Yan's body was filled with lightning. Lightning entering the body was tantamount to courting death. For ordinary people, even if they were touched by a tiny bolt of lightning, they would die. Even if it was a cultivator, it wouldn't be good for them to encounter lightning. And now, Su Yan was facing an endless thunder tribulation. The terrifying lightning continued to condense at this time, and a layer of dead skin appeared on Su Yan's body. Devour. The tribulation cloud had a heart, also known as the heart of heaven. The existence of the heart of heaven was very mysterious, and it was not something that ordinary people could understand. However, at this time Su Yan actually directly devoured the heart of heaven. At this moment, the power of the Taishang in Su Yan's body began to operate continuously. During this process, the power of the Taishang played a huge role. At this time, the power of the Taishang was constantly fluctuating, guiding the lightning in all directions of his body. At this time, Su Yan had no choice. He could either live or die. The power of the heavenly thunder refined the real body. At this time, Su Yan had no other choice. At this time, if he couldn't digest this terrifying power, then there was only one outcome, and that was death. However, he didn't want to die. There were still too many things that he didn't do wrong. He really wanted to hear Chu Linger's words again. Therefore, at this time he actually began to accept the power of the heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunder was refining the body. This was the stupid method that he thought of at this moment. At this time his aura was constantly rising, and in just a short while it had reached the limit. His body contained a huge amount of energy, but this energy was all dormant. However, at this time this energy was directly awakened. Breakthrough. Seeing that the power of his body was about to reach the limit, Su Yan could only think of a way to break through. His body wasn't strong enough, so it couldn't accommodate more power. If there was no other way, Su Yan would only have a dead end. Therefore, at this time he had to find a vent for this energy, which was to break through to a new level. This was the only way he could think of. At this moment, his power continued to condense, and his body swelled up by a size. At this time, his qi and blood were already somewhat exhausted due to his heavy injuries. However, at this time the power of the lightning directly rushed in, and this power directly stimulated his body. His body naturally wanted to survive. Therefore, at this moment, his body had already unleashed all of its potential. That terrifying power was constantly rampaging at this time. That violent aura was very terrifying at this time. However, Su Yan knew very well that his qi and blood were not real at this time. It was because it was stimulated at this time of crisis. This state was only temporary. If he was slightly careless, he would directly die under his own power. Therefore, at this time what he needed the most was to control it well. If he didn't control it well, he would directly die. However, at this time Su Yan's power was constantly changing at this time. He was forcibly urging his power. He was originally in the 8 dragons realm. Such a realm was already the limit. At this time the light in the sky became incomparably intense at this time. The power of the lightning had already begun to shake at this time. Su Yan's behavior had completely angered the heavenly tribulation, and the power of the heavenly tribulation directly attacked Su Yan. At this time Su Yan was not shocked but happy because this was what he wanted. As long as the heavenly tribulation's attention fell on him, Chu Linger would be safe. Come, 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 Su Yan said 3 times in a row. At this time the violent aura had already directly surrounded him, and at this time he was directly in a sea of lightning. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of dragon roars directly exploded. At this time Su Yan's aura condensed, and his spiritual energy actually condensed into the shape of a dragon at this time. Ordinary powerhouses in the dragon realm would make their bodies extremely strong, comparable to the legendary dragon race. However, it was a pity that there were not many people who could truly achieve this. The dragon race was blessed by the heavens, and their strength was simply too strong. No matter how strong a dragon realm powerhouse's body was, after all, it was not a dragon. However, at this time Su Yan was different. His body was truly strong. His strength was truly terrifying. Chapter 888. Girls' Literature. His body had even produced a true dragon's aura. That was the true majesty of distance because he had dragon blood in his body, and it was the blood of the great demonic dragon. At this moment, under the threat of the heavenly tribulation, the dragon's aura erupted. Originally, this was a battle between the heavenly tribulation and Chu Linger. In other words, this was Chu Linger's death tribulation. But now, this was a battle between Su Yan and the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation wanted to destroy Su Yan, while Su Yan wanted to devour the power of the heavenly tribulation. The battle between the two became extremely intense. At this time, Chu Linger was also undergoing her tribulation. However, because of Su Yan, Chu Linger's tribulation was only a small part of the beginning. Of course, even if it was just a small portion, it was still extremely difficult. It was because this was a mental attack. Su Yan, on the other hand, was directly challenging the heavenly tribulation. The violent thunder was constantly baptizing his body, and his aura was still skyrocketing at this time. Fu Qinyu saw this from below and felt that she had gone crazy. She never thought that there would be such a crazy person in this world. Such power was constantly surging at this time. 9 dragons, condense for me. At this time the dragon's roar became even more intense, and a terrifying aura appeared in his body. The 9 dragons realm. At this time, Su Yan had already broken through to the 9 dragons realm. With such speed, even Fu Qinyu was shocked. During the previous fight, Su Yan was clearly injured, but at this time he was directly challenging the heavenly tribulation. He was simply courting death. At this time an extremely thick thunderbolt suddenly appeared and directly fell on Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan directly spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, his bravery was only temporary. His body was indeed strong, but there was still a limit. In the end, he can't do it. How can a human fight against the heavens? Fu Qinyu sighed. At this time she suddenly felt that she didn't want Su Yan to die like this. At least, Su Yan was willing to sacrifice himself for Chu Linger. However, The heavenly tribulation was merciless. Those who were destined to die were destined to die. Amidst the boundless heavenly lightning, Su Yan was smiling. It was an arrogant smile, a smile that refused to yield. Heaven? Do you want to kill me? But I, Su Yan, will never yield. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly went berserk under the heavenly thunder. He was originally a dead person, but he was reborn in this world. He did not know if this was the will of the heavens. If this was the will of the heavens, he should thank the heavens for giving him another chance at life. However, the heavens had given him a chance to be reborn, but they had made him suffer such pain. His close female friends, other than Su Yun, were all in pain. Chu Linger was like this, Lu Lan was like this, and Lin Hualu was even more so. Therefore fate was unfair. Therefore he, Su Yan, would never accept the will of the heavens. As if sensing Su Yan's will, the lightning became even more berserk. The lightning swept across like a storm. The lightning directly landed on Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's body was already lacerated. The power of the lightning had already broken through his invincible golden body and went straight for his body. The power of the lightning constantly attacked and washed his body. The lightning wanted to enter Su Yan's body and destroy Su Yan completely. However, at this moment Su Yan would definitely not give in. At this moment the three hearts burst out with power at the same time. Streaks of terrifying radiance rose into the air at this moment. Su Yan's aura became even more terrifying at this moment. Even if he had broken through to the Nine Dragons realm, he should not have such an aura. The power of the lightning was constantly stimulated, and Su Yan's regal sword chi had already been activated to the extreme. The regal sword chi was refining the power of the lightning. Good, as expected of the regal sword codex. It's really powerful. Since that's the case, I might as well do it in one go. At this moment Su Yan was simply crazy. When he realized that the regal sword codex could devour the power of the lightning, Su Yan chose to break through to the Nine Dragons realm. This was a bold idea. One had to know that even if the regal sword codex could refine the power of the lightning, there was a prerequisite, and that was Su Yan's own body could withstand it. If bathing in lightning was so simple, there would not be such a powerful genius who died under lightning since ancient times. Lightning was the most domineering power in this world. In just a short while, Su Yan's skin and flesh had almost disappeared, and his bones were directly exposed. At this moment, if he wanted to live, the best way was to escape. However, he did not want to escape. If he did, what would happen to Chu Linger? Moreover, at this moment he felt uneasy. Since that was the case, he might as well break through to a higher realm. For him, this was a rare opportunity. Su Yan had experienced life and death, and every life and death was a gamble. Fang Yueshan had said that a person could not always win. However, if he did not even have the courage to gamble, then he would not even have the chance to win. Regal thunder devouring. At this moment, the regal sword codex was activated, and a powerful force rushed into the sky. At this moment, Su Yan's body expanded again. He stretched out his hand and caught the lightning that was about to destroy him. Su Yan suddenly roared like a madman. In the end, he grabbed the ball of lightning and stuffed it into his mouth. Devouring lightning, this was devouring lightning in the truest sense. Fortunately, at this moment, because of the violent lightning, senior sister Fu Qinyu could not see the scene. Otherwise, just this point alone would have scared her to death. The lightning was so violent that Su Yan's invincible golden body could not withstand it. However, at this moment, he directly swallowed the lightning into his body. It was an act of suicide. However, Su Yan was crazy to the point of directly devouring the lightning. When the lightning entered his body, Su Yan's body almost exploded. However, at this moment, a layer of golden light appeared and enveloped the power of the lightning. It was the Buddha's light. At this moment, the powerful spell of the Buddha's gate exploded with endless majesty. After the Buddha's light appeared, the heart of the demon god and the blood of the great demonic dragon exploded with majesty one after another, directly colliding with the power of the lightning. At this moment, Su Yan's body was a battlefield. I knew you guys couldn't sit still. He laughed coldly. At this moment, even if he was enduring endless pain, he did not care. He had heard the words Destiny's Child several times. However, he definitely did not like these words. This was because it meant that his fate was controlled by others. The great demonic dragon, the great heavenly demon god, and the Buddha's Lord. Which one of them was not an earth-shattering figure? Although it was rumored that all of them had fallen. However, would such great figures really not jump out of the long river of history? No, this was absolutely impossible. At the very least, Su Yan did not believe it. He knew that each of these great figures was extremely powerful. Since these people had set up a trap on Su Yan's body, it meant that perhaps one day, they would defy the heavens and return. However, Su Yan did not like the feeling of not being in control of his own fate. It was precisely because he did not like it that he wanted to get rid of it. This was why he was so crazy at this moment. At this moment, the 9 streams of dragon chi were constantly fluctuating at this moment. The powerful force condensed and gradually, a spot of lightning appeared next to Su Yan. In the endless sea of lightning, this spot of lightning was nothing at all because it was too inconspicuous. However, when Su Yan saw this lightning, he laughed out loud. This was because this lightning was not the lightning of the heavenly tribulation. It was Su Yan's lightning. It had another name, which was the lightning seed, the lightning seed. Once the lightning seed was formed, it meant that Su Yan's lightning technique had truly reached a higher level and reached a whole new level. At this moment, what Su Yan wanted to do was nurture the lightning seed and nurture this lightning seed. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly shouted, "Transform into a dragon lightning seed." Previously, when he had broken through to the 9 dragons realm, he had already condensed a lightning dragon. At this moment, he actually wanted to transform this lightning seed into a dragon again. 9 is the limit? This is simply bullsh*t. Back then Su Yan was able to break this limit, so I will naturally break it again today. At this moment, what Su Yan wanted was not to break through to the supreme realm, but to reach the 10 dragons realm. Back when Su Yan had just started cultivating, Su Yan had reached the 10th level of the blood ignition realm. Su Yan's cultivation was to create miracles along the way. Therefore, this time he wanted to do the same. At this moment, the lightning seed rushed directly into Su Yan's body and fused closely with Su Yan's body. Su Yan wanted to nurture this 10th dragon in his body. Moreover, it was different from other dragons, which were formed by spirit chi. However, this one was different. It would become a real existence. Su Yan's aura became stronger and stronger. Although his body had already started to crack and he was dripping with blood, Su Yan still did not care. Boom, 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 boom. The thunder continued to sound. Countless thunder clouds gathered and finally formed a thunder arrow. The people of Heartless Island below were extremely terrifying. They had never experienced such heavenly might before. Even Fu Qianyu was stunned. Such power was enough to kill a 4 essences supremacy or even a 5 essences supremacy, let alone Su Yan. But that brat called Su Yan, how could he still be alive under such a powerful attack? She could not understand. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Chu Linger had opened her eyes. Chu Linger had overcome her inner demon tribulation. Junior sister Ling. When Fu Qianyu realized this, she immediately rushed into the sky. Based on the situation just now, these two were clearly going through life and death together. Chapter 889. Girls' Literature. If Su Yan could directly rush into the clouds for Chu Linger and directly face the lightning tribulation, why couldn't Chu Linger do the same? When she woke up from the inner demon tribulation, she would definitely discover the current situation. Therefore, Fu Qianyu believed that she would definitely do something stupid. And as her senior sister, what Fu Qianyu had to do was to stop her. Su Yan was indeed very good. He was willing to sacrifice his life for Chu Linger, but so what? He was a man after all. His existence was Chu Linger's inner demon. If Su Yan was really dead, Chu Linger might not have made such a choice this time. Therefore, Su Yan could die, but nothing could happen to Chu Linger. Junior sister Linger, congratulations on overcoming the inner demon tribulation. You are now considered a venerable. Fu Qianyu arrived in front of Chu Linger and said directly. Although the heavenly tribulation did not really fall on Chu Linger at this time, there were already laws condensing in her body. She had clearly become a venerable. If the heart-punishing heavenly thunder really fell on Chu Linger, and Chu Linger could overcome it, then she might become even stronger. However, Fu Qianyu knew that if it were not for Su Yan, then Chu Linger would be dead. Now, not only did she survive, but she also survived the tribulation. That was the best thing. As for Su Yan, although it was a pity, this was his own choice. Senior sister, move aside. Su Yan did this for me. I don't want him to face this alone. As Fu Qinyu expected, Chu Linger's first choice after overcoming the tribulation was Su Yan. That was Su Yan's own choice. He used his life in exchange for this breakthrough, so don't let his good intentions go to waste. Fu Qinyu would not let Chu Linger die. Senior sister, he's not dead yet, Chu Linger said firmly. Fu Qinyu gritted her teeth and said, but no matter what, he's dead for sure, isn't he? If that's the case, why do you have to sacrifice yourself? Isn't it better to live well? She had already made her attitude clear. No matter what, she would not let Chu Linger die. Senior sister, you're a two essences supremacy, but I'd like to experience it. Fu Qinyu's expression changed when she heard this. Of course she understood what Chu Linger meant. She was actually going to fight her for the sake of the past. I'll have to be the bad guy in the end. Since that's the case, I'll let senior sister see what kind of abilities you have after becoming a venerable one. Fu Qinyu pointed her finger at him. It was the heartless finger. This time she did not hold back at all against Chu Linger. She actually used the heartless finger. This was because she knew very well that Chu Linger was no longer the same person as before. After becoming a supremacy, Chu Linger was even stronger than before. Fu Qinyu wanted to stop Chu Linger from throwing her life away, so she naturally had to be merciless. At this moment, Chu Linger pointed her finger at the same time. The heartless finger. It was also the heartless finger. Two rays of light bloomed at the same time. Before they met, an extremely powerful aura had already erupted. However, in the next moment, Chu Linger's chi energy was actually directly scattered. Her realm was not as high as Fu Qianyu's, so it was very normal for her chi to be dispersed. However, at that moment Chu Linger was frowning. No, it shouldn't be like this. Why is my chi so weak? She asked herself. At this moment Fu Qianyu said, Junior sister, you're no match for me, so give up. No, senior sister, you're wrong, Chu Linger said. At this moment Chu Linger raised her head again. Then she smiled and said, let's do it again. She directly pointed her finger. An extremely terrifying force immediately shot towards the sky. It was another finger. Fu Qianyu shook her head. Junior sister, why are you so stubborn? Fu Qianyu could clearly see that this was the heartless finger, the same heartless finger as before. With the same power and the same move, she could not defeat him last time. Naturally, she could not defeat him this time. Her junior sister was too stubborn. Since that was the case, she should let her know the difference between them. That way she would give up. At this moment she pointed her finger like before. Two fingertips instantly shone with endless light. The power condensed and the winner was decided in an instant. However, unlike the previous time, Chu Linger won this time. Until the moment Chu Linger won, Fu Qianyu was still in a daze. She lost. It was clearly the same method and the same power. However, she actually lost this time. Why? At this moment Chu Linger did not stop. She was already flying towards the sky. Senior sister, this is not the heartless finger. After saying this, she did not explain any further. Yes, this was no longer the heartless finger. The heartless finger cut off the emotions and desires in one's heart. That was why it became so powerful. However, Chu Linger could not cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires in her heart. Therefore, she could not unleash the power of the heartless finger at this moment. That was how she had failed the first time. Compared to Fu Qianyu, the power of her heartless finger was too weak. That was why she lost in an instant. However, in the next moment, Chu Linger had already come to her senses. Therefore, she did not use the heartless finger again. Regardless of whether it was the starting move or the method of operation, it was the same as the heartless finger. However, her heart had changed. Therefore, the heartless finger was no longer the heartless finger. Instead, it became the Wenqing finger. What is love in this world? When she used it according to her heart, the power of this move was unprecedentedly strong. It was definitely not a coincidence that Chu Linger was chosen by the Heartless Fairy. She was a genius, a true genius. When she was in the 5 counties continent, due to the conditions, she could not unleash her talent. In fact, there were many geniuses in the 5 counties continent. However, because the spiritual energy in the 5 counties continent was exhausted, no true experts could be born. At this moment, Chu Linger's powerful talent was displayed once again. She actually understood the mystery of the heartless finger in an instant and turned it into the Wenqing finger. Moreover, the power of the Wenqing finger was actually able to defeat Fu Qianyu. Fu Qianyu raised her head. However, she could only sigh helplessly. She was very clear. At this moment, it was too late to stop her junior sister. Her junior sister's speed was simply too fast. At this moment, Su Yan was bathing in the baptism of thunder and fire. At this moment, his body was gradually losing control of itself. There were too many powerful forces in his body. The moment this powerful force was stimulated, one thing naturally happened. That was to fight for control of his body. These powerful existences began to continuously attack Su Yan's body. They wanted to force Su Yan directly and then take this power for their own use. At this moment, the battle had begun to change. It was no longer a battle between Su Yan and the lightning. Instead, it was a battle between Su Yan's own will and those experts who had left means in his body. This battle was incomparably dangerous. This was because if something went wrong, Su Yan would immediately fall into a state of eternal damnation and would never be able to wake up again. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, he was not at the venerable realm. However, his strength was even more terrifying than a venerable realm expert. This was because he was at the 10 Dragons realm. The 10 Dragons realm, which had broken the shackles of heaven and earth, was so powerful that it was almost unparalleled. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by thunderbolts. From afar, he simply looked like a thunder god. However, at this moment, his aura was definitely not right. This was because the aura on his body was too chaotic. However, every aura that appeared on his body was so terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's willpower was weakened in the battle against the thunderbolts. At this moment, the powerful thunderbolt's energy became the best tonic for these things. The demon god's heart, the great demon dragon's heart, and the heavenly demon fingerbone all began to absorb the power of the heavenly thunderbolts. They were clearly extremely violent thunderbolts, but at this moment they became great tonics for these things. Of course, the most violent thing that was absorbed was the Godslayer sword spirit. Su Yan, wake up! Chu Linger finally broke into the thunderbolts. She could clearly feel the power and terror of the thunderbolts. Even in her current state, she was extremely frightened in front of such thunderbolts. At this moment, Su Yan could no longer hold on. He was almost letting his consciousness dissipate. At this moment, Chu Linger's voice immediately became the motivation for him to wake up. Linger is still alive. Su Yan had gone through so much trouble. Wasn't it all for Chu Linger? If Chu Linger died, how sad would he be? However, at this moment, Chu Linger directly appeared in front of him. This awakened his willpower that was about to dissipate. Exalted will, immortal will, my willpower is the only one. Suppress it for me. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly shouted, and a force began to flow through his body. That was the power of his own willpower. Under the infusion of such a powerful force, the willpower began to gradually dissipate. This body is my body. Even if you were all great figures in the past, since you're already dead, why do you need to resurrect yourself? Dissipate, dissipate, dissipate. At this moment, Su Yan shouted 3 times in a row. His willpower reached the peak directly, and the willpower dissipated at this moment. He finally regained control of his body. The moment Su Yan's willpower returned, the thunderbolts gradually began to dissipate. The thunderbolts were originally born because of Chu Linger, but Su Yan forcefully disrupted them and even became his tonic. At this moment, all of this finally disappeared. Chapter 890. Female Literature. Su Yan, are you okay? When the lightning dissipated, there were only 2 people left in the sky, Su Yan and Chu Linger. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The 2 of them didn't know what to say. In the end, it was Chu Linger who broke the silence. Su Yan slowly floated to Chu Linger's side. At this time, his heart was too shaken. After such a long time, Linger finally came to his side. The days of separation were extremely painful for Su Yan. That faint thought would always wander in his heart, as if there was a voice calling out to Su Yan, and Su Yan could only choose to restrain this voice. And this time they finally met. At least at this moment there was no force that could stop them. Su Yan only had Chu Linger in his eyes, and Chu Linger's eyes were the same. At this time, The two of them could be said to have returned after experiencing death. This kind of reunion became even more precious. At this time the two of them hugged each other, enjoying the warmth of each other's bodies. At this moment, even Fu Qinyu couldn't bear to disturb them. After a long time, Chu Linger suddenly said, "Su Yan, leave me." Chu Linger's voice was very soft, like a whisper in a dream, but she still said this sentence in the end. "Leave me." What? It was such a clear sentence, but Su Yan would rather that he didn't hear it clearly. She asked him to leave. But why? They were finally able to meet and hug each other after so much difficulty. Why did they have to part now? Su Yan said softly, "Ling, why is this? I beg you, can you tell me?" Chu Linger turned her head and gently pushed Su Yan away. "Su Yan, I'm already very satisfied to be able to see you again. I will always remember that we were once in love. I love you and I will always love you. But now we can only choose to part ways." Linger. Su Yan was speechless. The two of them had the same heart, but Chu Linger wanted him to leave. Su Yan knew that Linger wanted to protect him. This was the Heartless Sea, the territory of the Heartless Fairy. Here the Heartless Fairy was the sky. He already knew that the Heartless Fairy cultivated the Heartless Tao, so she would never allow her disciple to fall in love with someone else. This was how the world worked. No matter what you did, you had to pay the price. Back then, Chu Linger was saved by the Heartless Fairy, so she was the Heartless Fairy's disciple. Since she was the Heartless Fairy's disciple, she would not be allowed to betray her. The moment Su Yan appeared, Fu Qinyu wanted to kill Su Yan, because Fu Qinyu was the Heartless Island's disciple. Fu Qinyu was already very powerful. As a two essences venerable, she was much stronger than the average two essences venerable. Just one Fu Qinyu was already difficult for Su Yan to deal with. Even if he had broken through to the Tendragon realm and broken the record, it was still not very useful. If he wanted to defeat Fu Qinyu, he would still have to put in a lot of effort or even pay a price. But so what if he defeated Fu Qinyu? Fu Qinyu was only one of the Heartless Fairy's disciples. How many experts were there on the Heartless Island? Su Yan did not know. The Heartless Island was definitely an extremely powerful place. Otherwise, the island master of the Divine Devil Island would not be a little afraid of this place. Su Yan had personally witnessed the strength of that expert. That kind of ability to turn the clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, that kind of power that could overturn heaven and earth was simply terrifying. And if such a big figure was a little afraid, then it was even more terrifying. So what if Su Yan was strong? In front of such a big figure, death was the only thing that awaited him. Chu Linger knew this, so she wanted Su Yan to leave. "Su Yan, I know you can't bear to part with me, but you have to understand that now is not the time to be impulsive. You and I are too weak," she said calmly. This woman had experienced too much, which was why she had such a state of mind. She was right. He was too weak. And being weak was a sin. In a world like this, being weak was a sin. If Su Yan was strong enough, then he would not have to worry so much and would do whatever he wanted to do. If he wanted to save Lulan, he would have to kill his way to the headquarters of the Limitless Demon Sect. If he had the power of the Divine Devil Island Master, he could directly suppress the Divine Devil Island to the headquarters of the Limitless Demon Sect. Would the Limitless Demon Sect dare to resist? But he did not. Su Yan had indeed worked very hard, and his improvement was very fast. But so what? This world would never pity you because of your hard work, nor would it make things easy for you because of your improvement. In the end, everything was based on your current strength. Su Yan clenched his teeth. He had always been spurring himself to work hard, to make himself stronger, but when he truly faced it, he realized that he was still so insignificant. He knew that there were many things that couldn't be changed by relying on one's own will. Just like cultivation. In the end, he had cultivated for too short a time. Those powerful figures, such as the Divine Devil Island Master, had lived for God knows how long. To Su Yan, time was his biggest enemy. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only face reality now. And the reality was that the current him was too weak. "Let's go, Su Yan." At this moment, Fu Qinyu had also arrived in the sky. "Let's go, this is the Heartless Island. I admit that you are sincere towards Linger, but if you really care about Linger, then leave this place. I have to admit that you are indeed a genius, but you have to face the reality that you are still too weak right now. Your strength is not enough to break the rules of the Heartless Island, so for the sake of junior sister Chu, you should leave. I don't want to fight with you anymore. At this moment, Su Yan silently lowered his head. He was very clear about all this. That's right, he was still too weak now. Because he was not strong enough, he could only compromise. So what if he loved her deeply? In the end, this world still depended on strength. At this moment, a faint ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. This was the first ray of light that the Heartless Ocean welcomed after the lightning tribulation. Su Yan looked up at the faint ray of light and finally smiled. Don't worry, Linger, I'm not stupid. I understand. In this short moment, Su Yan was filled with worry, confusion, and annoyance. However, he finally understood that these emotions were futile. Other than making himself more miserable, there was nothing he could do. He could not change reality now. Even if Chu Linger was willing to leave with him, what was the point? The Heartless Island would not allow it, and he could not go against the Heartless Island. Linger, I will leave immediately, but wait for me. Trust me, I will come back for you. When that time comes, you will be Su Yan's woman. No one in this world will be able to stop us. Su Yan said to Chu Linger. This was Su Yan's promise to the woman he loved. Perhaps promises didn't mean much to begin with. However, as a man, if he did not even have the courage to give his woman, then what was the point of talking about anything else? Su Yan looked at the Heartless Ocean and murmured, Just wait. One day Su Yan will come back. The next time I come, it will not be like this. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly rose into the sky. Then a mysterious force appeared. The moment this power appeared, the originally glimmering sky actually became incomparably bright in an instant. The extremely bright light flickered continuously in the sky. Endless rays of light shone in the sky. Such a bright scene was simply a wonder of the world. Fu Qianyu's eyebrows twitched. She knew that this phenomenon was definitely related to Su Yan, but she did not know what Su Yan wanted or how he did it. At this moment, Su Yan's voice suddenly resounded through the sky. With the heavens as my witness and the earth as my proof, I, Su Yan, hereby make a great vow. I hope that I, Su Yan, will be free and unfettered. Bless my women and pray that I will have no regrets for the rest of my life. Su Yan was doing this at this moment. A great ambition was to make a vow to the heavens in the unseen world. Of course, such a great vow was not without proof. It required one to burn one's life essence in blood, and then pray to the heavens. Such a vow was the witness of the heavens. If one went against the vow, they would probably be punished by the heavens. Of course, this was not the end of it. Making a vow in itself was a great harm to oneself. If one did not pay the price, how could they provoke the heavens to bear witness? Su Yan made a vow at this moment to prove his determination. Finally, he glanced at Chu Linger and then left without looking back. At this moment, he did not dare to look back because he was afraid that once he did, he would not be willing to leave. After leaving this time, he did not know when they would meet again. It might even be forever. Su Yan would be sent back to Pan Province. He was clear in his heart that if he wanted to increase his strength to the point where he could contend against the Heartless Fairy, he was still far from it. However, the matter at hand could not be delayed any longer. That was Lu Lan. The demon plan was about to begin. He had to make preparations for it. Of course, at this time, the allied forces of the three great sects and the limitless demon sect were already engaged in a fierce battle. The disciples of both sides were constantly fighting. The Divine Wind sect, the Raging Flame sect, and the Taiheng Sword faction had joined forces. This time, the momentum of the attack was particularly fierce. In just half a month's time, 9 cities had already been captured. Chapter 891. Female Literature. Last time he was tracked by the Hellhound. Su Yan fell into a dangerous situation. Later, he stimulated the Godslayer sword and made the Godslayer sword appear, which forced the Hellhound to summon his ancestor soul. But in the end, the Hellhound fell into the space. Su Yan knew that even after the Hellhound fell into the space tunnel, the powerful sword chi of the Godslayer sword still followed him. At this time, the Hellhound was definitely not feeling well. Of course, he wouldn't die, but it would be very difficult for him to recover. At least, it would be impossible in a short time. Therefore, Su Yan wasn't worried at all. Although he didn't know what other powerful figures the Limitless Demon Sect had, He thought that the limitless demon sect didn't have the intention to deal with him at this time. After all, the Hellhound was really a powerful existence. Although he hadn't completely become a holy beast, his talent and strength gave him an incomparably terrifying power. Even an ordinary Tao master wouldn't have an easy time facing the Hellhound. The reason why the limitless demon sect had invited this Hellhound was because they wanted to kill Ghostface with a single blow. But they didn't expect that after paying such a huge price, their operation still didn't succeed. Instead, the Hellhound was missing. Of course, they were sure that the Hellhound wasn't dead, because he left his life imprint in the limitless demon sect. The Hellhound suppressed this life imprint in a secret place in the limitless demon sect, borrowing the power of that place to make himself stronger. At the same time, this imprint would let the experts of the limitless demon sect know whether he was alive or not. If the Hellhound was really dead, then this life imprint would directly dissipate. But now this life imprint didn't dissipate, but became very dim. Therefore, they had already speculated that the Hellhound was seriously injured but not dead. However, this was already enough to make them extremely shocked. The powerful Cerberus was actually heavily injured? Was the Ghostface really so powerful? They really couldn't figure out the real situation of the Ghostface. Maybe the Ghostface was just a trap set up by other sections. If it was in normal times, the several vice sect leaders of the limitless demon sect wouldn't mind fighting with the Ghostface. But now they couldn't because at this time the attack of the three sects had arrived. The limitless demon sect had been tyrannical for far too long. This time he actually had the intention of wiping out the Taihang Sword faction. He even put it into action and almost succeeded. Therefore, the Raging Flame sect and the Divine Wind sect, which were the closest to the limitless demon sect, felt threatened. If the limitless demon sect could attack the Taihang Sword faction today, what about tomorrow? Would they be able to attack the Wind God sect or the Raging Flame sect tomorrow? Even the fourth sword of the Taihang Swords of the Taihang Ten Swords had become a lackey of the limitless demon sect. Did that mean that there were also spies of the limitless demon sect in the other sects? After that incident, the Divine Wind sect and the Raging Flame sect were persuaded by Zhang Zhe of the Taihang Sword faction. They used thunderous means to clean up the spies in the sect. At the same time, they took the most drastic action, and that was to attack the limitless demon sect. After all, they were all part of the 10 great sects. Although the limitless demon sect was the strongest, when the other three sects suddenly attacked at the same time and launched multiple attacks, they immediately felt immense pressure. Moreover, during the previous attack on the Taihang Sword faction, the 7th vice sect leader had been seriously injured and lost an arm. The 3rd vice sect leader was also in a bad situation. When he fought with Zhang Ze's Taihang Sword Qi had penetrated his body. For a short period of time he didn't have much combat strength. Therefore at this time, the limitless demon sect didn't have many experts to deal with Ghostface. However, after the battle with the Cerberus, Ghostface had disappeared without a trace. Therefore they guessed that Ghostface and the Cerberus had both suffered heavy injuries. At this time the experts of the limitless demon sect actually accepted this comforting excuse. Su Yan once again stepped into the Heavenly Wolf City. At this time the Heavenly Wolf City was even more desolate than before. Because of the war at the front line, many experts in the city were called to participate in the war. However, the martial law in the city was even more intense. In the Heavenly Wolf King's palace, the previous Heavenly Wolf King had been killed by Su Yan. Naturally, the one living here was the new Heavenly Wolf King, and this new Heavenly Wolf King was Mo Lang. After receiving the pill from the powerhouse behind it, the demonic wolf finally advanced to become a venerable in a short period of time. At this time he was really proud of himself. In addition, Ghostface had disappeared for a few days. Therefore he was in a good mood. At this time the Heavenly Wolf City was completely under his control. After he had successfully taken control of Celestial Wolf City, the Lord Emissary had personally praised him, which made him feel even better. At this time, he had already begun to comprehend a Venerable One's cultivation technique. After experiencing a series of events, he was very clear that strength was everything. Without strength, even a Venerable One might not be able to live in peace in such a chaotic world. His predecessor was such an example. He had just finished cultivating a section of the cultivation technique. The cultivation of this section of the cultivation technique was very smooth, and it made him feel very happy. A Venerable One was indeed powerful. The power in his body had begun to undergo an essential change. Before becoming a venerable one, all of his powers were spiritual power, including those in the dragon realm. However, after becoming a venerable one, all of his powers began to transform into true power. The so-called true power was the true power. It was a power that was above spiritual power. It was also an increase in spiritual power. If one had not become a venerable one and came into contact with laws, one would not be able to feel this feeling at all. Now he had begun to feel the change in power. This made him very happy. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. I haven't seen you for a few days, but you've already become a venerable one. Not bad. The voice appeared like a ghost. The moment the voice sounded, his entire body tensed up. Damn it, it's that fella. The moment he heard the voice, he had already guessed who had appeared here at this time. To him, he did not want to hear that fella's voice anymore. Why is Ghostface still here? Didn't they say that even the Cerberus has made a move? But why was he able to appear here unscathed? At this moment, a bold thought appeared in his heart. Kill him. The devil wolf's thoughts turned very quickly. Su Yan's appearance had indeed made him very worried, but at the next moment, he thought of a possibility, which was that Ghostface was probably at his peak at this time. This was because he knew about the Cerberus and had seen how terrifying it was. Back then, although he had only seen it from afar, the terrifying scene was still fresh in his mind. Such a powerful Cerberus would not have returned empty-handed. Therefore, he believed that Ghostface must have been injured. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that there was actually a powerhouse behind Ghostface, and that powerhouse had blocked the Cerberus's attack. This was because at that time he had fought with Ghostface. Although he knew that Ghostface was indeed powerful, he did not feel that he could not resist at all. If there was another powerhouse behind Ghostface, then the deaths of Heavenly Wolf King, Heavenly Eagle King, and the others made sense. No matter which possibility it was, this person had a thought in his mind, which was to kill Grimace. If it was in the past, the devil wolf naturally would not have the guts to do so. However, it was different now. His strength had increased, and he was already a venerable one. Moreover, he was confident that his talent was so outstanding that he was even more powerful than Heavenly Wolf King back then. Of course, this referred to when Heavenly Wolf King was a one-origin venerable. The devil wolf was very bold. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately made a move. His powerful aura immediately rose to the extreme at this moment. The devil wolf's arrogance rose at this moment. At this moment, the shadow of a wolf even appeared beside him. The moment the shadow of the wolf appeared, it immediately pounced on Su Yan. It was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Who is it? You're courting death. The devil wolf made the first move and then shouted. At this moment, Su Yan smiled and said, You have a lot of thoughts. At this moment, Su Yan naturally saw through the devil wolf's plan. The reason why the devil wolf made the first move and then shouted was actually to leave a way out for himself. He believed that it was impossible for the devil wolf not to know who he was. It was just that the devil wolf wanted to kill him at this moment. Of course, if the devil wolf could not kill him, then he would immediately admit his mistake and use the excuse of being too nervous to obtain Su Yan's forgiveness. Facing the terrifying lightning dragon, Su Yan directly opened his palm. In his palm, a thunderbolt flashed, and then the thunderbolt turned into the shape of a dragon. Of course, this lightning dragon was not great. It was just a long snake. Before the two auras met, endless light burst out at this moment, and a terrifying aura immediately spread out. Even if the Heavenly Wolf Palace was protected by a formation and was built with precious materials, it could no longer withstand such power. In a short moment, countless cracks appeared. The devil wolf saw this and immediately felt a heartache. One had to know that the Devil Wolf Palace was his own property. Now that it was destroyed, he would still have to pay for it if it needed to be repaired. Of course, this was not the only thing that truly shocked him. There was also the power. To his surprise, Grimace's power had suppressed his in an instant. This attack was originally intended to kill, so he naturally did not hold back when he attacked. But even so, his power was crushed in an instant.